exactly these days, 30 years ago, one of the most strange and tragic events in modern history took place. We'll talk about mainly why it happened, why a country proudly called the Soviet Union collapsed. What were the repercussions that were inevitable for the entire globe and not just for Russia and our neighboring republics? What lessons can be learned for the posterity? And we'll also discuss the great legacy that we need to preserve and build on, because life goes on. And we will focus on these topics during these 3 days. We have representatives of 15 countries from Latin and North America to Australia and China, and also scholars from Europe. So it's a truly international conference. And we have representatives from the post-Soviet republics. We have a lot of great scholars from Russia, from across Russia. A month ago, some of the foreign panelists and Russian scholars said that we have to hold at least a workshop or a seminar on this topic, despite vacations, despite anything else. So this small workshop transformed into a huge conference. We received 150 reports. So we decided to set up this conference for free, completely for free. And we have the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. That's a great friend of the left around the world and here in Russia, and they helped us with the funding for interpretation. Rafael Masklov, Rafael Abdulov, Salavat Islamgulov, they'll be with us. So it's just a small group of fellow-minded people. We have Ms. Filimonova. The Plekhanov House is the center of intellectual life here in Russia, and of Marxist and post-Marxist and of critical thinking, particularly in St. Petersburg. And I had to mention that from the onset. It's great that we can do such a big happening, a gathering in an impromptu way in a short span of time. And now I'd like to make what I would call a prelude, a video prelude made by a talented young director, Viktor Tkachov. He's received the Golden Eagle Award for the best documentary. So that's a short video to introduce the theme of the topic. Salavat, please turn on this video and run it for us. Thank you, friends. I'm sorry for some technical glitches. That was a video collage made by Mr. Tkachov. He used some of the footage, some archive photos and music by Schnitke. I'd like to underline once again, those who were behind the October Revolution 100 years ago, those who set up the Soviet Union, the global socialist system, the communists of the entire world, are not just communists, but everyone in one way or other or another, forged this world, and we're all responsible for it falling apart. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to the CEO of the Russian National Library, Vladimir Gronsky from St. Petersburg. I'd like to say a big thank you to the Plekhanov House and the Russian National Library for their unwavering support for our international projects, which I hope are interesting for everyone. Good morning, colleagues and friends. Mr. Buzgalin, thank you for your high assessment of our effort. Ms. Felimonova is head of the Plekhanov House, and it's not just the center of post-Marxist thinking in Russia, but also around the world. And this conference is further evidence to this. The Russian National Library is taking part in such conferences for a second time. We talk about humanistic principles that need to be behind economic development. The first economic conference supported by the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation took place in late May, and today we have a new conference. Why the USSR collapsed? What are the key takeaways for the socialism of the future? We will look at the outcomes of the fight of the working class against the oppressive regimes in the early 20th century. We can see that major changes that took place were thanks to the establishment of the Soviet Union. Soviet Union helped to unite the people and different ethnic and religious groups that were disunited during the Civil War. Over the 20 years of relatively peaceful development, the Soviet nation has achieved so much success that it won in World War II and in World War I, but it also made a stronger contribution in World War II. Enthusiasm, creativity, that were the driving forces of the Soviet Union, and that made everyone proud of the Soviet regime. However, in 1991, to our greatest regret, the Soviet Union ceased to exist. Not everyone understood back then that it was a misfortune. Why? There have been disputes in the academia and among the public, and they continue to this day. There are different theories by the proponents and the opponents of the Soviet Union, but they all concur that there used to be inherent contradictions within the system that triggered this collapse. Definitely, the breakup of the Soviet Union changed the face of our country and the entire world. We need to go back and understand why it happened, because this is important for the future of the world. We need to provide an objective, unbiased assessment of this period of history, and it's one of the mandates of the Russian National Library, because we keep enormous arrays of data and footage, and that could help us to reproduce what happened 30 years ago. We can use our archives to document the path that the Soviet Union went. Given the diversity of the topics of the reports from the representatives of 15 countries, it is a theme that unites many countries. We have the Plekhanov House of the Russian National Library and the Moscow office of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation and the Center for Contemporary Marxist Studies of the Faculty of Philosophy of Moscow State University. These institutions came down to make sure that this conference takes place. I'd just like to remind you that the Russian National Library has been holding regular exhibitions and workshops and book launches. And during these 3 days, we'll have representatives from the institutes from the economy, the Institute of Economic Studies, Institute of Intercultural Studies from Austria, the Institute of Labor from Greece, the Institute of Contemporary Studies from Brazil. We have a lecturer from the University of Utah. We have also representatives from Cambridge in the UK. We have representatives from the university in Saloniki, a university in China, Sofia, St. Petersburg, the National Research Center in Moscow, Sevastopol, leading research institutions and think tanks. We also have reports from the Socialist Alliance of Australia, the Marxist Center from Greece, the Association of Marxist Scholars from the CIS. And this is just a fraction of what we're going to hear over these next 3 days. We'll have presentations from different institutions which are part of the Russian Academy of Sciences. We also really appreciate the assistance of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. And it's very important that we keep together and cooperate in an effort to glean an objective assessment of the past and come up with outlooks for the future. I'd like to wish constructive debates, key takeaways, and health to all of you. Stay safe. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Gronsky. We have the Plekhanov house on the screen. It's a very inviting environment, not just physically, but also spiritually. And we have wonderful people from St. Petersburg who are also co-chairman of this conference. Before I give the floor to Ludmila Bulavka to moderate the first session, I'd like to make a few announcements. As I said, unless you're presenting, please mute your microphones so that we don't have noise. We are recording this session and we will post it on the web. We also have simultaneous interpretation, and you can choose the appropriate language. You have the icon, which looks like a globe, and you can click it and choose the right language. And also, I'd like to ask moderators to keep track of the timing. And our interpreters will have to bear with us for the next 9 days. This is why they need 15-minute breaks, and we also need lively debates. Now, as for debates, I'd like to ask moderators to make sure that everyone keeps to the 5-7 line interventions which have to be posted on the chat. We have several hundred people online with us. We cannot let everyone speak. So please put all of your questions in the chat. And then after a report, each of the panelists will have about 3 to 5 minutes to respond. And then the moderator would make kind of conclusion or a summary of what has been said during the session. And now I'd like to give the floor to Lyudmila Bulavka from the Center of Contemporary Marxist Studies of the Faculty of Philosophy at Moscow State University, who is also a PhD, holder of the doctorate degree in philosophy. Good morning, colleagues. I welcome all the participants of this landmark conference and a forum. It's a big duty and a privilege to host this first panel. It's going to be really tough to keep track of the time. I'd just like to add a few points. Those who do not speak today, if you want to respond or intervene, you can later on go to our channel, Alternative Conference it's called, and you can write whatever you want, and the most constructive ideas will then be published on our website. Now, the first panel is on. Now I'd like to give the floor to David Kotz from the USA. Over to you.
In my comments today, I will discuss 3 questions. First, why did the socioeconomic system of the Soviet Union, which I call state socialism, meet its end, giving rise to a transition to capitalism? Second, why did the Soviet state itself disintegrate into 15 separate states? Third, what are the lessons for the future of socialism? The key features of the state socialist system of the Soviet Union were first, public ownership of almost all enterprises. Second, a highly centralized form of planned economy. Third, the concentration of political power in a small group of high-level Communist Party and state officials. And fourth, a repressive state that denied the right of free expression. The basic character and institutions of the system were quite stable until 1985. However, in a few short years, 1989 to 91, the state socialist system met its sudden end and a rapid transition to capitalism began. Many factors contributed to the remarkable dismantling of the state socialist system of the Soviet Union. However, the central role was played by a contradiction in the Soviet system, present since its earliest days. That was the contradiction between a socialist economic system designed to provide benefits for working people on the one hand, and the concentration of political and economic power in a small, self-perpetuating elite of high-level Communist Party and state officials. Unless that contradiction could be overcome, it was bound to eventually undermine state socialism. Marx and Engels portrayed the coming transition to socialism or communism as the beginning of a new era of non-class society. The socialist revolution would end exploitation and eliminate propertied classes. Thereafter, everyone would contribute through some kind of labor, and all would share the results of society's labor. However, Marx and Engels, as well as Lenin, were over-optimistic about the simplicity of running an economy and maintaining public order in a post-revolutionary society. The state could not just wither away. A state is needed to organize and oversee economic planning, to carry out key economic and social functions, and to maintain public order. For the new socialist system to take a stable form, just as in earlier modes of production, state power would have to be held by the beneficiaries of the system, namely working people. However, it is not a simple matter to construct a state that empowers working people. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union claimed to rule in the name of the working class. As power was gradually centralized in a small group of top officials over the course of the 1920s, the initial top leaders were indeed dedicated to building a new system that would serve working people. However, the active initiative and participation by working people in events that had characterized the revolution, exemplified by the key role of the Soviets, soon disappeared. The top leadership of the CPSU was left as a small, self-perpetuating group, acting without any formal channel for working people to participate in political decision-making. Over time, the original leaders of the revolution passed away and were replaced by individuals who rose through the ranks of the system. While some were driven by a commitment to building socialism, others rose within the system, aiming for power, prestige, and privilege that come with high-level positions in a hierarchical system. Marxism was the official ideology of the system, and all party and state officials had to voice their fidelity to serving the working class and building socialism. However, over time, the commitment to the ideals of the revolution waned among many officials. A capitalist class under capitalism has the means to ensure that top political officials do not pursue any policies that would threaten the reproduction of the system. When socialist parties have won high office in capitalist states, the power of capital has been able in various ways to limit new policies to reforms that do not threaten capitalism itself. Thus, the long-term stability of capitalism has depended on the continuing power of the class that exploits the majority. As the Soviet system evolved over time, the party-state elite found its role defined by the dominant ideology to be the devotion to serving working people. However, Soviet working people had no structural way to enforce such a role. The socialist features of the system greatly constrained the privileges of its own ruling elite, even taking account of under-the-table access to superior consumer goods. The relative consumption level of Soviet officials was modest compared to property classes in the capitalist world. The stability of Soviet state socialism depended on the impossibility of mounting any challenge to the existing system, either from below or from within the leadership. Power was highly concentrated within the party-state elite, in the General Secretary and Politburo. While much of the broader party-state elite had little or no attachment to socialism, but there was no way to act on such views. In 1991 to 95, I interviewed members of the Soviet elite. I found many, although not all, to be openly hostile to socialism. People who had been members of the Soviet elite, that is. My co-author, Fred Weir, married into the Soviet elite, and his wife's friends typically hated socialism and admired capitalism. A high-quality focus group study of a sample of the Moscow elite in June of 1991 by a US political scientist classified them by ideology. It found 12% of the members of the focus group favored democratic socialism, 10% wanted to return to the pre-Perestroika system, fully 76% favored capitalism. At that time, among the Soviet population, there was little support for capitalism. Surveys showed that although there was widespread dissatisfaction with the Communist Party, a majority wanted to retain some form of socialism. Big contrast between the elite and the broad population. When Gorbachev became General Secretary in 1985, he soon initiated an increasingly thoroughgoing reform of the economic, political, and cultural institutions of the Soviet system, Perestroika. The economic reform plan through 1989 called for democratization and decentralization of economic planning, introducing some market elements within the planned economy, allowing some non-capitalist forms of non-state enterprise, individual enterprises, and worker co-ops. The cultural reform, Glasnost, lifted controls on free expression by individuals and by the mass media. The political reform made rapid progress toward democratizing the state. The reform was a program for reforming socialism, not abolishing it. If it had been fully implemented, it may well have resolved the central contradiction of the Soviet system by finally empowering the beneficiaries of the system, that is, the working class broadly defined. The initial documents of Perestroika argued that restructuring would finally bring out the full potential of a socialist planned economy and public property, which had been suppressed by the flaws in the previous model of socialism. However, radical restructuring of a system that had been in place for some 60 years was bound to take some time to be completed. In the transition, there was bound to be significant disorder. In order to succeed, the restructuring had to lead to an activation of the Soviet population to take up the role of running the society. That population had been depoliticized in the decades of a top-down repressive system. The rapid restructuring of all three dimensions of the system inevitably led to significant disorder, and in particular, big economic problems. There were shortages of goods in the stores and rising inflation. At the same time, the transformation of political institutions shifted power and legitimacy from the Communist Party's top leadership to new democratically elected parliaments at the Union, Republic, and city levels. Glasnost empowered people to voice their views about the direction of change in society without fear of repression. Those developments set the stage for the rise of open opposition groups to the top leadership and its program of restructuring. Three main positions about the Soviet future emerged. Some wanted to press on with the reform of socialism. Some wanted to return to the pre-Perestroika system. And others wanted to abandon socialism and install capitalism in its place. Because of the continuing popularity of socialism and the hostility to capitalism among ordinary people, the advocates of a transition to capitalism did not openly state their aims. They used euphemisms such as the need for a, quote, normal economy, or, quote, faster market reform. Boris Yeltsin, a high-level Communist Party official, emerged as the undisputed leader of the forces pressing for a transition to capitalism. A pro-capitalist coalition emerged in 1989 to 91, whose base of support included three main groups. First, the still small but growing capitalist class that was emerging from the underground economy and from the appearance of capitalist enterprises disguised as worker cooperatives. Second, the rapidly radicalizing big city intelligentsia, who now had free access to the mass media. And third, and most importantly, a decisive part of the party state elite. Once freed from control from above by the political and cultural reforms, most high-level officials soon decided that a restructured socialism would not be in their interest. Neither would a return to the pre-Perestroika system, which had severely restricted their privileges. A transition to capitalism held out the promise that they could become the owners of the valuable assets of the Soviet system, not just the salaried managers. With that powerful base of support, Yeltsin and his allies were able to gain sufficient power to begin dismantling the key institutions of socialism in 1990 to 91 and prepare the way for a transition to capitalism. I'm running out of time, so I'll have to move quickly through the next point. Why did the Soviet state itself disintegrate? The central logic that was driving the transition to capitalism does not in itself explain that outcome. Retaining a federal state was overwhelmingly popular among the people of the Soviet Union, except in a few small republics. Everyone knew that the dismantling of the federal state would have huge economic costs given the highly integrated structure of the Soviet economy. However, this did not prevent an anti-popular outcome for the Union state any more than the unpopularity of capitalism prevented the replacement of socialism by capitalism. The pro-capitalist coalition that arose during Perestroika had its main base in the Russian Republic within the USSR. Boris Yeltsin, its leader, was essentially a Russian politician. His growing political power within the Soviet Union was based on his ability to appeal to the Russian electorate. Yeltsin played on a narrow Russian nationalism, complaining that the Russian people had to subsidize the other republics that did not endear him to the Soviet Union's other national groups. As Yeltsin's power rose, a situation of dual power emerged between Yeltsin's position as elected president of the Russian Republic, while his rival Gorbachev dominated the new Soviet parliament, which had installed him as president of the USSR. Yeltsin realized that his only route to state power was to separate Russia from the Soviet Union. In early 1991, he was finally able to achieve that result without any legal justification. The construction of the USSR as a federation of ethnically defined republics was not in itself the key reason, in my view, for the disintegration of the Soviet state. Had the pro-capitalist coalition been able to win state power in the USSR as a whole, it is highly likely that the federal state transformed into a capitalist state would have survived. What are the lessons? Despite the distortions in the Soviet form of socialism, it brought significant economic and social progress. In the end, however, its distortions led to its demise. We have witnessed the close of the first round of efforts to move beyond capitalism and build a socialist system. The achievements of the Soviet experience provide a rich store of historical evidence for the possibilities of socialism. At the same time, the negative features of the Soviet experience and the process of its demise teach lessons for the next round of socialist transitions. A key lesson is that a sustainable socialism must find a way to empower the people in the new system. It must institutionalize popular power in the economy and in the state. That must occur early in the transition, before the powerful centralizing forces that arise in a system transition can enshrine the concentration of power in the hands of a small group. A socialism in which power is concentrated in the hands of a small, self-perpetuating group can bring some of the benefits of socialism for a time. However, along with failing to bring the true liberation promised by socialism, it will not be sustainable over the long run. Today, capitalism threatens the very future of human civilization. It is driving us toward disastrous global climate change, a recurrence of deadly pandemics, the threat of a new fascism, and a revival of Cold War tensions that could lead to nuclear holocaust. Socialism still holds the promise of a future of economic security for all, human development, cooperation instead of competition, and a sustainable relation to the natural environment and a peaceful world. The survival of humanity depends on learning the lessons of the first round of socialism and applying them in the next round. Thank you.
Тогда мы будем считать, что в силу технических
Well,
проблем.
because of those technical difficulties, we'll have to probably end the video from our colleague, but those will be available through the website from David Kotz's materials and the lectures and other papers are publicly available and in open access through various sources, and you will be able to read through from them. Now, I'd like to give the floor to David Lane, professor from Cambridge. David Lane has been a participant of our events many times, and he is a researcher of the economic situation of the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation. Please, David, the floor is yours. Hello, by the way.
Спасибо за приглашение. Очень рад.
Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to take part in this event.
Если чаще говорю по-английски, да?
And we'll
Responses in
continue
the
in
West
English.
to the fall of the USSR. The dismantling of the USSR came as a shock, not only to Western socialists, but to the ruling elites and the wider public. The scene had been set for many in the West by the enthusiasm of Beatrice and Sidney Webb, who after the October Revolution saw Soviet Russia as a new civilization, comparable to the shift in history of the modern world from feudalism. Even American critics, such as Richard Pipes, a leading American academic and advisor to President Nixon, had declared that communism was, without a doubt, the most audacious and most determined effort in the history of mankind to reshape human nature and redesign human society. Following its dismantling from 1986 onwards, Fred Halliday, then professor of international relations at the London School of Economics, considered the end of the USSR as nothing less than a defeat for the communist project as it had been known in the 20th century, and it was a triumph of the capitalist. Its fall contributed to the moral, intellectual, and political disintegration of the Western socialist movement. As another British academic and political writer at the time, John Saville, put it, without question, there has taken place a major defeat of the socialist idea and ideal. In many important matters, we have to begin again, and the process in historical terms will be long and bitter. What then was lost, and where do we need to begin again? State socialism put politics in command over the economy. It broke the autonomous power of private capital. The end of the Soviet planned economy weakened the claim that collective political control can be superior to the market, that human beings can consciously shape society to meet human needs. What has been put in question is an assumption that all persons have a right to employment and an occupation, to contribute their labor positively to society, and to receive as a right a comprehensive range of products and services to meet collectively their needs. What has been put in its place are policies modeled on Western liberalism, competitive markets, privatization of publicly owned assets, monetarization of health and welfare services, the introduction of a labor market with a consequent high level of unemployment, the growth of excessive income differentials, and poverty. Most important of all, the end of the Soviet Union entailed and led to the privatization of property, which has led to the rise of a capitalist class. What has been lost in the fall of state socialism is the vision of an alternative social and political system to capitalism. And that is the message of the Western concept of the end of history. The idea that a secular society without gods and religion has been an important component of the socialist tradition. The fall of state socialism has reinforced the belief that a society cannot be organized on rational forms of collectivism and cooperation, and that leaders cannot be trusted to act altruistically on behalf of society. What gave state socialism its character and appeal was the fact that it was not just a variety of capitalism, but a different social system claiming to combine modern forms of production with rational organization, equality, and comradeship. It was a product of the Enlightenment. No other political strategy of the 20th century can compete with Marxism-Leninist movement in this respect. However, and as the last speaker mentioned, not all were enthusiastic about the character that Soviet socialism had taken. The end of the Cold War had some positive effects. It liberated the peoples of Eastern Europe and the USSR in many ways, particularly with respect to individual rights and freedoms. In this respect, state socialist society, as it was practiced, may be genuinely faulted. The system of state socialism should have operated on a commonality of interest between leaders and people, the unity of party and people, as the communist slogan used to put it. It must be conceded that personal and bureaucratic interests have driven these societies, not completely perhaps, but enough to cast in doubt collectivism and cooperation as organizing principles. Despite significant achievements, many Western Marxists became skeptical. Even in 1968, Harry Braverman, on the commemoration of 50 years of Soviet power, summarized the doubts of many when he opined that the ebbing of the Soviet purpose to create a society of a distinctly new type is clear. Later, British writers such as E.H. Carr and R.W. Davies endorsed the Soviet industrialization of the USSR as the most important event of the 20th century, as it ensured Soviet victory in the Second World War. However, in the final book of his series on the industrialization of Soviet Russia, Davies in 2018 concluded that the Soviet system, quote, was no longer any kind of new civilization or socialist society, but a repressive regime in which violence and tyranny played a major part. What then went wrong? And I'm sure that many people and following speakers will address this problem. What went wrong? The political leadership failed to keep pace with the demands of an urban middle class and educated population. The system did not provide forms of intellectual expression and commodity consumption demanded by the rising generations. The leadership, as many socialist critics have argued, was strapped in a straitjacket of traditional authoritarianism. Here we had a negation of principles. The liberal movements of reform in the socialist states recognized these problems, and rather than reforming socialism, the political leadership effectively dismantled it. It must be acknowledged, moreover, that many people in the socialist states rejected the equalitarianism, collectivism, statism, and central control associated with state socialism and which were a part of the state socialist project. Among the political elite, for example, Alexander Yakovlev, a former member of the Politburo with a brief for ideology, in October 1991, contended that Marxism has brought us to the abyss, to backwardness, and to the destruction of one's conscience. Gavril Popov, mayor of Moscow, again opined in 1990, we must create a society with private property, denationalization, privatization, and inequality. So these are statements from effectively the leadership of the prior leadership of the USSR, people who had effectively been brought up in the Soviet system and were part of it. Hence, it is quite incorrect to believe that Western international organizations were thrusting unpalatable reformist medicine down a reluctant, dying patient's throat. Many, even among the political elites, originating in Soviet times, not only welcome the medicine, but also consequently have benefited from it. It is clear that state socialism had not been able to outcompete economically the capacity of Western capitalism. The material forces of state socialism remained at a lower level than in the West. On Lenin's authority, we may say that, and here I quote, in the final analysis, the competition and struggle between capitalism and socialism will be resolved in favor of the system that attains a higher level of economic productivity. We must take into account that comprehensive state planning was at an early, almost experimental stage. One must concede, however, that planning did not triumph over the market. Nevertheless, state socialism did succeed in many ways. It provided full employment and a universal system of welfare, which have been positively evaluated by the population. The Soviet Union also formulated its own set of social values and moral order. But the quantity and quality of consumer products and the services sector did not match up to expectations promised by the political leadership. The increasing globalization of capital and the expanding wealth and political power of the capitalist states proved too strong for the state socialist societies. Despite the mobilization effects on science and investment, the general level of human and physical capital did not keep pace with their growth in the advanced Western states. The intellectual leadership of the world communist and socialist movement must also be faulted. It failed to generate an intellectual critique of the revitalization of the world capitalist system in its ideological, economic, and political domains. Perestroika was the last attempt to compete with capitalism on revised communist terms. But it was an ambiguous, poorly thought out, and a hasty implemented program. China has adopted a course of economic development while keeping the Communist Party in control. This has been successful in terms of economic growth and prosperity. In the short run, such a policy, if it had been adopted in the USSR, would have secured time for the Soviet political leadership. More measured economic restructuring could gradually have been paralleled by political reform, possibly moving to competitive electoral democracies later. The failure of Perestroika in the USSR was caused, however, not only by internal dissension, but also by exogenous demands and pressures. The terms of reform, of joining the world market, were determined by the West. The Soviet Union had encountered embargoes on the import of new technology, and the Soviet states faced an increasingly military threat from NATO. The West had its own agenda. As Michael Maguire, an influential...
Дэвид, простите, пожалуйста, у вас осталось 2 минутки.
David, I'm sorry, you have only 2 minutes left. I'm very sorry.
I put it, a so-called war against the Soviet bloc was intended to subvert the trust of the people there in their governments. What then are the implications for any future realization of socialism as a form of post-socialist society? The post-communist revolutions in Eastern Europe and the USSR have put in doubt the idea of human control over the course of human history. Such critics contend that socialism has no future. Its consequent fall has buttressed the claims of writers such as Brzezinski and Fukuyama that communism as a form of political order and Marxism as a theory are finished. These views cannot peremptorily be brushed aside. Since the fall of the USSR, the European communist movement has also disappeared from the political landscape. In the 21st century, social democratic parties have declined to a point where by 2021, there is no social democratic party in power in any European country, and those that remain have become modeled on the liberal American Democratic Party. The element of truth in the insertions is that ideologies and movements are established in the 20th century, and earlier 20th century have to move on. The objectives of socialism, however, are predicated on transcending capitalism and have to be rooted in the advanced globalized states. It is here that the productive forces are the most developed and the political culture the most mature. Capitalism is now truly an international world system. It cannot be understood as units of single countries. A challenge here is to devise a political movement which is international in scope, socialist in objective, and able to be an effective instrument of political power. I'll just now finish. How these goals can be achieved will be addressed in the papers and discussions that follows, and I would suggest two major issues. First, whether capitalism is experiencing a metamorphosis which is changing its character in the direction of a statist-led form of corporatism, which could lead to socialism. And second, whether social democratic parties can be revived as electoral instruments of change along the lines of traditional socialist objectives of collective ownership. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, Дэвид. Дэвид.
Thank you very much, David. David, if you missed something or had to cut yourself, in the end, when we're going to have some time for all presenters to to join in some discussions and Q&A, please do so, and please check the web chat for any questions that might be coming your way. I would like to give the floor to Karen Momdzhyan, head of the social philosophy chair and the history of philosophy of Moscow State University. Karen, are you here online with us? I do not see you right away. He was there in the beginning of this event. Maybe he is experiencing some problems, but maybe then Professor Gzheva would like to replace him. I think Karen simply has his microphone muted. Can you hear me right now? Yes. Hello, Karen Khachikovich. I'm happy to see you here. We are waiting for your presentation. 15 minutes, please, and then anything left beyond that you can discuss during our Q&A session. Dear colleagues, the subject matter of my presentation is as follows. Was the Soviet society socialist? Since here we need to also provide some assessments, I need to say in the beginning of this speech that I'm not very much a critic of this construct. I'm not a prejudiced person. So perhaps I should say that the Soviet leaders, as Stalin, were able to create the most advanced education, science, and win the war and industrialize the country. Yes, the price paid was very high, but it was not the reason to negate such advantages. Although I think that all those advantages and successes of the Soviet Union should be classified as advantages in the creation of a Soviet state, which was a powerful competitor for leadership in the world. However, I should note here that the doctrine of socialism, it was not about creating a powerful army. but rather the creation of a fair socialist society based on equality and brotherhood without any difference between the rich and the poor, the masters and the slaves, with a liberty for all and for each. The
And those who designed the Soviet Union put that mission in their founding acts. Now, the big question is whether they have achieved to build a truly socialist state in the Soviet Union. Well, it depends on the definition. There are two interpretations. In the first case, we're referring to an order that is most prevalent in Scandinavia, in Northern Europe. So you have capitalist property, you have market economy, and that is coupled with the state-run redistribution of benefits and utility that is supposed to smooth over any social differences in the living standards, any gaps in the living standards. Definitely the Soviet Union was not on par with that. And the social scholars believed the Scandinavian model was just a social democrat model. What they wanted to do, rather, was to have no class differences. They wanted to have public production of assets. And as Engels said, the enormous production forces have to work for the benefit of everyone, and there has to be common property. Such a state existed before the history of socialism. The primeval socialism featured a reverse historic order of socialism and capitalism. So first we have socialism as the first phase on the path to the communist society. But in real history, we first had communism and then socialism. Well, that primordial communism was based on the redistribution of the benefits given common property, common production. Everyone had a fair share, regardless of their contribution. This primordial communism could not have motivated the most productive labor, because if you give any extra benefits, any bonuses to the most advanced workers, then it would mean death for the vulnerable groups, those who don't contribute anything to the labor. So remember, the hunters started marking their arrows in pursuit of more benefits for those who kill this particular animal. And that was the end of communism and a transition to socialism. Now, if you use if you have common production means, it doesn't equate to the state-run or state ownership on production means. State ownership could only be the first step towards a truly public or common ownership of production means. I would like to quote Engels. He said that the first act where the state acts as the true representative of the entire society. They take those production means on behalf of the society, and as is simultaneously the final act of the state. But we saw false socialists. They say that socialism is any state ownership of production means, like Bismarck said, like Bismarck did. And when Belgium, out of the most ordinary economic assumptions, decided to build railroads, when we saw the Prussian railroads, it wasn't a step towards socialism, neither a direct or indirect one, intentional or unintentional. State ownership of production means becomes just the first step towards the socialist order. Only if private property is completely dismantled and destroyed as an institution, private property as a public institution could only get eliminated if there are no more individuals in that society who own and use for their commercial interests some of the production means. And the private ownership would remain until there are people who have to sell or give away their labor to the owners of the production means, even if these owners are represented not by individuals, but by social groups or even social institutions that consist from different roles that are performed by these people. Indeed, hardly anyone would argue that the property of joint stock companies that consist of hundreds of shareholders is basically the private property, because it uses the labor of those people who do not have any property. As Engels says, bourgeois states, regardless of their form, is in its essence a capitalist machine. It's an ideal cumulative capitalist. Now, what is true to the capitalist society does not apply to the Soviet Union. I am convinced that it was a collective owner. They used the labor of people without any property. They couldn't use the property in their own interests. But that sort of property was not capitalist. As part of the Soviet Union, we saw an economy that, according to its major parameters, was not bourgeois. It wasn't oriented to maximizing profit or revenue, but it still doesn't make it a socialist economy. I am of a school of thinking that it was a European country. It was an industrial state, not a rural one. And they reproduced a social order that Karl Marx called the Asian production way, and it's sometimes called industrial proletarianism. It's because you don't have parcellary individual means of property over production means that are held by the party elites. They use out of economic, they use not economic means of forcing people to work. And that is kind of exploitation. Even those the exploited class do not reflect and do not feel that they are being exploited and just serve as a victim. And it's not the power that is the function of property. It's the economic status of people depends on their place within the power structure. Contemporary researchers have divergent views on this type of state, of this type of social order. I don't have time to review all of these types. Now, as a sum up, since we don't have individual property, contributes to the worst forms of exploitation. Exploitation of people, not by the people, but by the state. And that doesn't mean there's going to be any equality or freedom. And that is fully contradictory to what we know as a socialist state. Now, on the reasons for the collapse of the Soviet Union, very often it's used to discredit the social system and the ideas of Marx. They say that the history itself demonstrated that Marx was wrong. There could be no socialism. In fact, I believe that the Soviet Union collapsed fully in line with Marxist ideas about the bad or improper production relationship that doesn't create the right motivation or incentives to labor. The proletariat order collapsed despite the huge advantages. It was not aligned with realities on the ground. Unfortunately, the government demonstrated itself as a poor entrepreneur, and they didn't have enough incentives. And total planned economy only exacerbated these failures. And this is why the resource-rich country with its talented people had to wait in queues for 2 poor standard sausages or even toilet paper between the space launches of new rockets. But the collapse of the Soviet Union doesn't mean that there can be no socialism. We just need to move away from the state ownership of production means to common collective ownership of production means. The citadel of capitalism, the US, is seeing the growth in such a segment where you have collective means of production. Definitely, there are a lot of infrastructure difficulties, but I don't rule out that the further progress in production forces can, sooner or later, lead to a new order which could be called socialism. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, if you can see any questions in the chat, you can respond to them later on. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Tashenko, senior researcher at the Institute of Sociology. He's head of the chair of history and the theory of sociology. And he's also a member correspondent of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Jan Tashenko, over to you. Are you with us? Yes, I'm online. Thank you so much. Just like to remind you, you have only 15 minutes. Anything else could be posted on the website. Thank you so much. I'd like to pick up where previous speakers left and focus on what triggered the events in August 1991 and the collapse of the Soviet Union. I have some slides to visualize my point of view. I'd like to share the screen right now. I hope you can see my slides.
Есть эта демонстрация? Ну, тогда я продолжу свой разговор.
I hope you can see it, and whether it was man-made, whether this geopolitical disaster was man-made. In 1991, we saw a geopolitical disaster, and that view is shared by many. And that applies not just to this country itself, but also it also applies to other segments and other countries. As we speculate and go back to these disaster, there could be several factors in place: economic, political, ideological, and conspiracy theories too. Some of the previous speakers provided their assessment, and their views are substantiated. But I believe that some have exaggerated things, and Mr. Karen Momdzhyan laid it on too thick. He took it to an extreme. This is why my point is to look at other aspects, whether they are the ultimate reason or just one in a string of reasons. That's why we have to draw a line: primary and secondary reasons. I'd like to quote a study by the Institute of Systemic Studies at the Russian Academy of Sciences. It looked at the reasons behind the fall of the Ottoman, British, German, French, and other empires. They had a group of mathematicians, psychologists, and so they came to a conclusion that the USSR could have existed for another 220, 250 years, had it not been for some subjective factor. Definitely, there used to be some ideology, economic and political issues, but that was their key conclusion. So, as Marx always taught us, we have to look at the driving force. So what was the driving force of Perestroika? First, it's the people. It's the people who always define the future, the fate. I published an article where I said the people are always right, even if they're wrong, because it's their aspirations that are reflected in their fate. And some of my colleagues also mentioned the official political institutions, the public officials, Communist Party, and public institutions. It is an important force that was in place during Perestroika. And another important factor is the opponent public forces. At first, they acted in the underground, and then they rose, and they were up in arms against socialism. So as a sociologist, I will also focus on my studies. So the first one, as I said, the people were the driving force. What was their attitude to Perestroika? At first, everyone was enthusiastic. They embraced that new decision. Here are some of the figures: 95% discussed this new policy, 66% said they wanted to work harder, and 37% introduced some improvements, proposed some improvements in the operation of their company or plant or state body. So people knew that they could make a difference, and that was motivated and initiated by inspired by these lofty goals in 1985. But then, during the second stage, excitement gave way to pessimism 3 years after the start of the Perestroika. Only 9% saw some positive change, while in 1986 we had 27 people. So as you can see, there was a reversal in the sentiment. And there were changes in the sentiment of the people and the working class. In terms of the way labor was organized, only 19% saw some positive changes. Well, in 2 years before, you had a third in the conditions of labor, 13%, and in the discipline of labor, 54%. So at stage 2, people started having doubts on whether the perestroika was going the right way. And stage 3, the mood changed completely. 62% of the economic policy was not the right one. Only 7% consider themselves to be the right owners, to be the owners at their production. And 46% said there are mafias, there is bribery and corruption. So as a result, despite the criticisms and doubts and concerns, in March, during the referendum, 76% of the voters said they want to preserve the Soviet Union. And I concur with David Kotz, who said that 76% of the elite wanted a transition to capitalism. He quoted the poll in June 1991, and he said that ordinary people thought otherwise. I'd like to remind you that 6 months before the liquidation of the USSR, people voted in favor of preserving socialism and the Soviet Union. Given the vast criticism towards the perestroika, why was the will of the people not honored? Now, let's look at the Communist Party and other state bodies. Perestroika was launched in an awkward way in the economy. First, you saw an overhaul of machine building, then anti-liquor drive, which banned alcohol, and then the law on cooperatives. And that led to theft of state property, embezzlement, and a new class of future oligarchs was created.
Let me remind to you that Gorbachev and his entourage decided that the guilt of the political superstructure was there, and they wanted to transform the CPSU and the public authorities. Just some numbers for you. If you are talking about the replacement of the leaders, by the beginning of 1987, 70% of the members of the Politburo of the Central Committee of CPSU were replaced. 60% of Republican, provincial, territorial, and other communist leaders were replaced. At the same time, the Soviet apparatus, that is the government, were also cleaned up. Out of the 115 members of the Council of Ministers of the USSR that were nominated before Gorbachev came to power, a third were replaced, and in 1988, only 22 remained, and 10 in 1989. Roy Medvedev, who came back to the USSR before in the midst of Perestroika, and who became a parliamentarian, said that the partisan structures in the USSR were not political, but rather administrative, and the destruction would cause economic faults. And that was a view and an opinion shared by many other people. And the deficiencies of the official policy of Perestroika, that was the negation to take into account the interests of people. Gorbachev said that the changes were very slow because the majority of people were very passive, meaning that, again, it is the people who are to blame for the failure of those new ideas. And the ignoring science, it was only in 1989 that the first official meeting with economists was held. And Balking and Yavlinsky projects were denied, as well as a number of other projects. And what we received was actually something that was born within the circles of Gorbachev and the people who were ruling the country back then. The result of this official policy of Perestroika was the loss of governance, disorientation, demoralization, and the split and chaos in ideals. And the third social force would be the anti-Soviet and anti-socialist movements and institutions. The conditions for their appearance were the glasnost, openness, democracy, and human rights. Again, in the very beginning, let me remind to you, there were such criticisms as Gulag, as the Kronstadt revolt of 1920, the peasants' upheaval in Tambov and others. Again, quite sad events. Only 2 minutes you have now, Jean. Then there was some criticism of the official policy, and in the first phase, it was the criticism of Stalin and his policies of industrialization, collectivization, and others, 5-year plans. And then Stalin was criticized from the positions of Lenin and the using the heavy artillery of Alexander Yakovlev and his critique. Now, of course, in conclusion, I can say that there have been some opportunities created for sorry, I'm trying to share with you my conclusions here on this slide. And yes, although there were some major errors made in economics, and the decisive factor was a subjective one, that the people were cheated in the main things, the interests of the people to keep the USSR was not met. Before 1992, the people were not told that liberal forces were planning to replace the socialist system to a capitalist one, and the official authorities actually lost any ability to govern the country, and the so-called democratic forces were more mobile, more organized, and focused force. And of course, we had some of the problems of ideology. However, the trigger for the collapse was the fact that some man-made factors were at play, some subjective factors were at play, and that manipulated and used Gorbachev and Yeltsin, and all of that led to this geopolitical catastrophe. Thank you, Jean, indeed, for your very interesting presentation. I would like to say that perhaps you should look at the chat because there are some questions to you and Professor Momdzhyan, and maybe you will be able to take those in the remaining 15 minutes. You know, before the end of this first panel, we have 10 minutes. Perhaps we can take 3 minutes and give those 3 minutes to each of the presenters. And by the way, David Kotz was speaking in recording, and he would not be able to speak online because of the time difference. Maybe Karen will start with you. Maybe you would like to take some questions or say something else and compliment yourself. But please take only 2 or 3 minutes, and maybe David Lane would be next. Yes, Karen. Please, what would you like to say in the end of our session today? You know, the questions that I received in the chat are about the very idea of the Asian method of production. And here I am recalling Wittfogel, who is really the proponent of this idea. But it all started with Martin. And although he never developed the idea later, but I think that this is a very productive and efficient idea that was developed by many other researchers like Yuri Semyonov, who was looking into that same idea of an Asian form or method of production. Regarding whether the Soviet Union was worse than state capitalism, I'm trying to really avoid any assessments, and my opinion would be subjective because I grew up in the Soviet Union. This is the better part of my life and a bigger part of my life, and you know, what was different in the Soviet Union from what we had, say, in Mesopotamia. You know, the circles in the ancient time in Mesopotamia had very very personal interests of trying to take as much as possible for their own interests and personal benefit. But in the Soviet Union, I don't think that we had the same moods and interests of the political elites. Indeed, people were trying to look for benefits for the country as a whole. They were trying to make people happy. Of course, we know that the subjective wishes of people and the objective possibilities of meeting such wishes would not always coincide. So I do not believe that history could have taken a different track and that the real communal ownership of assets would have been possible in the Soviet Union. I think that the technological foundation for that was not enough. And I think that Lenin really lost the dispute to Marx, because Marx thought that socialism would be a formation that suggests a high level of development of productive forces and cannot be really created in a very backward country with using violence as one of the key factors. Karen, thank you very much. I have the only question to you. Because of your today's report and the very topic of this conference, which of the books you would like to refer our audience now, where you are raising those issues and questions that you discussed today? Perhaps I can just send a link to my books there, and then I would be offering those through the website. Thank you very much. And maybe Dr. Lane, maybe you would like to take the floor, and please also recommend a book of your own or an article that would be providing an answer to the questions that we have had today.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Well, there are a number of questions which I can address here. Firstly, what is it we can learn from the USSR? I think the important thing is that the USSR built socialism in the context of the backwardness of the USSR, the country which had come from essentially a position of feudalism. And that I think this has to be understood, that the development of productive forces is one thing, there's also a cultural dimension, and this influenced the character of socialism in the USSR. So I think that when one is looking at socialism, one can't simply attribute all the factors in the USSR to be defined simply as socialist factors. That's the first thing. The second thing, in terms of the collapse of the USSR, I think that the point was made about the subjective nature of the fall of the Soviet Union. That, in a sense, is true, but these really are lower level kinds of explanations. Gorbachev himself said that the Soviet Union could have continued in its pre-reform nature for considerable time. So it seems to me that one needed to look at the context, at the world context in which the Soviet Union found itself after the Second World War, particularly the rise and the development of capitalism and the leadership of the United States, so that the socialist bloc was encompassed by the economic and military and political power of the Western powers. So I think that this is what framed the situation in the Soviet Union, and it can't effectively be ignored. So that the subjective development occurred within these structural conditions of world capitalism. And I think the third point is that one can't now take the experience of the USSR, the experience, for instance, of October 1917, of the Second World War, and of the recovery from the Second World War as indications as to what can be done now, because the whole situation has changed. One has moved towards global and international corporations. This has moved the nature of power away from nation states. And the nation states then within this context have to look at the world situation. Seems to me that the Soviet Union wasn't really attuned to these developments, and it failed in this respect of accommodating itself to the New World Order. And the point which I made in my talk, or wanted to make it anyway, was that the Chinese seem to be able to understand these developments in a different way. Firstly, they develop things internally in a much more gradual way. They accept elements of capitalism within their system. They are concerned to recognize deficiencies in the system. And secondly, they're able to deal with the international order in a way in which the leaders of the Soviet Union did not do. That's all.
Thank you very much, dear David, for taking part in our conference. Again, I would like to give the floor to Jean. Perhaps, Jean, you can take like 2 minutes, no more. Well, the questions that I received are more or less about the role of the people. And I would open up with saying that how can we also critically assess the role of the people when the people brought Hitler to power and Nazis to power? Well, back then, actually, most of the people voted for communists and social democrats. Now, if those voters would have pulled their efforts together, they could have brought the parliamentarians to power. But social democrats and communists never agreed with each other, which actually resulted in Hitler coming to power and more or less abusing the social democratic views. So we need to have some feedback with the people. And, I used to say that leaders quite often are listening to people, but not hearing them. Well, it is one thing to listen to people, but hearing them and heeding them is a totally different thing. Trying to understand the messages of the people and their interests. And also one final point that I was impressed with when I was a sociologist and one of the top managers of a major enterprise said that you cannot really make people happy if you decide for the people what the people need and want. So, thank you, Jean. And indeed, please, in the chat, reference those articles of yours that you may recommend to our audience so that they can read from those articles and from your positions. By the way, I'm sorry, I just recently published a monograph between revolution and evolution. I can actually provide a hyperlink to that, or I actually can send a paper version of that to those interested. Really, this is a very interesting book with the very appropriate analysis of modern society. I would like to thank all the presenters and panelists today because it was an opening panel for today, for our conference actually, and we had different approaches and we had different topics raised and different methodological frameworks established, and perhaps this would make our conference a multifaceted one to demonstrate some contradictions in the Soviet system and discuss those. Thank you very much. And now we will have a 15-minute break and we'll meet again at 12. Thank you very much.
А вот для Жана Тощенко.
Да,
Жан, здравствуйте.
слушаю.
Я Шагин Анатолий Алексеевич. Я
Да,
работаю...
Что,
Идеология...
выключить, да, звук?
А? Вы видите меня, да?
Слушаю вас.
Коллеги, у меня к вам просьба. У нас идет трансляция, поэтому если можно локальные переговоры, тогда воспользуйтесь телефоном или чем-нибудь другим. Хорошо? Извините,
Хорошо.
пожалуйста. Да? Ну, просто это идет трансляция, потом будет запись на весь белый свет. Спасибо большое. Да, зайчик, я тебя слушаю.
Алло. Алло. Алло.
Простите, кто это тут включился? Алло, говорит.
Наверное, не в курсе, что у нас перерыв.
Да, наверное, да. Спасибо большое. Да, Салават, все отлично, но я забыл, что нужна заставка перерыв. Если можно, вот там, где конференция, название, напишите перерыв до 12:00, потом там, соответственно, перерыв до 14:00 и так далее, чтобы выставлять, хорошо? Да?
Можно таймер выставлять.
Коллеги, да, извините, просто мы потеряли заставку, что идет перерыв. Приношу извинения. Уважаемые коллеги, я на минуточку для будущих докладчиков. For the
Okay,
next
colleagues,
few-
for the
Then will be Savas Matsas Михаил, потом Savas. Не надо. Спасибо, уважаемые друзья, переводчики. Спасибо огромное. Отдохните хоть 2 минутки. Я скажу по-русски, по-английски. Спасибо вам огромное. So it will be first Renfrey Clark, then Savas Matsas Михаил. Savas will be next, second. Then Людмила Булавка, and then Владимир Пантин. Владимир Игоревич, вы будете последним выступать. Людмила Булавка, третий. Да, вот меня поправляют, что завершающим, а не последним. Последних не бывает. Совершенно верно. Напоминаю, 15 минут на каждого докладчика.
Good morning, Sasha.
Good morning, Savas.
Okay, you can hear me well, okay? I have no problem.
Savas, everything is perfect, and you have wonderful background.
Yeah, I am in the Kalymnos Island, near the border of
yes.
Turkey, in the south of
Aegean.
Aegean.
Yeah.
And
You
Katerina
can
is here with
the
me.
smell of sea and atmosphere of wonderful Greek summer and islands. And
We miss you very much. We hope to see you soon.
yes,
Greece.
I hope so. It's
Or
terrible that we have all these problems with
the pandemic, yeah.
The pandemic, yes.
Okay.
But he looks well.
Thank you. We'll see in September in Paris what will happen.
I'm sure 100% nobody can make something bad with communists.
No, I will not die before the victory of the world socialism. So
definitely. Savas, Людмила wants to tell you.
Савас, дорогой, здравствуй, мой дорогой. Счастливо тебя слышать, видеть. Необычайно. И очень люблю. Катеньку поцелуй.
Катенька, yes.
Катенька.
Ella.
Катенька, дорогая моя. Скучаю необычайно. А это наш дорогой Рентфи. Это дорогой Рентфи наш. Обнимаю крепко. Дорогой Рентфи, спасибо. Очень часто тебя вспоминаем. Не вспоминаем. Тебя вспоминать нельзя, потому что ты все время в диалоге с нами. Спасибо тебе огромное. Обнимаю тебя крепко.
I'm sorry, colleagues, for this introduction, private talks. Извините, коллеги, но просто очень давно не видели старые друзья. И вот такие эмоции. Через 2 минуты мы начинаем вторую сессию нашей конференции. Уважаемые коллеги, мы начинаем нашу работу.
Colleagues, second panel is on. We're live again. Are we recording? Yes, fine. Me who will moderate this session, Mr. Buzgalin, as you know me. During session 1, we heard divergent views on the reasons and the key takeaways from the collapse of the Soviet Union and on the outlook for the Soviet. So far, we dig into the reasons, and we'll have a dedicated panel on the lessons for future socialism. In any case, I believe all of these speakers will mention that. I'm so happy to see all of our friends and comrades from around the world, north, south, east, west. Raintree Clark is in a winter coat. It seems that Australia is suffering from cold. You know, Australia is usually associated with ostriches, kangaroos, and extreme heat. And Savas Matsas is on a Greek island. And judging by your smiles, I can hear that interpretation is okay. You can hear it? Okay, please nod your head, yes. Okay, so I'd like to remind you of some housekeeping rules. 15 minutes for reports. All of the questions can be put in the chat. If you have any interpretation issues from Russian into English, I can help you. I think everyone knows Russian except for Mr. Savas Matas. And then all of the panelists will have about 3 minutes to respond to the questions and the other interventions, and then a couple of minutes for the moderator to sum it all up. And so we begin. I give the floor to Renfrey Clark. He's a good old friend of ours. We used to be comrades in arms for decades. Even during the Soviet times, he's been working with Russia, with the CIS. He's translated hundreds of documents, books from Russian into English, and we really appreciate his effort and contribution. It's widely acknowledged. I'm so happy to see Renfrey. We haven't seen each other offline in many years. Over to you, Renfrey Clark, Australia.
Добрый день, друзья.
Good morning, friends.
To understand the fate of the Soviet Union, we need a broad grasp of the world historical context in which the USSR arose, consolidated itself, and ultimately expired. In my view, the Russian Revolution of 1917 should be seen as belonging to a category of early revolutions. These are overturns that occur in periods when the preconditions for new socio-economic forms of rule are merely beginning to cohere. Revolutions in such a setting establish themselves only with great difficulty. Internationally, the old social order, though suffering fearsome crises, retains important dynamism and is able to subject new revolutionary states to isolation and often armed attack. Meanwhile, the internal development of early revolutions is marked by enormous contradictions. Old and new social forms are combined in highly unstable fashion. The Russian Revolution displayed the contradictions of early revolutions in an extreme degree. Following the Civil War, there could be no question of beginning a direct advance to socialism. The need was for survival and to restore production in a ruined economy. Further, the revolutionaries lacked technical and administrative knowledge. To run the country, they had to rely heavily on Tsarist-era officials and specialists. And here, a fateful paradox. As the cadres of the Communist Party faced this daunting situation after the Civil War, their thinking was marked by a persistent streak of ultra-leftism. A key influence on them was the experience of war communism. Lenin had understood war communism as a desperate expedient. But if I'm not mistaken, many Bolsheviks internalized it as a model to be reapplied in short order once a functioning economy had been restored. Lenin in 1921 had to fight hard to win the introduction of the new economic policy. And I've no doubt that many of his comrades, while agreeing reluctantly with his perspectives at that time, still longed for an all-out campaign that would harness the united willpower of the proletariat to crush backwardness and poverty within a few years. Now, we all know the dramatic changes that brought NEP to an end in 1928. How do we understand these moves? I see them as the triumph of a contradictory fusion of bureaucratic conservative practice, the heritage of the Tsarist official and of the Akhrana, with ultra-left ambitions, exceedingly bold, but marked by this serious streak of ultra-left thinking. It was certainly a time of authoritarianism, but the course taken by the party-state apparatus from 1928, industrialization, collectivization, wasn't just ruthlessly authoritarian, but also ultra-left. There was no conception of building an accommodation with the country's small and middle bourgeoisie. Those strata were abolished. The peasants were collectivized at appalling cost. And a rapid but prodigiously wasteful program of industrialization was begun. As we know, the planned centralized command economy was able to construct modern basic industry and to fight off fascist attack. The losses from the war were made up and strong economic growth continued through the 1960s. Nevertheless, the deformities of the Soviet system remained baked in. The rigidity, the inefficiency, the wastefulness remained huge impediments. Now, the command economy had been able to cope, though very imperfectly, with the relatively simple planning demands of primary industrialization. But by the 1970s, the economy needed to provide a growing multitude of specialized products and services. The centralized planning apparatus could no longer make the exponentially increasing number of economic decisions that were needed. It could not substitute for the role of independent small and medium enterprises in running a modern consumer economy based on complex science and technology. The urgent need was to devolve decision-making powers to lower levels. But this was largely blocked by the political need of the bureaucratic conservative regime to maintain its centralized control. At the same time, the remaining ultra-left mindset of the regime meant that market forms and functions remained largely anathema. Countless necessary planning and pricing decisions were simply not made, or were made ineptly and inflexibly on the basis of inadequate information. Industrial managers resorted to subterfuge and corruption to meet planned targets. Product quality was sacrificed, as was innovation. To maintain heavy industrial growth rates, investment in consumer production and services was kept weak, perpetuating the economy of shortages and causing popular anger. At the same time, this remained an early revolution. World capitalism was not collapsing on schedule. Indeed, the 1950s and 1960s in the West were decades of strong growth and rapid innovation. Imperialism allotted vast sums to stepping up its military threats. For the Soviet population, the need to maintain a large military deterrent drastically limited progress toward a society of socialist abundance. So long as growth rates remained higher than in the West and mass living standards trended slowly upward, the bureaucratic stratum that monopolized political power in the USSR kept its nerve. But in the mid-1970s, their model hit a roadblock. Less and less was it possible to secure growth by extensive means. Increasingly, growth became possible only through raising productivity, through innovation. This need, however, collided directly with the management patterns of Soviet enterprises. To innovate was to risk failing to meet planned targets, and that would incur serious penalties. By the early 1980s, growth in Soviet GDP had almost ceased, running at barely 2% per year. This was now less than the growth rates in major capitalist economies. The confidence of the Soviet elites in their economic model was shaken. At the same time, broad layers of the intelligentsia grew critical of the Soviet system. To the stagnation of the economy, political crisis was now added. Now, the bolder Soviet theorists of the early and mid-1980s understood the need to reject the ultra-left dogmas. These strategists, as they sought lessons in the economic forms of the NEP years, were not in most cases seeking a return to capitalism. There was still a recognition that social ownership had to be hegemonic and that certain planning mechanisms were needed. But for the members of the bureaucratic conservative ruling stratum, abandoning the command economy posed a direct threat. The power and privileges of that stratum rested on the existing hyper-centralized forms. If the building of socialism was to rest on a loosened regime in which small private firms, cooperatives, and worker-managed state enterprises competed within a regulated, market-using economy, what place would there be for the old hierarchs? We remember the slowness, the hesitancy with which the Soviet elite in the 1980s came to recognize that drastic changes to actually existing socialism were unavoidable. But if there was to be a reformed democratic socialist state, what were the chances that the old rulers would keep their high-ceiling departments, their limousines, their Black Sea holiday resorts? Still, they had an alternative. They could exchange power for property. They could become capitalists. And as we remember, all their studies of Marxism-Leninism were brushed off like dandruff from their shoulders. Making a choice for capitalism was, of course, a risky option for them. These people lacked the most elementary knowledge of how to function as capitalists. And with the new capitalist economy run by novices and lacking the most basic market infrastructure, even avoid collapse. Still, rather than fight for a civilized socialism, this was the choice the Soviet hierarchs preferred. In making their choice, the Soviet elite had a key political ally in the bulk of the intelligentsia. I spent the final Soviet years in Moscow, and I remember the kitchen conversations. The faith of the intelligentsia in capitalism was ironclad. And let's remember, it was the intelligentsia who in those final years held day-to-day control over the mass media. The real tragedy of the Russian counter-revolution of the 1990s, however, wasn't that of the intelligentsia starving in their institutes. It was the tragedy of the workers. I recall during the Perestroika years having illusions of my own. Surely the workers would resist any attempt at the restoration of capitalism. Look what they had to lose. But eventually I realized that no such resistance was going to happen. A lifetime of bureaucratic conservative rule had left workers in the USSR profoundly depoliticized. Even those workers who sensed the danger were mostly atomized. How could you go about organizing? There was no leadership.
Ренфри, извини, у тебя 2 минуты.
I'm sorry, you have 2 minutes left.
No one in the working class had any experience. I want to conclude by pointing to a number of enormous ironies. The first of these is that the Soviet Union lasted long enough that, in my view, it ceased to be an early revolution. The mid-1970s, when growth in the USSR began slowing drastically, was also the period when world capitalism experienced its first really serious economic crisis of the post-war era. Further capitalist crises were to follow regularly. The long-term trend of profit rates and GDP growth was inexorably downward. The Soviet elite had embraced capitalism at a point when capitalism, though still armed and dangerous, was losing its ability to improve the lives of working people, when its revolutionary overthrow was not just possible, but an increasingly obvious necessity. A second irony is that from the end of the 1970s, a nearby revolution was successfully tackling various key shortcomings of the old economic model. In Deng Xiaoping, the Chinese party found a leader prepared to insist that the need to make wide use of market mechanisms and private ownership forms could not be leapt over. And Deng, crucially, was not Gorbachev. In China, the primacy of socialized property was very deliberately preserved. Now, the fall of the Soviet Union was a heavy blow for the global left, but 3 decades later, the failure of the Russian Revolution to survive into the era when capitalism's potential was becoming exhausted has not altered the general march of history in any really decisive way. Victory in the Cold War did not bring world capitalism a significant recovery in the rate of profit. The crises of capitalism have continued and intensified. Now, today, the capitalism of my country, Australia, stays solvent by courtesy of the demand created by strong growth in the socialist-oriented mixed economy
дорогой,
of China.
твое время закончилось.
I'm sorry. Can you please move on to the conclusions? Your time is up.
China is now by far the world's largest industrial producer and its largest producer exporter. So in this sense, the revolution the Bolsheviks began continues to race ahead. The baton has simply been handed over. Thank you.
Огромное спасибо, Ренфри.
Thank you so much, Renfrey, for your overview. I'm sorry for my bad demeanor. You know, that's the disadvantage of being a moderator, you know too well. Now I'd like to give the floor to another regular member of our debate, our friend and author of hundreds of documents in multiple languages about Marxism, socialism, communism, freedom, a political fighter, the leader of one of the left parties in Greece. Savas Masas Mikhail, over to you.
Thank you, Sasha. Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие товарищи.
Colleagues, comrades.
I will continue in English. 30 years ago, world capitalism, headed by US imperialism, celebrated the collapse of the Soviet Union as the end of history, the end of communism, the final and complete victory of liberal capitalism as the historical proof of its superiority as an unchallenged eternal natural order. But where we are 30 years later? 30 years later, the same world capitalism finds itself in desperate conditions, and the worst, still unsolvable crisis of its history, compounded by the ravages of the still unfinished COVID-19 pandemic. And US NATO imperialism officially declares that post-Soviet Russia and China are the main strategic competitors for America and the West. How is it possible that the countries presented as defeated in the Cold War by superior Western capitalist system are now considered by the same victors, in quotes, as their greatest systemic danger. The 1919 triumphalism of capitalism turned to be worse than a colossal strategic miscalculation. To use the terms from the ancient Greek tragedy, it was a hubris. And as in the ancient Greek tragedy, hubris is followed by ati, fury, and then by nemesis, punishment. Imperialist hubris, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, the illusion of a monopolar war dominated by an invincible American empire, led to fury, to the madness of the so-called war on terror, the fury unleashed against Afghanistan and Iraq, which after spreading disaster and death to these countries, led now to a humiliating defeat and to withdraw for the US aggressors and their allies, remind us the historic defeat of US imperialism in Vietnam. Kabul is a second Saigon. Finally, nemesis itself, the punishment, gave on the level of the system itself, of the mode of production of capitalism, two so far terrible global blows. The one, the more devastating than the other. In 2008, the global capitalist crisis, still unresolved. In 2020, the humanitarian catastrophe of the COVID-19 pandemic, a product also of capital globalization. Now the king is naked, and US and the world capitalism are in advanced, irreversible, historic decline. Thus, the causes of the collapse of the Soviet Union and of the former Soviet socialist bloc have to search elsewhere, not in a non-existent superiority of capitalism, which is in shambles. The 1919 collapse reveals the hollowness, in my view, of theories presenting the Soviet Union as a capitalist or state capitalist country, and also I don't agree with the conception that it was an Asiatic mode of production. The Asiatic mode of production was a movement and transition pre-class to proto-class society, and the Soviet Union was a transition from capitalist to a post-capitalist transition towards socialism, very different. To understand why the Soviet Union has collapsed, we have to comprehend what has collapsed, what were its social historical nature and its driving contradictions. It was a fully developed socialism state or not. I fully understand personally, and others, comrades, the nostalgia for the Soviet past, which exists particularly in the vast populations of the former Soviet space. It has a very objective basis. It goes, if you compare the far better social conditions of work, shelter, health, education, etc., in Soviet times, to the dear, tragic, often desperate social situation today. But that means that the Soviet society had completed the revolutionary socialist transition started in 1917 and reached a fully developed socialism, which then unexpectedly, by a miracle, collapsed in 1991. I don't believe it. The Soviet Union was born out of the greatest socialist revolution in history in October 1917 in Russia. The Great October Socialist Revolution was not just an important national change in Russia. It was a world historical event, changing the course of humankind and marking its entry into a new transitional epoch, striving beyond the last antagonistic class society capitalism towards a class society of universal human emancipation. It was the international contradiction, as Lenin emphasized, that exploded in the First World War that have broken the weakest link of the imperialist chain. And as Lenin again insisted, the main thing it was the break of the international chain of decaying capitalism, not solely the break of a specific national link. We have an epochal break of historical continuity to understand, which explains that it is impossible for capitalism after 1917 to return in the historical stage how it was before the October Revolution or before the First World War. The attempt between the two world wars, to restore the pre-1914 international liberal order led, as we know very well, to the crash of 1929, to fascism, to a second world war. The problem and the tragedy, it was that the revolution started in Soviet Russia, the socialist construction started there, the transition started, a worldwide transition, but it was followed by a non-stop series of defeats of the social revolution, particularly the defeats in Germany and Europe in 1923, compounded by the defeat in China in 1927, and that left isolated the first worker state in a relatively backward country, encircled under gigantic imperialist pressures, a country devastated also by the World War, previous Great War, and the intervention by 14 imperialist armies together with a white counter-revolution against Soviet power. Bureaucratization came from this protracted isolation, because in the woods of the land of October, a gangrene developed because of the protracted isolation, and that's a product of the contradictions. The bureaucracy raised itself above society, trying to regulate the contradictions, which was not able to do, and from a result of contradictions became a factor, an active factor to exacerbate these contradictions both in and international. There's a whole system of contradictions that we have to analyze if we have to understand. I have no time to do that now. I will do it in an article. But the fundamental contradiction, in my view, it is always between the world character of modern productive forces and the national character of socialist construction. Of course, the revolution does not start simultaneously all over the world. It can start in a single country, socialist construction as well, but it cannot be completed without the overthrowing of the capital's control on the world resources and on the world productive forces. That means without the overthrow of Western capitalism. Of course, the superiority, if you like, of the planned methods of the economy, it was proved by the gigantic leaps that the Soviet Union did all the decades of its existence. But the contradiction is that with every such leap, you had more, deeper, the need of Soviet economy for the development to take control, to reach access to these world productive forces. Until the moment of its collapse, the Soviet Union reached only the level, if not mistaken, of 40 of the GDP, 40% of the US GDP. China today it is 70%, okay? It is very different in one sense. But these problems, this isolation, which make them to lose control to all the contradiction between the socialist productive relations and the low level of national productive forces, between productive relations, distribution relations, between production, etc., which in certain point made impossible the transition, it was called by Soviet economists, to go from an extensive to an intensive stage of socialist construction. And particularly the contradiction between the planning as well and the law of value, which is regulating not just it has a worldwide function. It is an international law exerting its pressure both internally and externally on the Soviet Union, create enormous problems. And the relation between planning and this pressure from market forces cannot be solved without the active participation of the masses themselves to their fate. Ernesto Che Guevara, very rightly in my view, had said that planning is only the first stage in the struggle of the human beings to acquire full domination over the things, to escape from his condition as an economic thing. Planning is the first step to go beyond alienation. But the impasse of a bureaucratic socialism in a single country was not overcome even after the Second World War, the great victory against fascism, by the extension of Soviet-type bureaucratized social and political regimes, either from above in Eastern Europe or by the victories of the revolution in Yugoslavia, China, Vietnam, or Cuba. And as a matter of fact, there was not a real world socialist system which created, but a vast archipelago of asymmetric, stronger or weaker island of socialism, single countries. And I think the problems of the Comecon, many analysts show them, analyze them, and there is a very good recent book by Hungarian comrades, edited by Thomas Kraus, on the socialist experience in Eastern Europe that we have to study again. So when the post-war boom of capitalism, Western capitalism, based on the Bretton Woods system, finished to the collapse of the Bretton Woods system, and you have a decade of upheavals internationally, capitalism tried to find a way out by turning to finance capital globalization. When the final capitalist globalization reached its zenith, it exercised its maximum pressure to the over-indebted Eastern European countries, as well to a Soviet Union, which knew it was at that moment at the bottom of a protracted period of stagnation without any foreseeable way out. The collapse was not a predestined, objective, inescapable result. Although objective material historical forces play a determining role, the role of the bureaucracy as objective factor, as well the lack of the transformation of the working class in the Soviet Union, of the Soviet people themselves, to an active subjectivity, changing the world, led to a point where we had the Soviet Union facing a blocked transition. I developed in other places the notion, the concept of crisis of transition, where you have a social formation which cannot develop forwards, cannot regress back, and cannot stay in the same point. And then the disintegration starts from not a transition towards socialism, but not even, it is a transition or a crisis of transition from a non-actually existing socialism to a non-actually existing capitalism at the end. So, because if we look back to the 1991, the collapse was not a result of an overgrowth of capitalist tendencies, of market forces, etc., of the last few years, but on the contrary, was the result of bureaucratic strangulation of the socialist tendencies within the Soviet economy and the Soviet society. The building of socialism needs, above all, the conscious participation, as I said, the initiative, the enthusiasm, the inspiration of the working masses, as well an international and internationalism horizon of struggle, not for adaptation to imperialism.
Я тебя люблю, но время заканчивается. Time is finishing. Already finished, Savas, please.
I finish now. I have just a final remark and I finish. Saying the following. Why 30 years after imperialism put such pressure to China and Russia? I think for many, not just only because of the crisis, but they know very well the Brzezinski geopolitical plan. It was really to disintegrate the former Soviet Union, as well as China later, to balkanize and to colonize. And as the capitalist restoration process, both in Russia and in China, reach and dead end, stagnation, and these problems, the danger is here. And it started with all the US administrations, including the current one. So we have to fight, despite all the critical stand that we have to have towards the ruling elites in these countries. And we think that we need an anti-imperialist struggle against these war threats. And this anti-imperialist struggle cannot be trapped in a blind nationalism serving the elites, but to acquire a permanent character until the defeat of the oligarchs and of the capitalist restoration, which opened the road to US and NATO imperialism and colonization. And the post-Soviet masses, the Russian masses, all the peoples in the post-socialist space are not alone, because the worsening global problems demanding global solutions now produce a growing convergence of mass struggles of workers and oppressed people, both in global south, the global north. And in this struggle, the masses of the Soviet Union and China will not be alone. The completed world historical transition that started in October 1917 in Russia can and has to be completed with a World October in the 21st century. Спасибо большое.
Savas, огромное спасибо за это.
Savas, thank you very much for this optimistic note of internationalism and the call for a global October, for which we live and fight and trying to overcome any problems, including the current pandemic. I'd like to give the floor now to Ludmila Bulavka, the professor of the Faculty of Philosophy of Moscow State University. She was moderating the first session. Now she will be the presenter in the second session. And then after her, Professor Pantin. So, thank you very much, and thank you to Renfric Clark, and thank you to Savas Matas for the very interesting presentations. My topic of my presentation is the three sources of the Soviet Union, the dialectics of Demise. Of course, the Soviet Union was based on the ideas of the October Socialist Revolution, not as a political event primarily, but rather as a turn back and then the full turn of the global development, which set the stage for other systems. So the first source of the genesis of the USSR was social creativity, or what Lenin called the living creativity of the working masses. Abstract words, you may think, but really backed by a solution of the essential questions of revolutionary changes against the background of economic problems after the First World War and the Civil War, again driven by the desire to resolve the problem of the dominant dominance of classes. Now we may be thinking, who is trying to seek the same solutions? Which political forces? None. And here we need to accentuate this point. We need to also remember where this revolutionary person coming out of the trenches of the First World War, coming out of the bloody fights of the Civil War, would find the source for creativity. It may sound nicely, but it was driven by the need to resolve very basic needs. The cities were frozen and without any utilities, school children did not go to schools in the first year of after the revolution, just like the academia never accepted the revolution. So the revolutionaries, sometimes illiterate people, they had the need to resolve those issues and problems. Indeed, revolutionaries were trying to find a solution with all its drawbacks and errors made, but many of the problems were resolved by the revolutionaries. And indeed, the social creativity and the essence of the social creativity was about trying to provide an answer to the everyday challenges and issues, and out of which we had the new formation, the new social formation born, which was meeting the needs of society, the needs of culture, and the needs of people. By the way, social creativity and the participation in such social creativity really set the new dimension for human beings, measured not by money, not by religion, but by the level of creativity of people and the ability to resolve sometimes unsolvable issues. And this was the foundation of socialism. The chronotype of socialism was also based on global heritage and global culture. That's why Soviet culture actually became part of global culture. A revolutionary was thinking about the world as his or her own small community and try to provide an answer to the global challenges. Another point, well, trying to provide such solutions, people change themselves, following the formula of Marx, what Lenin actually stressed, and that was correct. By changing the reality, you change yourself, and that was the transformation and the creation and establishment of a new human being, a new human. Then people were becoming the subjects of history and subjects of culture because they had the need for culture. Such grandiose events, historical events, that involved those illiterate masses or those revolutionaries really gave birth to the need to rethink where do you go? Why do you go there? And what is my interest in all such changes? And this was the source of self-consciousness and understanding yourself as a revolutionary, and you need a dialogue for that. That is why in the 20s you have the Civil War, but you also see various cultural clubs mushrooming. It was not any, a high culture. I'm not talking about, Eisenstein or Meyerhold high caliber culture, but rather it was about culture of the masses, of trying to understand yourself as part of this culture. That was the source of the need for culture. And the third source was the culture itself. It was not a mirror that you would be looking at, but rather culture. Let me put it like this. Culture was becoming a tool of creating a new world, and it was also the product of such a new world, because the person was actually becoming the product and the output of this new world. I only highlighted some of the broad characteristics of the establishment of the Soviet Union. However, in addition to such broad characteristics, he also had other gray aspects that were born out of the problems of the Soviet Union. Of course, you had to try to resolve the problems of the old inherited system, but also the drawbacks of the new system. But back in the 20s and 30s, those contradictions quite often remained unsolved. Then the patriarchal person coming from the village without being involved in this creativity would be self-locked. And again, where to find your self-expression, it would be in the management, in the bodies of governance, and that was the embodiment of the Stalinism, there. And this the gray aspects of the Soviet system then became the black aspects of the Soviet system, the repressions and the violence. A painful topic to discuss, but still to be discussed because we need to understand all the stages of the establishment of socialism. However, for the bureaucratic Stalinist trend, the most important trait of people was not whether the people were proponents of socialism. Yes, it was important, but the main enemy to the Stalin system was a person who actually recognized him or herself and acted as the creator of history. This is understandable because this is the trait of any bureaucracy. It would not really agree with any opposition. Now, coming to some conclusions, this fight between the red or good aspects and the gray aspects actually had different proportions in time. Indeed, we won over, I mean, we, the red, won over the black aspect, but we paid a price for that. We really came to de-Sovietize the subject of culture. Now, if in the 20s and 30s this black aspect was not a threat to the socialist system, but then after the war was over, the petty bourgeoisie became a threat because the petty bourgeoisie was not this patriarchal person from the rural areas, but rather the Soviet people. They were thinking, well, I want it is not that I got my education to be understood by the simple, ordinary people, but I want to be on top of them. And Pomeranz, in his book of the dreams of the world, was talking about his main character, Kuzma. And Kuzma was really arduous in his desires, and he would be really going out and would really come to the fore to oppose the petty bourgeoisie. But Kuzma would not really join dissidents and the opposition. He did not want to apply somebody else's role, but he would not have a role of his own. And then the person lost his role as a subject of history and going more and more down, going to become a part of petty bourgeoisie. And that was the demise of social creativity, and culture was becoming an icon or an object of consumerism, and this all really undermined internally the Soviet Union. Not only weakened the immune system of the Soviet Union and the immune system of the Soviet man, it was the fascism was won over by the Soviet man, but not by a particular ethnicity, rather. And this demise of the very concept of the Soviet man led to the fact that the private person, the private ownership, and the private idea actually had the upper hand towards the end of the Soviet Union. And drawing some conclusions, I should say that despite this tragic logic of the development of the Soviet Union towards the end of its existence, we can never say that this was an experiment. History does not really have any experiments, and the Soviet Union was not another experiment. It was the natural development of history. And I would say that we would still have a comeback of the Soviet idea because it was based not on a political or religious idea or economic idea. It was based on an idea which demonstrated itself as a principle of creation of a new world that we're going to build. So the USSR was built on the idea of the development of a human being as a subject of culture, as a subject of society, and coming back to such an idea as an idea of human development would mean always to come back to the good aspects, red aspects of the Soviet Union. Thank you. Thank you, Ludmila. Indeed, it was, I think, a very important presentation focusing on the key aspects of our discussion today of social creativity and culture. Indeed, we have a bias towards economic and political debates here, but we should not forget that social creativity, although based on economics, is something that changes people and history, and it is a very important characteristic of Marxism, in addition to the objective laws and rules of development. I'd like to give the floor now to Professor Igor Pantin, who is the chief fellow of the Institute of the World Relations of the Russian Academy of Sciences. So 15 minutes to you and some discussion to follow. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Well, I have a multi-dimensional report and presentation to make, but I have only 15 minutes to discuss the reasons and the consequences and the conclusions of what has happened. So I should be brief there. I would be providing some just bullet points there. I have presentations on each of the points rather, and but I would spend maybe 2 or 3 minutes on each. Two preliminary points to make in light of the discussion that we have had so far. I should remind you to Karen and to the audience this immortal idea of Marx, which he expressed in German genealogies. So to us, this is the movement that overcomes the existing circumstances. So this is what we mean by our idea of socialism. Now, waiting for any technological framework to be established for socialism may mean that we are going to spend another 100 years and we would see the end of any socialist ideas because capitalism would win over. And also the collapse of the Soviet Union is not only a geopolitical catastrophe, as it is popular to say today, but it is a global catastrophe. It is cultural and social and political and economic and all kinds of other catastrophes. And now briefly about the causes and reasons for the collapse or liquidation of the Soviet Union. I should say here that, of course, this large-scale historical event is associated and caused by many reasons and causes, and many of those have been named today. However, I would rather agree with what Ludmila said, and this is would be my kind of like starting point. We need to find the main link in this whole chain, as Vladimir Lenin said, by pulling which we may pull out the full chain. So by just pulling up one link, and this link is the transformation of the Soviet intelligentsia and the Soviet elite into something else. This was the result of some unconstrained desire to make friends with the West, with the United States in particular, and with Western Europe at any price to copy the Western way of life and to mimic that way of life. And I'm talking about the capitalist West, not the socialist elements in the capitalist West that still existed. And this actually led to the denial of socialism back in the 70s and 80s, denial of socialist and communist ideology, denial and rejection of the fight against capitalism. I do fully remember all those phases, Perestroika, new thinking, and the turning of anti-Stalinism into this anti-Sovietism, which we see, and anti-socialism, which we see everywhere today in the world. So instead of human development, which was the focal point of socialism, and which was the driving force of any socialist effort and of or movement towards socialism, instead of this cultural and spiritual development of man, the material interest was coming to fore. And it was not really about meeting the material needs of people, but rather the development of the productive forces for the sake of those forces. And this was accompanied with the bureaucracy that emerged during Stalin's days and evolved later on. So unfortunately, in the Soviet Union, starting with the 60s and 70s, we have seen some gradual change in the ideology. It was the socialist ideas and ideology was replaced by the liberal ideology, by the bourgeois view of the fundamental values and rules like freedom, like human rights, like democracy, like the development of people and of society. Today, we see the full dominance of the Western bourgeois or liberal radical view of all such values, while democracy, human rights, and social justice and freedom, that liberalism is trying to abuse, all these values need to be rethought and based on socialist theory and ideology. Unfortunately, this has not been done so far. But I think that this is quite a relevant task. Again, in the 60s and 70s, and even earlier than that, under Stalin, it was also quite relevant, but it is even more relevant for the for Russia and for the Western countries. Unfortunately, the left in Russia and in the West are more or less led by the liberal ideas. And Sarah Bonknecht actually wrote about that in her book about people who are happy and self-satisfied. And I think that this is something that other people are also talking about.
Потому что фактически самостоятельность левых сил, включая КПРФ, включая другие.
But like I said, it is quite topical for Russia because this is an idea that is dominating the current society, and there is no kind of like self-sufficiency of the left forces.
Unlike the vulgar interpretation of Marxism, I believe that we need to focus on social structure and the composition of the society, and the social economic factors that played a big role and they made a difference. They are kind of related to it. I don't want to say what's primary, what's secondary. I'm just saying there is a link in between. So we didn't have any major projects to drive the economy that we used to have in the 1920s, 30s, and even 50s. And then space was the big thing. And the defense, that's it. Then we saw so much red tape. We saw a separatist sentiment in some of the republics. And that all contributed to the break up of the Soviet Union. But the core factor is the transformation of the elite and the intelligentsia, the devolution of these elites. Now, what are the key takeaways? Well, I'm sorry, the repercussions. The repercussions were disastrous. A real socialist alternative to the global transnational capitalism disappeared overnight. It was a real alternative. We always have other types of alternatives. We're just on words, but that's inadequate. As for China, yes, they claim economic success, but so far it's not such an alternative. Will we see anything in the future? Well, let's wait and see. Unlike Soviet bureaucracy, China did not fully go this way. They didn't copy that they have everything in the West. They didn't want to become friends with the West at every cost. They have their own culture, and that helped them. They have they have a major heritage, and global capitalism cannot destroy it this fast. Any other consequences? Well, that's deindustrialization, global deindustrialization, not just true for the US, and former President Trump mentioned that, and others. The dominance of global capital, interested in speculation, that's the essence of natural capital. And Lenin mentioned that in his book, Imperialism as the Supreme State, the interest in wars, in coup d'etats, the invasion of Iraq, Libya, then intervention in Ukraine, Afghanistan, and it could go on end if you don't put up resistance to this financial capital. The prevalence of the neoliberal ideology that got upgraded, that somehow pivoted to the left, but in essence, it's not the left, it's the bourgeois ideology. We also saw the low influence and the lower footprint of the left around the world. And my previous colleagues also talked about the degradation of culture and education around the world. The US has been vocal about it. Some of the Western countries have mentioned that too. And Russia is seeing dwindling quality of education and culture. Capitalism doesn't need highly talented, qualified people. Left socialist groups need to distance themselves from bourgeois groups, and they need to be separate. They need to keep neoliberal practices at bay. All those neoliberal interpretations of freedom need to be abandoned. We need to reinvent the definitions of freedom and democracy with focus on socialism, or the focus on social problems that are pressing today. Financial capitalism doesn't need freedom. They need just the visibility. They need the facade of freedom. And another lesson from the collapse of the Soviet Union. Again, first we had the civil war. I'm sorry for this aside. So we had 14 countries that tried to divide Russia. Then we had the economic disaster. Then we had the defeat. Then we had the rise of Stalinist collectivism, industrialism. Then World War II, and then without a pause, the Cold War started when the Soviet Union was put under pressure, and it's a miracle that it rose up and became resurgent and was able to compete with the US in some of the aspects, particularly in technology, in space. So under these daunting conditions, the Soviet Union has managed to do quite a lot, and this is an invaluable experience. If we don't study it, if we don't internalize it, all of our deliberations might be fruitless. But we don't need to repeat anything of what happened. History doesn't repeat itself. History needs some positive, steady movement. So we shouldn't be friends with the financial oligarchs in West Europe or in the US, or expect any freedom, democracy from it. As Marx said, capitalism would commit any crime for its 300% of profit. It's a thought as relevant as possible today, and I'm sure that will be relevant going forward. So we just need to have sustainable left forces that need to distance themselves from bourgeois so-called friends, or those who are good wishers, goodniks, but they don't do the right stuff. Thank you so much. We have a heated debate in the chat. So we have debates along several tracks. Some say that the elites are seeing a devolution, degrading. Can a nation see degradation? So is it just the elite or the key contradictions within the Soviet system? That's the first track. The second track is the issue raised by Ludmila: social alienation, social creativity. And third, the nature of the Soviet system, whether it's the Asian production system or the capitalist system, as the key reason why our Soviet system disappeared. And on my part, I'd like to add another question. What is the primary component? The geopolitical disaster, or the collapse of the future of the path towards socialism? So whether abandoning socialism led to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the rise of 15 separate states. I'd like to ask Marxist Mikhail, Renfrey Clark, Mr. Panchin, and Ludmila Bulavka to comment on any of these items and any of these debates. I'd like to thank you, all those who who post their questions in the chat. So Renfrey, over to you.
Renfrey.
Renfrey, are you online?
Yes.
You seem to be muted.
Right.
Без слова.
Well, just one point with reference to what Savas had to say. Actually, China's economy today is larger than that of the United States. If it's measured in the best way of considering these things, which is purchasing price parity. In fact, Chinese economy, Chinese GDP has been larger than that of the US since about 2014, and it's now about 15% larger. And it's sprinting away at the moment. So in that sense, the demise of the Soviet Union was a terrible blow to the left internationally, and all sorts of possibilities ceased to be then. But the point to be remembered is that that hasn't been the end of the course of history. The crisis, the international crisis of capitalism has continued and has been exacerbated. Now, Savas's comment on a blocked transition, this is a tremendously fertile idea. Socialism doesn't come about through flicking a switch on or off. It's a dialectical process that plays out over many decades, and it's transitional in character. And what occurred in the Soviet Union was that the logical course toward the construction of socialism was blocked by the generally unfavorable situations in which the revolution initially occurred, and then by the rise of what I term a bureaucratic conservative leadership, which was incapable of overcoming its own worst instincts and developing a mixed economy that was capable of providing all the needs of the population at the same time as maintaining the hegemony of the working class and the fundamental elements of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Bureaucratic strangulation, yes, this is something tremendously interesting, because it was at precisely that stage, at the beginning of the 1990s, that capitalism entered into a particularly horrible period of its evolution, one of its worst crises, its worst crisis really since the 1930s, up at that stage. And yet that was the stage at which the Soviet leadership decisively embraced capitalism. The ironies there are tremendous. And to balkanize and colonize the Soviet Union, those are the aims of imperialism. And it's very striking, the fact that the Soviet elite at that time accepted that price. The Soviet Union was balkanized, and the logic of that process was it would be colonized if that process had proceeded somewhat further. Russia itself would have been destroyed.
I'm sorry, your time is running out.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Да, спасибо, Ренфри.
Thank you so much, Renfrey. I'm sorry. Salavat, could you please stop sharing the screen?
Yannick, explicați din...
Thank you so much, Renfrey, once again. Savas,
Okay.
yes, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's up. Okay. Now, the questions arising in the discussion, as well the important points made by Renfrey before, shows that the question about the collapse of the Soviet Union does not belong to the past. We don't discuss the past, we discuss the future of human emancipation in a very crucial moment in which we are now, and where the global problems that humanity faces needs global solutions. So we cannot go there with historical amnesia, forgetting.
Салават, закройте экран, пожалуйста.
Да, я закрываю, он заново
Γιάννη, δεν μπορεί
включаю.
να το κόψεις ας πούμε αυτό για να μπορέσω να μιλήσω κι εγώ. Τόλιος. Can I continue? May I continue?
Да, Салават, продолжайте.
Yes, please. Yes, please. We just wanted to remove.
I will
Stop sharing the screen.
I say we have to see that the contradictions driving both the birth, the development, and the demise of the Soviet Union are a complex dialectic of internal and global contradictions. We have to understand the nature of our epoch as a transitional epoch beyond capitalism. Socialism is the only future. That does not mean that there is no, the opposite alternative to that is what Rosa Luxemburg called barbarism. And already we have signs of barbarism all over the world. So what I think that to go beyond these contradictions, to go beyond the crisis of transition in which we are. And transition is contradiction. Lenin was absolutely right in his philosophical notebooks to stress this point in distinction from the gradual linear conception of history dominating in the so-called orthodox Marxism of social democracy. We are in the still and in a point not only of unresolved and completed transition, but of unresolved global contradictions driving humanity in the dilemma either to fight for liberation or to destroy to extinct every life on this earth. We are in such a great inflection point of history. Even Biden, in his first talk in the US Congress, say we are in a great inflection point of history. So the experience of the Soviet Union, of the land of October, because for everybody fighting for liberation, for social liberation, for communism, your country there will remain for us the land of October, of an unfinished process. We don't think, we don't rush to give a finished definition to an unfinished process, just to quote Lev Davidovich Trotsky on that. So we are in the crucible of contradictions. We need both to grasp all the lessons of the past and to supersede them, to grasp the new, the unexpected in the situation. And to do that, we have really to fight all these social forces driving us deeper to alienation. Alienation finds its climax in periods of such structural global crisis as we live in this situation. I think that for this reason, the October Revolution did not, the world historical circle or spiral, which opened in October 1917 in Russia, have not closed yet. And we have already global struggles. We are in initial stage. I am on that side, I am quite realistic, but we have to fight for this global perspective because communism either will be a new world, or it cannot exist. We are in such a point. And if even in the center of global capitalism, in the United States, following the assassination of George Floyd, you had a mobilization of 26 million of oppressed people, not only Black people, they were Latinos, they were all kinds of nationalities who were rebelling in the center, in the belly of the beast, inside US imperialism. US imperialism is not in the position as it was in the past. This is the most important. And our goal is not to catching up with
Савас,
imperialism
я злодей,
economy.
но я должен тебя остановить. Дорогой Савас.
Okay, I finish, and I am more than ever confident for the victory of a world socialist October. Thank you.
Савас, спасибо. Это
Спасибо.
очень важные слова.
Your words really make a difference. You strike us as a very strong personality, and I always feel as a criminal because I am a moderator and I have to stop you. But it's great that we have such bright moderators. At the end of the first session, I made a mistake and did not give the floor to Mr. Tamas Kraus. So you will speak in a couple of minutes after the panelists of this session. Vladimir Pantin, could you please stick to the time allotted to you? Yes, indeed, it is extremely important. I saw one of the questions in the chat. So, what about the nation? If you have a degradation of elite, what about the nation? Well, I think we also saw the degradation of the Soviet people, but the data that Jean gave us indicate that there was a gap, a mismatch between the interests of the ruling elite led by Gorbachev and the vast majority of the people. So they had divergent interests. So indeed, the people also experienced degradation, and they were tired. Remember, oil prices also played a role, and the US foreign policy led by Reagan played a role too. But overall, the worst thing is that degradation in Russia is taking place right now at a huge pace. Education, culture is turning into infotainment, entertainment, useless, fruitless, and ruthless, and so on. Social media corrupt young people. That's number one. And item number two, what's primary, the idea or the interests? You may have different, divergent interests. You have short-term interests, drink and eat for today, and you might have long-term interests. So what's happening right now is the elimination of long-term interests, the will to live, in essence. So humanity is under threat. And second, when an idea becomes the dominant force among the masses, it becomes the material. So you have to treat ideas with respect, but the ideas should not get out of touch with reality. It needs to be updated. Ideas need to adapt to the realities too. Thank you so much. And Ludmila Bulavka, what's your comment? Particularly on the question we now see in the chat, did we see fundamental changes in the ideas and interests of the people and the so-called elite?
К своему ответу на этот вопрос я бы ответила прежде всего по поводу отчуждения.
Well, first on alienation. Indeed, alienation is a central issue for Marxism. It's in a new reality of hegemonic capital. In my works, I put all the focus on this creativity, social creativity. Disalienation, that's an attempt to overcome alienation. And it's now become the foundation of the history of the Soviet Union, what I call the red line, the culture of the Soviet Union and Soviet art. It's the ontological principle of the new person, of the new human. As long as I desalienate, I'm the new person. That was the foundation of the victory over fascism, the victory over the whites during the Civil War, over the 14 foreign countries. The winner in space and the first man in space was a communist. And in art, that's the montage method of Eisenstein. That's social realism. That's not dogmatic, that's art. It says you cannot present an image in a ready form. It needs to emerge gradually. So why did the gray line win? Because practice, social practices, cultural practices demonstrated that the new person was alienated. Their consciousness was alienated from the historic consciousness. They were no longer in touch with the culture. That gray line began to reproduce a bourgeois person, the private person which became the product of alienation from culture and creativity. And that drove the elites, the leadership, and the intelligentsia circles. They wanted capitalism. In early 20th century, our country and the world had an alternate dilemma, capitalism or socialism. And the Red October was a response to this dilemma. Now we have a different challenge, a planet-sized disaster or socialism. So you have no more dilemma between capitalism and socialism. It's a planet-wide disaster, any global catastrophe or the red line. Now, on the contemporary person, why do we have people who are mostly consumers? So the society we had in the 1960s and the 1920s is now turned into a mutated form of the post-Soviet people.
Страшнее гибели. Теперь по поводу того, возможно ли, почему красная линия?
Regarding whether this red line or the red aspects of socialism could have prevailed. You know, this red line was a form of culture during the Civil War in Russia at very inappropriate time, but the contradiction of the 20s demonstrated that the revolutionaries were fighting against all powers of the world back then. Almost all European countries that were trying to suppress the Red Revolution, the revolutionaries were fighting the White Guards with the internal petty bourgeoisie. That was on the one hand, but on the other hand, they also had to create a new world. And it is important to stress here that culture, that creativity of this red line in the 30s was gradually washed out and from the cultural domain to the economic domain. But in the 60s, it was another resurgence of social economic nature. There's a question whether the so-called private man can be the subject of social creativity and culture. Yes, formally so, but being the true subject of creativity, no, this is not possible. Social creativity is your recognition of yourself as the active proactive subject. And Lenin said that the revolution is strong by the consciousness of the masses. It is important to really appreciate yourself as the subject and act from the position of class interests and social interests that would turn class interests into public societal interests. And the private man, even if he or she would like to provide an answer, that man would be limited by his or her narrow interests. But again, the resurgence of the ideas of the USSR would be there, because there is some kind of a request or demand for that, for the red line as an alternative to the current global hegemony of capital. Thank you, Ludmila. Again, I have to act forcefully, unfortunately, towards my colleagues and my friends, but that's life. And again, I would like to thank all of you, my dear friends, for your contributions. We are done with the discussion between the panelists of the second session. Let me remind to you that Thomas Kraus of the Budapest University, our Hungarian friend and author of many books on the Soviet Union, Russia, and Lenin, was supposed to be another presenter or take part in the discussion in the first panel, but he was not able to contribute because of the limitation of time. But Tomasz, I hope that you are online with us, because we have more time now and we can afford another 5 minutes for you. Tomasz, are you online with us? Please stay online, dear friends, for another couple of minutes. Let me see if Professor Kraus can link in with us. Well, unfortunately, I do not see Tomasz. He has a presentation to be made tomorrow, although without translation. But maybe if Tomasz reconnects, we can give him a few minutes during our sessions after lunch. I will ask my colleagues to get in touch with Tomasz to warn him about that. So we almost have a full half hour for our quick lunch, and we resume at 2 p.m. Moscow time. Professor Toshenko, together with Renfrey, would be moderating the next panel. Leo Gabriel, our colleague from Austria, asked us to reschedule his presentation to a later time. So Professor Epstein would be presenting during our third session, starting at 2 p.m., and Leo Gabriel will be presenting after 3:45 Moscow time today. Again, thank you very much, and see you in about half an hour. We have a lunch break now.
Добрый день. Все нормально? Все нормально? Ну, тоже нормально. А вы еще и мороженое будете продавать, да?
Почему ты так решила?
Ну, раз купили морозильную камеру. Ну, пока не готово, я понимаю. Поэтому пока чтобы не простаивало, да, и учитывая, что цены будут расти, поэтому купили сегодня, поставили, ну, из расчета, что будет и мороженое. Ну, что ж, может быть и правильно. Да.
А у тебя почему голос немножко как подхрипывает?
Да нет, вроде, наверное. Да что-то сегодня с утра это пульс тут зашкаливал. Ну, потом, правда, вроде это... Ага.
А тебя кардиолог смотрел?
Ну, там неоднократно. Ну, тахикардия. Да, ну, угу.
А тебе про конкур ничего не говорили?
Ну, вот сегодня выпил. Ну, он там подруг.
Его надо каждый день в одно и то же время пить.
Ну, сегодня вот в качестве аварийного и его выпил. Ну, он там по-другому называют его тут, да. Ну, в принципе, и так, торговая марка и конкур. Ага.
Я была в диспансере.
Мгм.
Вот это мне как прописал этот конкур, а вот у меня зашкаливали.
Ну, а мне 140, тут 150 было сегодня. Ага. Ну, а что такое? Ну, раньше. Ну, вот раньше как бы вроде я что-то это с таким не сталкивался. Я сегодня вроде это позавтракал. Ну, вот, ну, короче, тут чуть-чуть пошел и чувствую это. Ну, потом пока немножко подождали, потом вот этот контроль, потом там что там сердечный, потом там как. Ну, врач сейчас, врач-то терапевт сейчас просто была, да? Так послушала, посмотрела. Это там это кардиограммы, которые там есть. Ну, в принципе, как бы это каких-либо там, ну, что-то такого нет, а так там, возрастное, то не возрастное, да. Да. Не, я не говорю, тут разные причины, да, ну, как бы вроде аварийного ничего, то сейчас вроде там, ну, нормально. Не, я же почему, мы что...
Это не у меня, это не у меня, это у всех остальных, но у меня это
Не, я ничего, я знаю, да, что может быть, да.
Ты знаешь, как мне еще сказал доктор, если ночью будет дискомфорт, то принимать его.
Господа, идут какие-то частные разговоры вслух. Отключитесь хотя бы.
Запись идет, хоть бы запись оставить.
Уважаемые коллеги, начинается наша следующая.
Well, dear colleagues, we would like to open our next session. Please let me moderate that and open the discussion. In accordance with our program, I would like to give the floor to Josef Abramson, PhD in engineering and chief researcher of the Research and Testing Center of Kiprosement and chief editor of the Communist of Leningrad journal. Joseph, please, the floor is yours.
Вы слышите, Иосиф Григорьевич? Включите свой звук и начинаем.
Joseph, can you hear us? Please unmute yourself and then you can start your presentation. Jean, this is Buzgalin. I'll try to call Joseph and just to check if there's a connection problem on his side.
Жан Терентьевич, извините, уважаемые коллеги, извините, значит, Иосиф Григорьевич у нас самый молодой участник нашей конференции.
Jean, I'm sorry, Josef is one of the youngest members of our event today. He's 94 years old, by the way, so he will connect to us like 2 or 3 minutes later. And let's wait for him. Or maybe we can give the floor now to David Epstein, if he is online with us, so that we do not waste time. So indeed, let us just probably give the floor now to David Epstein with his presentation. Thank you, colleagues. I hope that you can hear me well. And let me then first thank the organizers of this conference and Alexander Buzgalin in particular, whom I envy of sorts, for his nice suntan. And then we can come to the subject matter of our conference and my presentation, who is guilty and the contradictions of the social and economic nature of the USSR and the reasons for its perish. We think that there are 2 reasons, actually, some deep natural causes and the social and economic and ideological systems of the Soviet Union and the subjective characteristics of some leaders of the country who, after 1986, started to reform their whole Soviet system. Of course, there is interconnection between those, and because of the authoritarian characteristics of the Soviet system, it was not possible to get rid of the reformers that we didn't want to have, and the country was not able to oppose the actions to demolish the political system and the whole country as a consequence. In short, the Soviet system since about the 60s of the last century was a system of socialism born out of the revolution of 1917, but born so in very difficult circumstances. The Civil War, the Stalinism, which exploited the farmers and most of the workers for the sake of very fast and accelerated industrialization. Socialism can only be in the Soviet Union after the policy towards the well-being of all the masses and the ban on the repressions of negative effects of such a biased, uncontrolled, bureaucratic nature of the Soviet system throughout its whole history was the erroneous conclusion of Marx and Engels to remove the commercial relations, trade and money at the very first phase of communist. And I don't think that we have discussed this so far. The attempts of Lenin and the leaders of Bolshevik to implement in practice such an erroneous thesis led to a civil war and the victims and the possibility to provide enough well-being to the people. So what are the main contradictions of the Soviet system? In the Soviet system, we had the powerful ideological, educational and professional potential of the humanistic and socialist focus as a result of the whole previous history of the country. And it was then based on the state ownership of productive means of production, which is the communal ownership of the assets. But it was based on a foundation which to a less extent was in line with the humanistic focus of the system. Excessive centralization and the dictatorship of one party, which devoid people to be proactive in building their own future. Hence, the nature of social and economic and political and ideological system of the Soviet Union in the 60s was not only contradictory in nature, but deeply contradictory. And it was based on two pillars, which were not adapted to the time and the efficient political and social and economic development. And I mean the incompatibility of the Soviet system of directive governance to the needs of technical advancement, and the second, the multifaceted bureaucracy, the dominance of one party, the avoidance of political rights of people, etc. And Stalinism, of course, had colossal crimes committed, the reasons and consequences of which were not explained in much detail for the fear of being called to answer. So the contradiction between the communist and socialist potential in the social and economic policy and the political and ideological superstructure, and on the one hand, and excessive centralization and restrictions in economic systems was one of the reasons for the collapse. The institutes of democracy and civil society were dominant in other countries, but as a counterbalance, which was not available in the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union was not able to overcome that for a number of subjective and objective reasons. That contradiction could have been resolved without the collapse of the Soviet Union and socialism in it, as is exemplified by China if we were to reform the system properly. Let us now try to discuss those who are guilty of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the social strata that were interested in such a collapse. A major stratum which was not happy about the system of the 60s and 70s was the intelligentsia, and we discussed that already. The intelligentsia wants some freedom of expression, including freedom of speech, assembly, and the rest. The intelligentsia was not happy by the lack of the freedom and other civil liberties, and the intelligentsia, especially technical intelligentsia, were not happy with the fact that their pie was less than the pie and the salaries of the so-called creative intelligentsia. However, the lifting of censorship to some extent changed the situation, and the intelligentsia were supportive of Perestroika in the beginning, and the Perestroika also changed the impressions of socialism. as a system of very rigid planning and the lack of entrepreneurship, etc. There was a new understanding of socialism born in the beginning of Perestroika. So up until about the end of 1988, the intelligentsia was not opposing to the ideas of socialism, but was in favor of faster reforms and supported Yeltsin, who actually in the beginning was also claiming himself to be the proponent of socialism. Workers and farmers were not really against socialism, but some part of the intelligentsia thought that the CPSU may be opposing such reforms, and then reform socialism would turn into a reformed communist regime of Soviet style. And hence, those intelligentsias started to advocate fast and accelerated reforms. Socially speaking, those were the groups of the intelligentsia, although most of them were members of the CPSU, and Yeltsin, as the head of the Russian and Soviet parliament, supported this group and the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union, and that group actually won and became the leaders of the country. By the way, during the poll about the preservation of the Soviet Union, the word socialist was still present, and most of the people voted for the preservation of the country, even in 1991. However, already in 1989, we already felt some negative social and economic consequences of unbalanced economic reforms, which caused accelerated inflation and the disappearance of many consumer goods. However, already in the early 80s, many of the consumer goods were not available across the country, and people had to travel to big cities for them. And in the late 80s and in the early 90s, this led to totally empty shelves in the shops, the introduction of ration cards, which caused big difficulties and problems for the people and the negative attitudes to the CPSU. In 1990 and 91, we have had more active anti-socialist and anti-communist groups and parties, which were not numerous, but their criticism of socialism against the background of empty shop shelves really caused dissatisfaction on the part of most of the people. And so the CPSU, except for small groups in Moscow and Leningrad and other bigger cities, did not oppose much to such anti-socialist events. And that's why the CPSU was abandoned by many, and the CPSU is the main defender of the socialist ideas, and Gorbachev lost the authority among working masses and the central authorities likewise. And Khasbulatov, the then chairman of the Supreme Soviet, on the 24th of August of 1991, declared the reforms of the socialist ideas and transition to a convergent type policy towards capitalism. And then hence, when the Soviet Union was declared to be over, most of the people actually thought that that was the logical end of the country, which would be followed by some improvement as promised by liberals. And the collapse of the Soviet Union as a state was not the result of the active efforts of anti-socialist and anti-Soviet forces, but rather the result of the activeness and proactivity of a small group of people who managed to draw to their ranks most of the parliamentarians back then, and which was also augmented by the weaknesses among the communist powers. Many people say that the nomenclature actually betrayed the people, and they decided to change ideas for assets, as Trotsky once mentioned. Of course, this is a vulgar approach to the class approach. Indeed, the elite, the nomenclature, were in a very beneficial position, and going in for economic reforms, which would not really provide them with more benefits, but rather deprive them of what they had, would be madness on their part. But if you take the mid-level nomenclature and the young functionaries of the CPSU, they could not affect the top leaders, but they had to adapt to the decisions taken and use their ability and professionalism to find a place in the newly created socialist in commerce economy. And it is the involvement of young communists and young Komsomol leaders is given as an example, and their failure to defend the system is in this example that is often referenced. You can say that the nomenclature never opposed the destructive reforms of Gorbachev, but it is not so. Gorbachev actually fired and sent to retirement many officials and bureaucrats, trying to replace them with the younger generations. And the betrayal of the nomenclature is unfortunately widely accepted, and David Kraus also mentioned that. But this is also based on the research of Olga Krishtanovska in 1995, where she tried to prove that the nomenclature tried to privatize back in 1987, 1988, major pieces of public property. We actually tried to research the secrets of this large-scale privatization program that were referenced in the work by Krishtanovska. No, and we found out that it was not any secret. It was not any secret privatization drive. It was done on the basis of the decisions of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union, and the goal was not really to privatize state property, but rather keep them in state property, but reform their focus and profiles. David, you have only 2 minutes left. I'll try to be there. Well, this actually caused not only the liquidation of real socialism, but the loss of the communist appeal and the socialist appeal in the ideology of many of the parties in the West. And this weakened the socialist and communist ideas for several decades to come. Now, new socialism and the socialism of the 21st century should be built on a different economic foundation to combine the interests of all the people working towards the benefit of the state with the market focus. And we need to somehow combine both state and non-state property, and in politics to have a highly developed regulation on the part of society with a central authority of the state. Now, do we see Josef there online with us? Josef Abramson? Yes, I think he's online with us. Perhaps then I should give the floor to Josef Abramson to remind you. Josef Abramson is, as a PhD in engineering, chief researcher and member and chief editor of the Communist of Leningrad journal. Dear comrades, I think that first we need to agree on what we understand by objective and subjective causes of the collapse of the Soviet Union. Indeed, the source of objective causes is the state of society, including economic state of society and the state and condition of individual parties and sections of that society, and subjective causes. So the source of those would be the acts, positive or negative, of the prominent political and societal leaders and of that country. Major part in the research of the role of personality in history is played by Georgy Plekhanov, and of course, we need to remind ourselves about his study of the role of personality. I should also say here that when preparing my presentation for this conference, I concluded that the combination of objective and subjective factors that led, in the end of the day, to the collapse of the Soviet regime in this country. This whole period can be divided into 4 uneven parts in terms of timing. That is, the first period from October 1917 to about the 14th Congress of the CPSU. That is until about 2025. And the colossal role in understanding what has happened was played by Rosa Luxemburg, a prominent Marxist, who back in January in January 1918 wrote to Lenin that she was impressed by the way Lenin and Trotsky and Bolsheviks in general organized the upheaval, the revolt, and did so in practice. However, Rosa was apprehensive of what might happen next when the leadership would go to other prominent Communist Party members, and they may make up a team of 12, say, that would be the leading group to be applauded by the communists. And they would applaud that group, believing that they would be pursuing the right policy. But Rosa said that socialist democracy should preserve the rights of the minority among classes and among parties. So that was the first period, and Lenin, who really appreciated and liked Rosa Luxemburg, calling her an eagle, and actually he was in favor of publishing the full set of her works in Russian in the Soviet Union. And ironically, only in 1991, some of her selected articles and books were published about the socialist revolution in Russia. Right by the time that socialism ended. So the objective reasons of what happened next was caused by a mistake made by Lenin, who really never appreciated too much what Rosa had said before. And Lenin actually recognized that. He said that the mistake was to procrastinate the period of the so-called war communism. And one of the mottos of revolution was that the farmers, that were the majority of the people, they were following Bolsheviks. And one of the mottos was give land to farmers. And that was the motto pursued by both the social revolutionaries and communists, Bolsheviks. But procrastinating the period of war communism really had a negative effect on the regime. Another subjective mistake of Lenin, which he actually admitted quite soon, was that he agreed with Kamenev on the position of the General Secretary of the Communist Party and to have Stalin appointed to that position. Now, a year later, after the appointment of Stalin and the 20 and the resolution of the 14th Congress to remove Stalin from the position, we see the beginning of the second period. After that letter to the Congress, we may say that there was another objective reason which negatively affected the development of the country. And that was one of the decisions of the Great 10th Congress of the Communist Party, the Congress that approved the proposal for the development of power generation in the country and the development program for the country in general, and which temporarily prohibited the practice of focusing on kind of like, wasting time on discussions, but rather focusing on some real things to be done. And that was used by Stalin as a tool to fight against the opponents, so that we don't need to waste time on discussions and let's do business. But that was an error which was not really kind of like thought through, and it was not premeditated, I would say. Now that is the period which ends in 1924. Another period is with Stalin in charge of the Communist Party, and the period of huge successes of the Soviet Union in industrialization and in the transformation of the economy of Russia, and the establishment of the military power of the country. That is from 1924 to 1953. And of course, we can repeat and say that over that period, the country had a number of achievements. However, at that same period and time, something was done which is a blow against the Soviet Union. And this is the purges of 1937, which were preceded by the Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, where many of the members and participants in that Congress, over 200 people, actually crossed out the name of Stalin from the voting bulletins to the position of the General Secretary. And that was probably one of the reasons as to what happened next of that large-scale terror. 56% of the participants of that 17th Congress of CPSU were killed, and 70% of the Central Committee of the CPSU were also perished. And the atmosphere of fear actually captured the country on the eve of the Second World War. Also, those purges really affected most of the top commanders of the Army and the Navy, which really was felt quite materially in the first several months and years of the Second World War, or Great Patriotic War. That was what happened in that quite large and extensive period of 29 years of Stalin being in power. Now, can we call Stalin a Marxist? Yes, he was a Marxist until 1921. He actually learned the lessons and works of the founders of Marxism. Josef, I would like to ask you to probably concentrate on something essential, because you have 5 minutes left. I'm okay with 5 minutes, thank you. But I mentioned the year 1921 because on the eve of the 10th Congress of the CPSU, which was held in March of 1921, Stalin actually wrote some draft statement and report that he was about to make at that Congress. And he said that the Communist Party should be a replica of the brothers of the sword of sorts. But already after the great victory in his fifth volume of the set of his works, that really the party must be like the brothers of the sword, and they should be the spiritual leader of the state. So this is more or less like an order of the knights of the sword that should have a leader in charge whose position is uncontested. And this played a role because there were no discussions within the party, even after the death of Stalin, about such an idea. Now we come to the next period of 1953 to 1962, and we saw some very vibrant growth in arts and culture and in the economy. But at the same time, when Khrushchev was what that period did not end in 1964 when Khrushchev was removed from his position, but rather in 1962 with the shooting at the workers of Novocherkassk. And it was initiated by Mikoyan and Kozlov. And after that, there was the order to take action against the rebellion workers of one of the plants in Novocherkassk who were against the increase in prices and lack of foodstuffs in the shops. And that was another blow at our people. So we can ask ourselves whether we had people at all who were offering some alternatives, like Rutan, who was a favorite of Stalin, who was supporting the Stalin, but then he realized in 1928 that he was wrong, and he also was against Stalin, and he was revealed and then shot. There were other people in that last period of 1962 to 1991 with the great plan of Kosygin, and
at the same time, the annual average income of the country, the revenue, was 7.5%, unprecedented. And before Kosygin, we had important reforms in Hungary. Yeah, fascinated by what they saw in the Soviet Union, communists in Czechoslovakia introduced similar proposals to what Kosygin was embarked on here. And they were supported by the Czechoslovakian party. And Soviet bureaucracy realized that something is wrong. And they cracked down on the Prague Spring and repealed the reforms by Kosygin. When he died, his legacy was not recognized and honored. I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting you. We will still have sometime, like 2 or 3 minutes, to share your ideas once all of these speakers have their interventions. Do you want to make any conclusion? Well, that's just a lesson. We need to revive socialism in a new form. Either we will go back to feudalism, as the media say, or we would be bound to go to communism. So capitalism is nearing its end. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Kalganov, head of the laboratory at the Faculty of Economics.
Вы включите звук. Звук включили? У вас выключен звук.
Включил. Значит, я приветствую всех участников.
I welcome all the participants. I'm very happy to see all of you today. I will focus on the combination between domestic economic and global economic reasons that led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. You need to keep your mind on the role of the Soviet Union in the global economic system. We cannot exist in an isolated state. We always exist in some kind of framework, and we cannot ignore our position. From the start of the revolution in October 1917, Soviet Russia was facing some major hurdles on its path towards socialist society. These were domestic and global issues. Domestically, social and economic preconditions were not ripe, not mature. Well, we know that the economic structure of the Russian Empire was a motley of different economies. Capitalism was the dominant one, but it wasn't the monopoly. Hired staff was not the majority. And before the revolution, our political scientists believe that there are more preconditions for the development of capitalism rather than socialism in pre-revolutionary Russia. However, extraordinary efforts could have been taken to change the structure of the production forces, to shift the economy to a new industrial base, and to expand the numbers of the working class. That was the only hope. And that could be only done, at least that was seen by then, during the European, pan-European or global revolution. However, such hope did not materialize. Relying on domestic resources for such a revolution would require extraordinary resources. Now, what were the global, external factors? Russia had to overcome the semi-periphery status of the economy. That semi-periphery status did not allow the Russian Empire to move up and catch up with the advanced economies back then. Now, these are externalities, but there were also domestic barriers which impeded its progressive growth that could have allowed it to overcome the world's leading capitalist powers. For Soviet Russia, it was difficult to overcome this obstacle because we ended up in an economic blockade and only overcame it through major difficulties and only partially. This is why a rigid centralized planned economy set in. Its major methods was extensive production. The consumer sector was the victim, and real incomes were the victim, another victim too. Bureaucracy provided for such tough mobilization. But on the different tip of the scales, you had the interests of the working class. And there was a kind of a tug of war in between the two. The working class suffered from the fact that their immediate needs were not upheld, and that widened the gap between bureaucrats and the masses. There were multiple reasons for bureaucratization. The social base of the socialist revolution was pretty weak. Proletariat was not numerous. It was weak, both in terms of the numbers, in terms of culture, and the working class could not have been engaged in governance. However, the USSR managed finally to overcome this semi-periphery status. It laid the ground for its industrial growth. However, these achievements were not enough to lead and compete with the world's leading industrial and technology powers. However, the achievements have been immense indeed. But in the 1970s and 80s, there was a clash between this red tape-based model with the new technology and social challenges. So what were these challenges? There was a new wave of the technology revolution and a change in the consumer needs of the people. The Soviet Union could not come up with a response. It tried to copy-paste some of the solutions from the capitalist regime. And it could not rely on harness the advantages of socialism. Why? Because it was exactly those elements of socialism that were necessary to use technology to satisfy the needs of the people that were really weak. So the working class now have a chance to play a role in these processes. That was the weak spot of socialism, and under these conditions, you never stood a chance to beat capitalism in technology, and that slowed economic growth down. We've never been able to overcome those shortages, and we continue to depend technology-wise from the global economy. And ironically, that dependence emerged when the Soviet Union's independence reached its climax. And from that climax, we moved on downward. We didn't have enough incentives to innovate. And in essence, we exported fuel for technology. We had the same kind of relationship during Tsarist Russia, and we had to go back to it. And we used the same in the first period of industrialization because we didn't have enough industrial resources. So at the turning point in the early 70s, we kind of reversed. So we were backward in terms of quality, in terms of living standards, in terms of technology, and that disappointed people among rank and file or workers and the elite. Ordinary people saw that even the elementary needs could not be satisfied. As for the elite, no vertical mobility was possible. During industrialization, during major scientific achievements as the nuclear project or the rocket project, satellite projects, electro-hauled array trains, semiconductors, consumer goods and household electronics. So the successful implementation of these projects could make your career successful. But later on, even these projects could not give you a better life. Bureaucracy didn't need these projects anymore. And this is why bureaucracy didn't need to introduce any incentives. It was fine. For many workers, the big question was, maybe we need to change the order or the economy. Well, actually, they didn't think about changing the order, but even back then, we had some latent processes of capitalist relations, first in the shadow economy. And that was the signal that this social body, this society was looking new solutions outside of the socialist order. And we also saw centrifugal processes in the national republics, then intelligentsia and their bureaucracy, servicing its needs, established relations with that shadow economy, and they pursued their private interests, and they believe that their private interests coincided with the need to move away from the federal framework. And we also saw the pressure from the biggest capitalist states, both direct and indirect, through the demonstration of a high living standard and having formal liberties. That influence made many people adopt and embrace capitalist values. And the failures of the Communist Party played into the hands of that process. We saw stagnation during Brezhnev times, and these failures and mismatches were simply ignored. And during Gorbachev's Perestroika, we saw the same. It was ill thought out. And due to a number of subjective reasons, it boiled down to the policy of trade-offs and concessions, and didn't lead to anything, didn't fine-tune the system, didn't streamline the system, but it's just discredited the system entirely. I'd like to argue a little bit with one of these previous speakers. I cannot agree that there was any negative impact on the Soviet Union from the alleged false idea by Marx and Lenin that socialism has to destroy the production of goods. No one has ever refuted this theory. No one has refuted this concept. if you have individual owners, it will definitely build capitalism. But can you build socialism? Well, we don't know. We cannot deny it. Maybe that could happen. And the classic authors never said that there could be some transition relations, which could include the production of goods and capitalism. It could all be true for this transition period. And the Bolsheviks used that approach. Now, there were some ideas during the end of the war communism that the production of goods could disappear, but I don't think that was the turning point. Now, what about the civil liberties in the Soviet Union? Going back to the new economic policies didn't bring us new civil liberties. And also the thesis about the traitors, about the fact that bureaucrats let the country down. You criticize Krishtanovskaya's work in a proper way. She was completely wrong in her statement. But the fact is that if you deny it, if you refute it, it doesn't prove anything, because she just ignored the processes that were taking place behind the scenes. The funds from the state-owned enterprises were massively siphoned into private enterprises under the slogan, under the signage of cooperatives. So cooperatives just took the money out, and there was the kind of a clandestine privatization of state assets. And then these were funds we used during the real legal privatization to take state property into private hands. So latent privatization was taking place, and there were a lot of people who were very much interested among the middle-level nomenclature officials. Thank you so much, and
Последняя докладчика будет иметь возможность несколько минут еще уточнить и сказать, и ответить на те вопросы.
You'll have some time to respond to the questions in the chat after all the panelists have spoken. Now I'd like to give the floor to our colleague from Greece. Thank you so much. So Vasilis Takoudis. Well, I have more questions than answers. You know why? I know that it's a multi-faceted topic that we're discussing, and I'd like to remind Stanislav Lem, one of the characters, was trying to get as much information as possible and try to come up with some taxonomy for it. It's very important to be able to glean some of the trends in the past events. Science starts when you can see the link between cause and effect. And we can use this approach to many, many events in the past.
взаимодействия, в том числе и в социальной сфере. Это, конечно, можно обсуждать. Но известно и место политэкономического анализа системы наук.
And we also need to understand the role of the political economic analysis. In Marxist Russia, we discussed a lot why the Soviet Union collapsed. We discussed it extensively from different angles. In the West, this issue was discussed in a triumphant manner very briefly. But again, as I said, they used to be triumphant before, but today they stopped making those triumphant statements. They used to say that socialism is a utopia. The global communist movement has different approaches to explaining the demise of the Soviet Union. They cite different reasons. They explain what is the impact on the current circumstances.
Много внимания уделялось на конкретные исторические периоды СССР.
They put a lot of focus on specific periods in the USSR. They criticized specific decisions by the Communist Party in specific periods of time. And there were some doubts whether socialism would repeat the history of the Soviet Union. And Mr. Kalganov put a lot of focus on different types of relationship. And there were other doubts. Whether the basis and the superstructure, between the basis and the superstructure. As you know, there was the Communist Party and there were other organizations like public organizations.
У политэкономиста разные вопросы, на которых я не успею.
So again, it's such a multifaceted topic, and I don't have the time to look into every issue, and I don't have the evidence for all of my statements. So is capitalism a pause for the restoration, ahead of the restoration of socialism? Yes.
Со стадием составления и приготовления материальных и духовных отношений? Да. Была ли дестабилизация механизма?
Did we see this destabilization and the mechanism of rationing of accumulation? Yes.
Периферийной структуре соцэкономики на основе НТП, Ответ – да. Была ли нереализация совокупного социального продукта в натуральной и системной форме? Да. Имеется в виду все эти да и так далее.
Meaning all those yeses, and I mean, if you take those in a time perspective, have there been any internal reasons for the collapse of socialism or any formal revolution of the elites? How to understand all that? It is, I mean, you may think that those are axiomatic, but these are the political and economic issues. To some extent, the modern academic literature now provides some expected explanations on all those aspects, but we are more or less repeating the same ideas and theories of the past. And we do see also in modern literature that this causality is more or less perceived as a purely mechanical function. So hence we have another question, whether it was this counter-revolution was a logical continuation of history or not, and what were the conditions and links between the basis and the superstructure. I think that the most important thing here to recall is that we need to be looking for some inherent causes of this causality and look for maybe the productive functions that may explain the causality of the events that happened. Now, if you take the 20s or 40s, 50s, and 60s, and if I recall those discussions of those times that were reflected in Soviet literature, then I think that if you take, say, Pashkov, Belanov, Trifonov, and other authors, and Polansky as well, with whom I actually knew, and here we can see that this approach really hints at certain aspects of this causality, and I'm talking about a resilient economic basis, the growth of socialist savings and accumulation, and that would have produced good prospects for the economy. But the problems of growth really highlighted other challenges, the productivity of labor, the implementation and optimization of the economy, all of that in Soviet economic thought was explored and linked to the economic realities. Up until today, we do see a focus on many of the historical zigzags, arguments, and narratives of the past, as which may be used as a prerequisite for the revival of socialism. But we also need to talk about some problems throughout the history of socialism during its establishment from the 20s to the 80s. And the red line there was that despite the fact that economically speaking, Marxists tried to really establish a stable system of production. At each of the historical periods, there were discussions about whether socialism was able to employ the productive factors because of the lack of internal capacity, and then whether those factors were used for internal economic development. And all of that resulted in the perestroika and its role. Well, if I had time, I would really love to provide more details, or rather the 11 arguments in defense of the socialist system and Soviet system, which I mentioned probably broadly only, but perhaps I would share some other thoughts and ideas about CPSU, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and its role. Why the economic thought was able to find in different times some solutions and overcome challenges and difficulties, and be creative, not in all aspects, but at least in some. Mr. Kalganov actually mentioned about the crises there, but why CPSU was not able to provide some accentuated effort and thrust so that it would look modern and would be perceived as a normal, harmonized institution, which would provide a solution to both political and economic tasks. There, we need to really think about the social aspects and also many other questions about the contribution and influence of the people, and also the influence of information. So this harmonized development of people as a programmatic purpose of socialism brings us to one question: why there was such a big gap between the potential capacity for development of and the socialist ideology and proactive participation in the development of the country. You only have 2 minutes left, I'm sorry. Well, I can probably pose another question about the supremacy of social systems, whether we can really compare simply the expenses and on, say, the social sphere, or achievements in space, education, health. Can we really talk about the supremacy of socialism there? Yeah, well, indeed, compared to capitalism, it was already practically proved that indeed socialism was superior, and you can probably have a more thorough analysis of that. Now, in terms of politics, if you take the crisis of social formations and political systems, those crises were quite different in nature. But those crises were also during feudalism. Of course, they can be seen under capitalism. But did we have any crises during socialism? Or are they inherent to that? I would say probably not so, but if I had more time, I would have proven that. But anyways, well, thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. We indeed listened to 4 presentations. So each of the presenters now may take another 3 or 4 minutes to answer the questions that they received in the chat boxes, or maybe provide some comments on the presentations and contributions of the colleagues in this session. So perhaps I would give the first floor to David Epstein if he wants to comment on something, on some of the ideas that were pronounced here. Yes, thank you. Indeed, since I only have like 3 minutes, I have to be very brief. And in terms of the fact that shadow economy actually undermined the USSR even before 1991, and there was a major outflow of resources from the formal economy into the shadow economy. Let me just switch on my camera here so that you can see me. Well, actually, as far as I remember, in all those cooperatives, as they were called, sometime in the 1990 and 1991, also in response to Krishtanovsky, who was very critical of those cooperatives. But we had 4 million people working in those cooperatives, and their average productivity of labor was more or less the same as across the country. But you have 4 million people working there in those small companies, 4 million out of 100 million workers in the Soviet Union. So it was actually about 2.5% or maximum 4% of the employment in the USSR. And of course, there was no major outflow of resources into those cooperatives. Of course, those cooperatives were, well, were perceived negatively in terms of the prices that they established on their output. And by the way, their average wages were the same as across the country, but their operations, their business was based on the existing laws. And although the contribution to the negative impact of the Gorbachev reforms from such cooperatives was not really big, but still was there. But it still cannot be a serious proof that the mass-scale privatization was the reason for the collapse of the country. Second, in terms of that it was never proven that the thesis that socialism will lead to the disappearance of money or any commercial relations. This is not true. I give you 4 examples of that. First, in the world economic literature, this is commonplace and this is referenced quite a lot. But take an author who is close to us, to Andrei Ivanovich and myself, Mikhail Voyekov, who in his book that was published in 2001, which I only read recently, actually he was writing about that as some commonplace or like a given that socialism cannot be non-market, otherwise it would have never withstood the competition with capitalism. Also, in 1922, Boris Bruskos, prominent Russian economist, published an article under different names, of course, but the challenges of the economy and the socialist regime, or theories about socialist economy, etc. And there, that economist proved that with directed planning, the management and governance bodies do not have enough information to really estimate pluses and minuses of productions and employees, and left without information, managers will have to act on the basis of what they know, and they know usually much less than is available about the economy. So planning some technical and scientific advance could have been made by them on the basis of the information that they had. And the information that they had was what they actually learned about the past or what they could have borrowed from abroad. And you would be always lagging behind. And just three names here, and that's one of the key questions here. Von Mises, a well-known author, and David Epstein, who in a number of articles proved that the principle of Marx from his God's program that socialism is a distribution by labor, where you exchange your labor for a certain benefit, and this leads to some exchange and also trade and monetary relationships. Perhaps you can read from those sources for additional information. Maybe Josif, if he wants to say something or to comment on something. Yes, please, Josif. Do we have Josif online with us? Then probably if he is not online with us, then Andrei may want to comment on something, on some of the ideas pronounced during the session with us. And Andrei? Well, in the chat box, I received a proper question about the outflow of public assets through cooperatives was a symptom, but not a cause. And you need to be looking for a cause of such outflow of resources, why people started to act like this to undermine the state system, state economic system, and more or less destroy it for personal benefit. And of course, this entails an analysis of the private interests in the economy. Unfortunately, I don't have time for any detailed answer to that, but I fully support this question. This is the right question to be asked, which would lead us and guide us to the solutions of the key factors of the collapse of the Soviet Union. The question that socialism cannot develop without trade, without production. All such proof is either based on a full denial of Marxist theories or some commonplace theories of the opponents of Marxism, who were both Bruskus and von Mises, and Bruskus actually rewrote von Mises's work of 1919, and that work was devoted to the critique of planned economy based on the experience of war communism. But you can also find another criticism of war communism, for example, in the decisions of RKP about the transition to the new economic system. More or less a system of line ministries or directorates that would be overseeing the life of the industries, quite heavily criticized later on. And also in the transition period, those transitional relationships that would be the basis of the Soviet economic system should really focus on trade. This is not a point for discussion. Indeed, this is not an argument in favor of the postulate that there is no trade per se, commercial trade within the Soviet system. The fact that production inevitably, more or less, if it is commercially oriented, would give birth to capitalism. This is not contested anymore, and but this is not the way to communism. We would never come to communism if we follow the way of commercially driven production. And I think it was proven by both the Hungarian reforms of 1956 and the reforms of 1990 in the Soviet Union or in Russia, and the Polish reforms of 1980. I don't think you can really destroy this commercially driven production or commodity production. But if you take large-scale production, commodity production would really lead to capitalism, and this is proven by the whole history of humanity. That's what I can say as a comment. Thank you, Andrei. Again, perhaps I should invite Iosif for his remarks, if any. Iosif, do you have something to say? We have some new questions to Mr. Kalganov. Can he take those questions? So there is a lot of confusion about commodity relations. So are we done with the discussion of those? Maybe I should first give the floor to Iosif for his comments. What I actually was not able to mention when we were talking about the opposition to this pressure on the socialist norms, I failed to mention 2 or 3 names. First, this is Tatiana Zaslavskaya, political scientist, and who in 1983, at a big workshop in the academic center of Novosibirsk, made a large presentation about the state of the Soviet economy and concluded that the Soviet economy was lagging behind in terms of production relations from the level of development of productive forces, and it was also a burden on the development, and the directed nature of planning actually was another breaking factor. It was another decelerating factor on the Soviet economy, and she proved how the output was falling throughout the time since the initiation of the plan of Kosygin, but there was no change in the commodity relationships in the Soviet Union. And the second name is academician Sakharov. Well, he ensured the parity of the Soviet Union and the United States in terms of nuclear weapons. Well, the Soviet Union was second in the race to the A-bomb. But in terms of the synthesis of light nucleus, the Soviet Union was first. Thanks to Sakharov, we actually had a big a leap forward thanks to Sakharov. But Sakharov was also a public figure. He was categorically against the rehabilitation of Stalin in literature. And he also signed a letter of protest against the introduction of Soviet troops into Prague in 1968, and he was also very much against the autonomy of the constituent republics of the Soviet Union, and offered a draft constitution whereby all power goes to the parliaments to the councils, and you would have 50 or 55 republics which are absolutely equal between themselves, with 3 Russian republics of the European, the Siberian, and Far Eastern republics, and third, he was talking about 10 convergencies, that is trying to continue the new economic policy which was ended in 1928, trying to combine socialist methods with other methods until the productivity of later would be above the that are in the United States. And before that, we could combine planning and other new economic policy methods. Joseph, are you done with your comments? Yes, thank you. And I now need to give the floor to Vasilis if he wants to say something or add something to his presentation. Thank you, indeed. The critical point of comparative analysis of the Soviet system and other systems. There's a serious question of assuming as the basis some official statistics. Of course, there are some alternative sources of data and information, but still, for the sake of comparison between the systems, it turns out that you can see that in all comparativist studies, you would see that such comparisons would be using incomparable indices. Goodman was using the Roy paradox, and it just turns out that this is like running into a blind alley, and if you merely compare the indices of system A with the indices of system B, you simply cannot produce a good comparative result. As you can see that this may be biased. You might have totally different results if you use the factors of production and other factors. Mises said that you cannot really estimate the efficiency of socialist and Soviet economy just judging by the output. There is no way to statistically compare, and hence the comparativist study would demonstrate that you cannot really find any top performance results based on purely theories. Thank you very much. And indeed, colleagues, our session is over. And in conclusion, I would like to say a few words. First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists. I think that we had a very good discussion here. And again, here, I would like to mention that with all due respect of the theories and ideas discussed here about Marxism and some personalities, in our presentations, we focused more on the realities and practice in this country, partially in China and Sweden. And this analysis of practice will help us produce more substantiated conclusions. At least I noted some of the interesting ideas for myself. Second, we were split of sorts. Some, as Andrei, analyzed economic challenges more. Iosif talked more about political challenges and problems, and this is also important because with our differences in opinions, still we can exchange those opinions to somehow fine-tune our arguments or maybe take into account the proposals from the counterparts, which is important. And such an approach is interesting because we all suggested that the USSR could have been preserved provided that we had a logical concept of reforms, and on the basis of such reforms we could have avoided the catastrophe. In conclusion, I should say that as in my presentation, I would still really highlight the subjective factor, the role of the people. And the British historian and philosopher Carlyle said, and actually he devoted many of his works to revolutions, and he wrote that revolutions happen not on the barricades, but they are happening in the hearts and souls of people. So as soon as your heart and soul is ready for a revolution, the people would go out into the streets, onto the barricades. So we need to be thinking about the worldview of people, which is a very important aspect for our analysis, be it political or social or economic aspects. Here I would like to end and thank you to all of you for your participation in the session. Now we have a break for 15 minutes and we'll continue on with the subsequent presentations. Well, thank you indeed. The Patrick Clark, who is the co-moderator of the session, said that the session is so nice that he didn't want to interfere, but he is supportive of whatever has been said during the session. So I would like to thank you, my colleagues, for such interesting discussion. We do have discussion also going on in the web chat. We cannot interfere into it directly, but please do take part in this discussion. And we'll have another one tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So let me remind you that we had over 150 applications for presentations, and we only selected half of that. And we still have very dense conference, which would continue for 3 days, not one. So there's much enthusiasm about that. And again, on the 12th and 13th of November in the house of Plekhanov, we will have another international conference to discuss similar questions of whether the USSR is the past or the future, and the causes of what has happened and what will happen. So please take note. We will remind you later about that. So we have 12 minutes for our break. We'll continue after that. Thank you.
主持人好，各位专家学者好。我今天发言的题目是
Раз, два, три.
苏联社会主义评价
Все, я включил микрофон. Начинай, поехали.
Они слушали? Начинаем следующую сессию, следующую часть.
Colleagues, we begin our session. Mikhail, are you with us? Mikhail, are you with us? I think we may start with Leo Gabriel. Leo, are you here?
Yes, I am. Do you hear me?
Over to you.
Okay. After all these profound analysis of the objective factors which gave rise to the Soviet Union and to the downfall also of the Soviet Union, I will concentrate on this subjectivity and the historic moment where this subjectivity appeared as a worldwide phenomenon. Like Karl Jaspers, the Swiss philosopher, said, there are moments in history, turning points, turning ages, where the world as such, not only the power relations, but the consciousness of the world is in revolt. Perhaps one of these important moments was without any doubt 1968, where I personally had the opportunity to be for the first time a sort of a leader, as leader of foreign students in Paris. And I experienced this atmosphere you always feel, and I saw that later on in Latin America, where a revolution seemed to be within reach. But not only young students and rebels fought with the special forces of the police, and also the trade unions called for a general strike and joined the street battles against the French police. Many were seeing this as a revival of the Commune of Paris in 1871, when the inhabitants drove the state power out of the city and took their own destiny in their hands. 68 was an uprising of subjectivity against nearly all political parties, from conservatives to social democrats and even the communist parties, a rebellion against every form of domination, against capitalism and consumer society, as well as against the authoritarian socialist model of the Soviet Union and hierarchies of all sorts in the university, in the churches, Christians and non-Christians. Nevertheless, on a philosophical level, it was a struggle for the liberation of individuals, which for many went hand in hand also with sexual liberation, with liberation from the old ancient family structures, which were not touched in the so-called socialist countries. Particularly the women's movement took off during this time with an unexpected strength, which is continuing up until now. And soon the 1968 movements expanded and appeared in other parts of the world, such as in Africa, where they joined with the anti-colonial liberation movements, or in Latin America, where in nearly all countries the revolutionary movements fought against the military, following the model of the successful Cuban Revolution. But 68 was also the first movement on a global level against the war in Vietnam, against every kind of politics with hierarchical structures. In spite of that, the movement ended up in a defeat. In many places, the governments reacted with brutal violence and put down the protests, as in California, for instance, where the governor and later US President Ronald Reagan called out the National Guards on demonstrators. In Mexico during the Olympic Games. Thousands of students were massacred by the army on the place of the three cultures. In many countries of Latin America, the harsh repression by state power, dictatorships, military dictatorships, were nearly everywhere in Latin America at that time, leads to the militarization of social conflicts after 1968 and the formation of guerrilla movements. Talking about guerrilla movements, when I used to join them in Central America, and there was always a habit when somebody was killed, the comrade was killed, the community got around and asked, what was his last mistake? There must be a last mistake. And I want to ask this question, what was the last mistake or the original mistake of the Soviet Union? And why did it pass away? I think it was the fact that the Soviet leadership did not understand the origins and the composition and the extension of this worldwide movement, which also appeared in Czechoslovakia with the Prague Spring, and it was encountered exactly the same way and crushed exactly the same way as the student movement in Paris and in California and in Africa and everywhere. If at this time somebody, I don't know whether it could have been somebody like Gorbachev, but if at this time somebody in the Soviet leadership would have understood the depth of this historic movement and put an alliance with this movement, I'm sure the Soviet Union would exist even now. It was this militaristic approach, this objectivistic approach, which prevented the leadership from analyzing a political situation not only from above, but also from below. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, it was temporarily in the West, as you know, considered unfashionable to remind socialism was a bad word, because there was always this reference point of Prague, and these mistakes pay in history. We are living now again in a turning point, I believe, in a historic term as a reaction of the pandemic or the economic crisis we are heading for and all these things. And there it is also necessary to ask the question about alliances. Societies are divided in France, in Germany. I personally had a speech 2 weeks ago in Berlin in front of 100,000 people, perhaps not with the same ideas we have in mind. World evolves in their own fashion, but with a determination which you cannot deny from the beginning, but you have to listen to the voices of history. Otherwise, every good intent, and the intent of the Soviet Union was a good one, could fall down. In order to prevent this, we have to develop alliances with those peasant movements, women's movements, which are now much stronger and bigger than it was in 1968, and which are emerging as a political force, even if they don't have a name yet. They are, and putting this as an example, as the actions and reactions in and around 1968. Well, will be a good start. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions will come later. What do we have now?
We have 2 more minutes. Maybe you have some comments. No, we have Yakov for his presentation. Let's keep the 2 minutes for the end. Mikhail, are you online with us? Yes, we can hear him. Mikhail Voyakov. He needs to unmute himself. Well, he's connecting. He should activate his microphone. Mikhail Voyakov, please unmute your microphone. I have it unmuted, actually.
Миша, опусти камеру и давай вперед.
Misha, please pan down with your camera so that we can see you. Can I speak now? Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Thank you. It's kind of like difficult with this internet. It used to work quite nicely under the Soviet Union, but with the collapse of the Soviet Union, not many things are still operational. And those who grew up and were brought up and got educated in the Soviet Union with good jobs, etc., are very nostalgic about that period, of course. I hope that you can hear me, by the way. Yes, everything is fine. Misha, please go ahead. So, emotionally, it is quite difficult for me to somehow provide a view on the collapse of the Soviet Union, which happened 30 years ago. The Soviet power was good for 74 years. Now, almost half of that time we live without the Soviet Union. It's hard to really come up with all the options of why that happened. Academically, of course, there are questions and problems that we may want to discuss. And as a matter of fact, there are two aspects to this issue. It is the collapse of the Soviet Union, and it is the change of the social and economic formation. And these things are related, but still different. If you take the social and economic formation, I should say that the Russian Revolution of 1917 was a bourgeois democratic revolution, rather. Those who studied Marxism, and not from the, brief history of the Communist Party textbook, but from the works of Marx and Engels, would know that you cannot have a socialist revolution in a feudal country. And we had a feudal regime before 1917, and in some aspects, we still kind of like live under that regime. We are still praying to the boss, who is the master to us, and who was the father to the Russian farmers, I would say. Why? Because the Russian farmers really hated their landlords, but in some bad harvest years, and those happened every 3 or 4 years, the landlord would open up the barns and would offer grain to his subjects, because the landlord understood that if farmers would die, then he would not have any workers anymore. So that's why the landlord was a father to the farmers, to the subjects. And that feudal relationship actually persisted all the way through the Soviet Union. Like Comrade Stalin, almost 70% of Russia's population are still quite respectful of Stalin. And any boss, any master would enjoy the same attitude as the father, as the master, etc. So I would say the social and economic formation and regime was half feudal on the eve of the October 1917 revolution. Again, this was a bourgeois democratic revolution. The farmers, agrarians, they received land after that revolution and were able to make money through their effort and labor. Well, actually, economists were writing that by the year 1925, Russian peasants actually lived the best life compared to any previous periods. And the peasants actually were growing their produce, trading and selling such produce, and were able to support themselves. Then we had the Stalin as a period, mobilization and collectivization of agriculture. And you have different attitudes to the efficiency of that. Unless we had, for example, mobilization type economy in the 1930s, the Soviet Union would probably not have won in the Great Patriotic War, because it took only a very short time to establish a very solid industrial base. But for that, you need some intensive labor, effort, and also victims. But overall, the Soviet system, which was there, which existed until its very end, it was filled with bourgeois moods, I would say. Socialist were pronunciations and mottos and statements, but the essence was that people were trying to make as much money as possible and to really have some profit there. And in the end of the day, the bourgeois elite of the ex-socialist countries and Soviet republics, constituent republics, wanted to keep their wealth and to pass that wealth on to their successes. And Trotsky actually wrote back in the 20s of last century that managers of state companies would like to become managers of joint stock companies and pass on such privileges to their successors. Because under the Soviet Union, the privileges were really minimal. It's not, those are not comparable to what you can have today. But this is a bourgeois system. By Marxism, a feudal country cannot really leap right away to a communist or socialist country. It will have to go through a period of transition. So, but still, the Soviet Union was a powerful, socially oriented state. As my friend in the economics university said, that what was good about the Soviet power was that even if you don't work well or you don't work at all, you won't be fired. If you don't pay for your rent, you won't be expelled. Your house will still be your house. And if you, for example, fell sick or you have a hangover, you would be cured and free at that. That was the social focus, but it is over now, although our constitution of Russia today says that Russia is a socially oriented state, but there's nothing there. It is really a commercially driven state more. And the more you embezzle, the more you steal or make, the better you would live. And that's what people are doing. Now, regarding the collapse of the Soviet Union, unfortunately, it happened just because the national or ethnic elites in the Soviet Union, they really did not mature to become bourgeois elites. They were still feudal elites. Take a look at the current ethnic elites in the former constituent republics of the Soviet Union. Those are children of the ex-first secretaries of communist parties in those Soviet republics, for example, in Azerbaijan. And this is, again, feudalism. They want to rule by themselves. They don't want to share the power with anyone. If Russia is going to help them, they would make obeisance and would really serve Russia inwards, but they would be also looking at other countries, including the US and Europe, which may probably provide them with more money. So they want to choose. The collapse of the Soviet Union can be explained by the fact that this bourgeois essence of the regime prevailed, and the people, the Soviet people, did not really understand what was going on. They had no other option. So the people had to more or less agree to the power and force of the feudal leaders that were at the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Yeltsin is another feudal. He was the first secretary of the Sverdlovsk regional Communist Party. He never read anything from Marxism. He just came to power. He was not, a fool, but he managed to suppress everyone else around him and to become the first leader. Now, the collapse of the Soviet Union, if you take the social and economic system, well, that was predicted by Trotsky back in 1936. What is going to happen next? That's a big question. You actually saved 5 minutes, and you could have continued on for another 5 minutes, but perhaps we may be sending some questions to our colleague. Sergei Tolkachev, are you there? Sergei Tolkachev? Yes, I'm right here. If you can hear me, yes, I'm here. Please, the floor is yours. Well, good afternoon, dear audience. I'm happy to join you after listening to a number of brilliant presentations, which made me think about many things. But I still believe that among the challenges and issues that we analyzed, I would perhaps try to identify and introduce some novelty. The thing is that the collapse of the Soviet Union and the crisis of the economic model of the USSR, the centralized planning, the collapse of the Soviet state, as was rightly mentioned by Mikhail, are different things. Professor Toshenko also provided a very good example from the studies of the Institute of Systemic Research, the experts of which actually said that unless some subjective factors, the Soviet Union could have continued for another 220, 250 years, as just like the Roman Empire. And this is the institute of some, communities that were taking part in the pursuit of the reforms that led to a collapse, the unhappy anniversary of which we are celebrating these days. All I want to say is that the question of the collapse of the USSR and the cessation of this political institution and the crisis of the economic model of the USSR are really different things. They are related to some extent, but this is some indirect connection. And here I would like to focus more on a methodological approach of Marx, whom we actually believe to be a cornerstone of his teaching. And I'm talking about the correlation between the basis and the superstructure. The production relations as the basis and all other relations as the superstructure. And of course, the basis guides the superstructure, but with quite sufficient feedback from the superstructure. I do remember my exams about scientific communism, and I had a question about the letter from Engels to Burgess about this assessment of the reverse influence of the superstructure on the basis, and Engels was trying to dissuade the followers of Marx that the production relations really dictate everything that happens in the superstructure. And this relation, this influence is very fixed and rigid. And Engels was writing that there are many examples and situations when the superstructure would have a very active back influence on the basis. And the dramatic events of 30 years back are actually a brilliant example of this back influence of the superstructure on the basis. Let us recall here that I would say starting with the second half of the 40s, that is in the times of Stalin, or in the later period of his ruling, when the group of Vozdesensky was destroyed and members of that group were executed, there was more or less like a disagreement between the centers of power. On the one hand, you have the technocratic core, those who were working in the Council of Ministers and in the line ministries, and on the other hand, it is the political party apparatchiks and the authorities. Stalin, towards the end of his life, realized that the role of the party apparatus should really be only limited to some political and ideological work, and any practical work should be delegated to technocrats in the Council of Ministers. Technocrats who demonstrated their professionalism during the industrialization effort and during the Great Patriotic War, and who managed to rebuild the Soviet economy and who proved to be efficient managers. So Stalin thought that party should only be overlooking ideology, and any business should be given to the technocrats. But many of the followers of Stalin did not agree with that, and that was the reason for this so-called Lenin case of the Leningrad team of Voznesensky. And after Stalin, Khrushchev also inflicted several blows at this technocratic group. Take the idea of cutting the powers of the line ministries. That was the idea of Khrushchev. However, later on, with the coming of Brezhnev and Kosygin, the role of technocrats became stronger. However, to win in this struggle with the party apparatchik was not really possible, and Kosygin's ideas were again buried by the apparatchiks and the political party, Communist Party apparatus, because they were fearing about their fate and future. Now, if you take the Council of Ministers and if you take the line ministries as the basis of socialist regime and socialist state, and if you take the party apparatus as the political superstructure, as the cultural, ideological, and educational function, and they are the superstructure. And this means that the basis back then was not able to win over the superstructure and dictate the rules, but rather had to obey and follow what the superstructure was saying. And that was quite a dependent state of the basis of the technocrats from the apparatchiks. And that was again proven during Perestroika. The very concept of Perestroika, the dismantling of this socialist economic system, which actually initially was not about, the dismantlement of the Soviet Union itself, but later on actually caused that. But all of that was the product of another group of party apparatchiks and some of the other institutions that are well known today. So I would not be recalling all those collisions between the various influential ministries and institutions of power in the Soviet Union. But in any case, that was the policy pursued by that group to try to launch the restructuring or perestroika of the Soviet economy in a way so that they can more or less preserve the economic power of the Soviet Union, but also somehow make sure that their power can be inherited by their successors. And that is a well-known fact actually now and well researched at that. I would say that the most of the technocrats, or if you take most of the bureaucrats, had nothing to do with this whole project. Maybe at some later stage, say in 1988, with the adoption of the law on cooperation, when some major steps were taken to dismantle the previous economic system, did those bureaucrats start to take part in the drive. Skalganov actually mentioned that, and I have some personal evidence of how that happened, as my good friend, who exactly 30 years ago was already taking part in this movement of cooperatives or co-ops, and he came to a director of the then socialist plant, and the director of the manager actually was complaining that he was driven by those promises and was afraid that he would be persecuted and penalized for allowing the production of my friend's cooperative in the premises of that old plant. But anyways, that story was about an error group, and most of the line managers and bureaucrats were happy with what they had under the Soviet regime. They had enough privileges as they thought, and compared to the ordinary citizens, and they did not have any, desire to convert the managerial positions into ownership. Thing is that under Brezhnev, unlike under Stalin, their positions were more stable. Stalin actually liked to reshuffle the bureaucrats, but Brezhnev was quite careful about the cadre, as he was saying, and so he actually stimulated the decades of careers of bureaucrats in the same position. So, well, the main reason for the dismantlement of the system of planned economy was the subjective special operation, I would say, which also envisaged the launch of an administrative virus to more or less propagate the idea that the administrative, bureaucratic, and planned system was inefficient. And in 1987, 1988, one of the motives of Perestroika was to open fire at headquarters. Gorbachev, when he faced the first failures of Perestroika after his acceleration campaign led to nothing, after his anti-alcohol campaign was inefficient, he tried to explain to people that bureaucracy in the Council of Ministers was opposing those progressive changes, and those ministries need to be disbanded. And then they started to do that. But in actual fact, that was the really more or less a blow at the technocratic centers of competence and excellence and of management of the national economy, which helped the economy to survive through industrialization, to help to convert the country from a peripheral country into a leading economy of the world, which was not dependent on the other leaders of the world. Perhaps you can somehow wrap up there, Sergei. Well, indeed, I'll try to do that. But just one final idea to leave with you. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the collapse of the planned economic system was through concerted action of a number of interested persons, by disbanding the ministries, by firing at the headquarters, by launching that virus, that administrative virus, and after that, this whole idea was persistent for another 15 years. It was a false idea, of course, that everything was inefficient in the 80s. And for example, if you take Aeroflot, the national airlines, Aeroflot was split into dozens of companies in the 90s. But that was the continuation of that fake market idea of introducing more competition. So you cannot really have anything that would be against the market nature of such competition, but of course that was another failure. So this second organizational virus launched in the 90s had another blow at the economy, and those big economic institutions of the Soviet times were destroyed, and it led to deindustrialization of the Soviet Union, the collapse of the intellectual knowledge, and the collapse of the technocratic intelligentsia. The technocratic intelligentsia, the basis, really wanted the superstructure to introduce high culture, what academician Sakharov actually was thinking about, who was listening to Mussorgsky, Chopin, but not to, any, low pop or something. And the tragedy is, as I think, that the sound basis, technocratic basis, was not able to somehow impose the rules of the game on the superstructure, which actually introduced those catastrophic reforms that hit hard the capacity and potential of the Soviet state and the Soviet economy. Thank you. Well, we have the next speaker, Kaisin Hubiev. Do we have him online? Professor Hubiev, are you online with us? Yes, I'm right here. The floor is yours. Please, the floor is yours. Well, good afternoon, dear audience and participants in this conference. I'm especially happy to welcome our foreign colleagues. I'm happy to see that this dramatic data is analyzed together with us by our foreign colleagues and counterparts, including our colleagues whom we personally know. I'm going to talk about the main contradictions that surround the collapse of the Soviet Union. But first of all, I would like to focus on some points raised during our discussion here. And these are the points that have been discussed for a long time now, and we also heard many interesting ideas about them. First of all, I would like to mention here and note here one drawback of our political economic theory in school, something that we actually used to do during the time of the Soviet Union. We were all kind of like carried away by the idea of development. We were thinking more about development, of going through contradictions to develop. But we actually, it would have been good for us to think about the theories of destruction. Of course, we were looking into crises, but we never thought about man-made crises and destruction of social, political and economic systems, because it is not only the Soviet Union, but a number of other color revolutions that were caused by those efforts, the academic and methodological efforts of our opponents, but we never studied that. Actually, another drawback was that we don't really know how to call and name what happened to us 30 years ago. Was it like a collapse or crash or Demise or what? So we never had a good academic response to it, so we're using different terminology there.
Now, some of the points voiced during this panel. The Soviet Union, the Soviet system, was not an experiment. It was not a coincidence. It was truly a civilization with all of the necessary elements: economy, culture, education, science. It was one comprehensive system. And they had civilization-style ventures like going to space or victory in World War II. Each of them can belong to history, and it's an event of a truly civilizational importance. Now back to what happened to this unique civilization and system. I'd like to single out several contradictions that resulted in the dramatic outcome. First, it was predated by decades of intense showdown between two systems, capitalism and socialism. It was a fierce, tough battle. Material and intellectual resources were mobilized. We know that intellectual leaders in the West attacked the Soviet Union. We were also aware of some intentional actions, explicit ones. Sanctions are not a new thing for Russia. We first encountered them back then during the Soviet times, but our adversaries acted in a more subtle way. The collapse of oil prices was a severe blow to the economy, but it wasn't just that. Yeltsin spoke in front of those audiences. He condemned socialism and embraced American democracy. And when they convinced him, he made the final blow. He said that the Russian Federation would no longer support the union budget. But if you don't have a budget, you don't have a government, you don't have the state. You cannot fund your police, the army, your hospitals. So the first clash was between two orders. It was a battle, a desperate one. Now, the second type of contradictions, an external contradiction, was then reproduced domestically. Even before the Perestroika, we had a relationship, economic relations, that went beyond socialist ones. In 1983, I published an article on no socialist ownership types. I could call them capitalist, but I call them non-socialist ones. They were present in the shadow economy. Going forward, that kept snowballing. Someone mentioned the lawn cooperatives earlier. The draft law was sent to Moscow State University. I was part of the review group, and we pointed out two provisions. First, free pricing, price discovery. Well, we realized that as part of the planned economy, these cooperatives seem to be an hotbeds for speculators, those who would embezzle money, embezzle state property, and the use of hired labor. And we said that these two provisions need to be removed from the draft law, but they never listened to us. although, you know, we represented Moscow State University, so perhaps someone else lobbied for this bill. And the third type of contradictions other reports also mentioned the Russian people, the nation itself. Our ideological enemies flirted with this ambiguous nature of humans. Socialism was far beyond spiritually than any other systems on record. But the shortages that existed, that was exploited. People were dismayed and angry at the shortages that they saw here and the abundant shelves in the West. And so they swapped spiritual development for sausages or jeans. So back then, you know, some political leaders said, okay, maybe we should build a plant to produce jeans rather than weapons, because jeans were the sought after commodity for every youth. And at a certain point, bread became a rarity. We had 15 million tons of grain at that point, and we only needed 20 million tons for grain, but for bread, but it was still missing. Who created that artificial deficit? So people just gave away their spiritual freedoms and swapped it for sausages. You know. And the media also played a role. First, we had newspapers, and then these people grabbed the key TV channels. The outcome was inevitable. They would rule the hearts and minds of the people. So, and I would also have to talk about the subjective factors. Many of our enemies say that, well, they broke up, but the people didn't protest. People accepted it. That's a false tenet, false claim. The system was built in a way that we have the absolute top-down framework. People just ceded their mandate, their function to the leaders of the country. And they gave their voice during the referendum, and they hoped that this leadership would stand up for their interests. But that never took place. So that's what we could call treachery. As for the lessons going forward, regardless of your government, people need to have their own structures to protect the system. The leadership might not rise to the occasion, to the historic challenge. And just a final remark, a lot depended on Mr. Gorbachev, our top leader. They often put him on TV, and he often says that the breakup took place because the reforms were not fast enough. Come on, what kind of reforms? That's a helpless explanation. It just serves to say that our leadership was not right on par with the challenge. They are not competent enough professionally and intellectually. So yes, treachery could be one of the elements to it. Thank you. That's it from me. Now I'd like to give the floor to our panelists so that they could add something or so that they could respond to the questions in the chat. Mr. Gabriel.
Well, since all the questions are in Russian, I cannot see it. If somebody would care for an English version of it, I would be grateful. What I find extremely interesting is that
I'm sorry, Leo, it's Alexander Buzgalin. I can give you the idea, I'm sorry, of the main question to you. Key idea that Western left intellectuals does not take into account class contradictions and deals not with fundamental social economic contradictions, but mainly with different ideological trends. And second aspect, if movement of 1968 had positive program, because that they had negative negative agenda, what to destroy, but they didn't have agenda what to build.
Program in a sense of political party program, there was none or there were too many. But there was something very profound, which was a unity of people and peoples, mind the S, for instance, in front of the liberation struggles in the world, where probably we were coinciding very much with the position of the Soviet Union at the time, who supported also all these different movements which were spreading around. And if you look now back of what I just mentioned, the women's movement is tremendously important now in the West and for the restructuring of society. That's to say, the inner voices get spoken out, but there are also many other movements. I mentioned the peasant movement, which are again nowadays very, very active, and they have, after all, about 50 million affiliated in all parts of the world. The thing is, if you look at from with a lens, with spectacles, from an ideological point of view, judging what Mr. Biden says, or what Angela Merkel says, or what whatever, then you cannot detect any originality. but the movement in itself is structured in a way we always see it in the World Social Forum. You have alternative economics. The importance of human rights, including, of course, social and economic rights, not just political rights, not just the right to survive, but also the whole discussion about the migrants, which is not from now, but happened also in 68 when people were fleeing and coming over. The anti-war movement. I mean, there was no bigger movement, I think, up until now ever in the peace movement than the one which was against the Vietnam War and which was against the Pershing and this threat with even with nuclear armament. I think all this is tremendously strong and important. And it's not an ideology in the sense of clean-cut concepts invented by intelligent people, but it is a common sense of the people. And I would wish that at the same time that we in the West had all these, the birth of all these movements, also in the Soviet Union could have existed a huge movement trying to articulate and the leadership to listen to this.
Next speaker, Mikhail. So what is the social state? Mikhail, well, we've got a question. What is a social state or welfare state? I'm with you. What's your definition of a social state or a welfare state? Social state in North Europe, Northern Europe, that's a welfare state, basically. They provide aid to vulnerable groups, like the minimum subsistence level. You don't really have to pay for utilities. They enjoy high pensions. Take Finland, for example. I have a friend who's unemployed, and he gets 1,000 euro a month, although his salary was slightly higher than that, just on an unemployment benefit. So it's a state where the government takes care of the issues for a vast majority of people. Most of the wealthy people pay high taxes, up to 60%. So that's a social state. So we have redistribution of them. And here in Russia, the constitution says that we're also a welfare state, but we don't have anything like this, like that in practice. The Soviet Union used to be this welfare state. I can't say it was socialism. And many say that the Soviet Union didn't have socialism. You just need to read Balkin and others. When we have Khrushchev and Brezhnev, you had the dictatorship of the nomenclature of the party officials. And Stalin shot all the best socialists. And during a roundtable in the 1980s, sorry, during one of the roundtables, a couple of years ago, experts said that we have the same kind of nomenclature today. What we're seeing here in Russia is not the classic capitalism, but it's a kind of a feudal capitalism. What we're seeing is just criminal activities. So welfare state is a step forward versus the normal capitalism order, where people can earn money in an honest way. So welfare state is where people have to share their high income with most other people. Socialism is the next step. I'd like to pick up. We have Iceland, 330,000 people, no army. You have the police, but that's it. The constitution was written by the people. And again, it was crafted under the control of the people. Anyone could turn on their computer and watch a broadcast from their commission that drafted the constitution. All the sessions of the parliament are open, transparent. If a law is passed that 10% believe is wrong, a referendum is held, and each resident needs to vote. So they have the vote of the people, 330,000 people. And most people live in the capital. And football clubs are banned from inviting foreign coaches. And you remember in 2014, a lot of non-Icelandic people cheered for them because they played really good and gave all of their strength to on the pitch. Well, next one, Sergei Tolkachev. Anything to add? Well, I don't really see any questions. I don't want to argue about cooperatives, about their performance. I can just remind you that the Bolshevik Party was a minority. Now, as a sum up, I'd like to say that as capitalism is experiencing a global crisis, which is an obvious one, the experience of the Soviet Union as a planned economy is getting increasingly relevant.
Как бы содержательные отличия и определенное экономическое преимущество социализма.
What was the economic advantage of socialism, of the socialist order? The Soviet Union was able to set up the industries without specific economic tools like private property protection and interest rates.
Его преимущество, его быстрое распространение и, кстати, столь же быстрое
fast spread of capitalism and its fast decline
связано с тем, что он задействовал очень эффективно.
The past 300 years has been thanks to dangerous, down to dangerous tools like entitlement to your intellectual property and to property in general, and free interest rates, uncontrolled interest rates. And you had new economic hubs, like sometimes you call them young money, fresh money, there's competition. Well, that's due to the 200-year history when new economic powerhouses emerged, when new innovation was available. So this system is currently nearing its end. It's exhausted its resources due to environmental restrictions and social crises related to a huge disparity in incomes. Over a certain period of time, the USSR demonstrated an alternative system where they could have launched industrial innovative process, and it achieved fantastic results without the use of the free interest rates and without the intellectual property protection. Socialist innovators were motivated, incentivized financially. Significantly, they were rich people, but it wasn't too conspicuous. It didn't violate the basic principles of socialism, distribution by the fruits of your labor. That system could have existed given the sustainable levels of consumption and the redistribution of most of the goods produced in line with your contribution according to the vehicles, according to the vehicle of payment, which is the banknotes. So what we see in the West is very similar to what we saw in the Soviet Union. They rely increasingly often to food stamps, to stamps for social services, and they sometimes pay just one-time benefits, just pay cash in a case of a crisis by the government as some property class. And the future ideologues of capitalism believe that that's the future. That kind of redistribution system is the future. Most of the people will have unlimited access to labor, will not be part of the labor process, but will receive some financial assistance to keep going and to enjoy some decent living standards. So the Soviet experience is getting increasingly relevant. Thank you. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Khubiev. Well, I've been getting so many questions, and I'll try to respond to all of them, although brief. I'd like to remind you of a poem by Anna Akhmatova. They thought we were poor and we don't have anything. But when the dark times came, we started to recall the benefits we lost. Something along these lines. There was a poem by Anna Akhmatova. So remember, the Perestroika relied on what we saw during stagnation times. We had 4.2% of GDP growth. That would be a dream for today. But back then, the slowdown was interpreted as a signal to destroy the foundation of the economic system.
Well, now regarding the questions that I received. Question 1. Did the CPSU program of 1961 ever mention those wealth that would be abundant after communism is built. I should say that I never believed the loud words of Khrushchev. We were made to, learn by heart that formula for communism about those wealths of communism. But I was thinking, who would be kind of like producing those wealths? So you need to produce them to, enjoy. And that was one of the reasons why I decided to go into political sciences as my career and education. Another question is about the lack of will to defend your own country and system. Well, yes, if we are living in an anarchy, but when you have some power that has, say, the army, KGB, and everything, people do have grounds to believe that the will of the people would be supported and defended by those institutions. There could have been another option. Say the leaders might have appealed to the people and said, we cannot use the institutions of power to protect the state. Maybe you can organize yourselves into some civic groups and defend the state. And then, yes, maybe the people would have done that. But the story would have been different, of course. But then, look, the state at that time was fully functional without any exemptions. It was not an anarchy back then. And we could have hoped that the state would protect the will of the people, of its citizens. Do not confuse the political power of the CPSU and the Soviet Union that the people actually were in favor of. I never mentioned CPSU. Well, I mean, it's an aspect of power. It's not a system of power. It's not the full system of power. We thought that we knew that we had councils or municipal councils, parliaments, in addition to the CPSU. So we should not be confusing the two. Now, theoretically speaking, there are two different things. The collapse of the Soviet Union is the collapse of a federative state. And this is also an upheaval of the social and economic system. Things are interconnected, but the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the those Republican elites were dragging that state into pieces, those are quite different things. And we need to really look into this difference between the interests of the Republican elites and the whole of the country. Was the USSR an analog of the CPSU? No, I thought I tried to answer that. The question was that there was some ideological fight. We had the Iron Curtain in place, etc., and we lost in this ideological fight. Well, as a matter of fact, it is so, but indeed, our opponents were more technological in their fight. They were not only kind of like trying to offer an idea to oppose another idea, they were trying to palpate economically fragile points and hit those. And I was talking about the collapse of the oil prices, the oil price shock. I talked about the inefficient use of our trade deficit, and I was trying to provide my explanations of that. Another question was that the Soviet Union never pursued a propaganda against capitalism, but somehow the propaganda had the upper hand and the ideology had the upper hand. Well, there was some propaganda against capitalism, but their ideology, well, if they had any people in the West which would have been similar to the anti-socialist groups in the Soviet Union. And if, on the part of the top leaders, there would have been not only unprofessionalism, but also traitorship, then we would probably have a different outcome. But as a matter of fact, that's the actual fact that they won. Well, these are all the questions that I received. I tried to answer them briefly, but I believe that we have a limit of time there. Thank you. Maybe my co-moderator, Vasilis, would you like to say something? No, it is Gabriel who wants to say something.
Yes, I have a question, if I may ask. I don't know, but perhaps the last ones who have intervened. I'm not yet clear about your vision or your judgment on Gorbachev. What really was the mistake of Gorbachev? There must be some kind of mistake, political, tactical, strategically. Was it, for instance, that he should have negotiated with the West in order to give way as Reagan and Thatcher wanted to have the thing? What is your appreciation of?
It was a historical mistake of the Soviet Union to have him. Maybe, Kaisin, maybe Kaisin, maybe you can provide an answer. Well, Kaisin is muted. Now I'm unmuted. I did not hear the full question. It was the policy of Gorbachev. Maybe you can reproduce the question?
Yes.
No, the question.
Talking
go ahead.
About the final mistakes, what was the mistake of Gorbachev? There must have been a mistake, otherwise the result would have been different. Was it the fact that he did not negotiate whilst he was in power? All these openings he relegated inside and outside the country with the adversary.
Нельзя ли помочь мне перевести вопрос коллеги?
В чем заключались последние ошибки Горбачева? По вашему мнению, в чем ошибся Горбачев?
So just they repeat the question for Kaisin. Well, indeed, I got the general idea. Regarding Gorbachev, I can share my own personal opinion. Well, in terms of scale, that person was
которой он никак не соответствовал.
Kind of like trying to perform a function, a social and political function that was really above his level in terms of his education, in terms of his knowledge, and in terms of his skills. He declared the policy of Perestroika, but he never produced an action plan for that. When he was asked what was Perestroika once, he replied that Perestroika was that everyone should start with himself or herself. And the mass media actually tried to, reiterate that and duplicate that answer. And Sergei Svetlanov said, a composer, said that he kind of like recorded his concertos and started with himself to reform himself. Well, even today, nobody knows about that practical action plan, because otherwise we could have analyzed that. Then we had all this bacchanalia of the series of various economic programs of 500 days, 300 days, but we never received a program from Gorbachev about his economic plans. And Gorbachev had the full power in his hands. And all his mistakes today may be mirrored in the experience and history of China. I actually recently worked for 3 months in China, and they were celebrating 40 years of their reforms. And I saw quite vividly that our mistakes were not repeated by China, but actually were turned into their successes. And I do remember that in the late 80s in Moscow State University, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Buzgalin, and we were next to him, we held an international conference with the conference hall of the Moscow State, and it was a full audience, and even international experts advised us to follow the Chinese way, which was not heard. But the history of China and the experience of China shows that the Soviet Union and China actually had very similar, almost identical systems of planned economy, but because of different policies pursued, we followed different tracks, and this is the mistake of Gorbachev. And one more point, in China, they also faced a situation when they faced kind of like a bifurcation. Take Tiananmen Square. The young people were supported from the West so that China would follow the way of the Soviet Union and Russia. But the Chinese leadership were tough, and they used the power to prevent such way. And they were not scared by the opinions of the global elites about their possible behavior. Gorbachev, again, this is a totally different behavior, a totally different choice, and a totally different outcome. Sorry, I took too much of your time, but the question was quite interesting. I understand Vasilis doesn't want to say anything, but then let us finish here, and I would like to thank all the participants in this session. Let us have a 15-minute break now. The next one will be in about 15 or 17 minutes. So, dear colleagues, please take your 15 minutes for your break. We will resume at 17:30 Moscow time. Please do not go away forever, because we're going to have something interesting to discuss next.
Mr. Buzgalin?
Hello. Yes, hello. I'm sorry.
Hello, hi. This is Derek Monroe. How are you, from Illinois, US?
Yes, Derek, hello.
Fine, actually, I have one question which I want to pose to the, I sent a message in chat, but I think was not responded to. So is it okay to maybe post the question next session?
Yes, of course, but I'll try to, how to say, to reproduce your question. So can you just...
Actually, it's a statement and a fact. When there was a transition in the Soviet Union to the from planned to market economy, there were a lot of different advisors, financial advisors, who were sent from the West to Russia. And the most important one was the Jeffrey Sachs, who worked in transition in Poland, and he also worked with Gaidar in Soviet Union. And about 6 months ago, he gave an interview to National Public Radio here, stating that the whole process, his involvement in the case of transition of the economy in Soviet Union and Poland was a mistake, that they didn't know what they were doing, actually. So that should was it.
Sorry, Derek, I will interrupt you for a minute.
No, it's sure, no worries.
Very interesting that you, very important, not simply interesting, that you mentioned this fact. And if you send me direct quotation with link from the radio, TV, it will be great. But there is one detail, important historic detail. Sachs came to our country when Soviet Union already was destroyed. After 1991. He was advisor for Yeltsin after collapse of the Soviet Union. So his role is really negative, but on the another stage of the development.
So it doesn't concern the situation. Okay, that's fine.
On this exact topic of conference of this.
I just that's fine. That's fine. I will send you the link and to your email. I have your email, so
yes, great.
Because I'm just really curious if the Soviet establishment, when they were transitioning to power, transitioning the system, or they're so naive to believe a lot of the Western advisors and a lot of the
it was not problem of belief. It was the problem of material interest.
Oh, I see.
The terrible destruction was very profitable for the political and economic bosses of the country. They received a lot. They received power, they received money, they received property, respect in the world, and so on. So they had victory.
Well, interesting.
Great, this how to say, negative result.
Oh, I see. So, like when Naomi Klein wrote "Disaster Capitalism," basically, that's what it was.
Yes.
Okay.
It was class problem introduced until now. Yes,
great. I will send you the message. You kind of answered this question actually. Now that's what I really wanted to know. So, I'm actually I was working in Poland. Just got back last week. I was in Poland for 2 months, so it was a really interesting experience. Anyway, I will send you an email message, so there will be no problem. And thanks a lot for responding. It's a very interesting conference. First time I'm taking place of that, and it's very. I'm learning a lot of stuff, which is really great.
I'm sorry, I have to solve one technical.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Не пойдет. Только есть? Нет. Девятка почти есть.
Андрей, приветствую вас. Слышно?
Так, коллеги, у нас перерыв. Сейчас еще 1-2 минутки. Андрей Иванович начнет работу, и мы все включимся.
Очень про тебя там хорошо говорят где-то, но я уже не помню. А я про Попова тебе выслала потом.
Угу. Спасибо. Я видел, просто не успел прочитать. Андрей Иванович, Андрей, добрый день. Еще раз. Можно начинать, я думаю, уже 17:30.
I think we may start. Half past, I guess we may start now.
Микрофон нужно включить.
Борис Федорович, сейчас решим все проблемы.
Он просто забыл, и все.
Так, ну тут... Угу, все, начинаю, я здесь. Так, всем добрый день.
Good afternoon to everyone. And so we begin
Нашу сессию.
our session today.
Так, здесь ли мой присутствует соведущий?
I hope my co-moderator is also online. Yes, Mr. Fazenfest is with us and he will sum it up.
Пока не вижу.
Андрей Иванович, ты слышишь, нет?
Can you hear me?
Дэвид здесь.
Yep, I'm here. Yes.
Дэвид, да, добрый день.
Добрый день.
It's great to see you. So, yes, let's begin. Off we go.
У нас такой же, как в предыдущих сессиях, 15 минут.
timing is the same, 15 minutes for your interventions. I'd like to ask everyone to stick to this time so that we have time for a discussion and for a summary at the very end. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Al Campbell. Why has the Soviet experiment to build socialism fail? That's a view from the outside, and what are the lessons for the future? So, Al Campbell, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I've been noticing, I only got back home, as Alexander knows, a couple of hours ago. I've been noticing that no one has done a share screen. Is this, are we doing,
Switch on, please.
Are we doing PowerPoint, or are we just giving a talk? Ah, yes, okay. Okay, let me just, hold on.
Так, что-то не слышно звука.
Yeah.
У меня было объявление, что организатор отключил звук для всех.
Well, can you hear me? Can you, Mr. Campbell, can you hear?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let me just see. Can you see this screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, now somehow I have to just make this, reverse it. Design insert. Your share sheet.
Bottom right, Al, there's that little like window that turns it into a PowerPoint. Look at the bottom row on the right.
Yeah, that I know, but okay, but then I want to switch the display settings. I want to switch this. Hold on. Duplicate, swap the presenter. Here we go. Now we got it. Okay.
Так, не слышно звука.
Okay.
Саш, не слышно звука.
Is that working right?
Yes.
Okay.
Понял тебя.
So I begin. Should I begin?
Go for it, Al.
Okay, great.
Yes, Al.
Please, yes.
Okay. Okay, 3 quick opening remarks. First, I want to thank all the organizing organizations of this conference. In the first place, for organizing this conference, analyzing this important question that all of us who want to make a more human post-capitalist world need to revisit and think about from time to time as we think about the future. And then second, for inviting me. Second, I want to underline what my title already indicates. There are views about both why the USSR collapsed, both as a state system and as a non-capitalist system of production, and also why it failed to meet its original self-declared goal of building a socialist system of production, seen by someone from outside the countries today that were formerly part of the USSR. The so-called Russian Revolution was a world important historical event to all of us who are trying to promote moving beyond capitalism. And so I have no shyness about talking about it as part of our history too. But of course, at the same time, those of us from outside have vastly less knowledge about many of the details of the history, details that we've been hearing about of the USSR. And also we can't possibly have a feeling of having lived in the USSR, or nowadays, for our younger colleagues, their parents lived in the USSR. And my comments, of course, are made with all that in mind. And third, the purpose of such a short talk is only to present a couple of points concerning a frame that I feel is useful for thinking about some issues concerning the USSR, issues that are also important for our building a human-centered post-capitalist society today. In fact, I will present only 2 points, one concerning analyzing what happened in the USSR, and then because it's half of the title of the conference, 1 point about lessons to be learned from the history of the USSR to use in our efforts today to build a human-centered, non-capitalist society, which I, like many people, will call a socialist society. Okay, with that introduction, let me make my 2 short comments with some discussion on each. So, issue number 1, concerning historical analysis. As already stated, the first point will concern analyzing what happened in the USSR. The issue of concern is that radicals and socialists while when considering the failure of the USSR, generally conflate two related but actually distinct issues. Why did the USSR dramatically and quite unexpectedly collapse in 1991? And why did the USSR never approximate building some sort of socialism similar to the ideas of Marx and Engels, which the revolutionaries had declared they intended to build when they took power in 1917? I will briefly make a few comments on each of these with the purpose of stressing that they are different issues, and above all, indicating why we need to treat them as separate issues to build a future socialism somewhat resembling the ideas of Marx and Engels. So the first half of this first issue, why did the USSR collapse? Well, we've actually heard vastly more about this than I'm going to say. Why did it collapse both as a political entity and as a particular system or mode of production and reverted to capitalism? A popular position in the pro-capitalist elite political science circles in the West, in academia, and especially in politics, is that the US cleverly masterminded essentially a bankruptcy of the USSR through the arms race that it created, often attributed to the personal mastermind of Zbigniew Brzezinski. This caused the USSR to have to spend a large part of its national wealth on the military and not let the US get the edge on them to where the US had first strike capability. In passing, I personally believe that the US would indeed have struck and annihilated tens of millions of people in the USSR if it did not fear retaliation. But in any case, in this view, the result was that the USSR did not have enough wealth left to continue to improve its economy and the lives of its people at a satisfactorily rapid rate. And so the people became discontent, and then they brought down not only the regime, but the whole system. I think this is completely too simple a story, but of course there's some truth behind it as a marginal contributing factor. A related explanation is much broader. The bureaucracy ceased to be in contact with the masses. And so as the economic downturn from the 1960s onward began, the population blamed that on the bureaucracy. The population also came to believe that Western capitalism was providing more rapid growth, and they wanted whatever system would give rapid economic growth. Note, of course, that the reality was very different from the story taught in the US, that people in the USSR wanted the US system because it was so great. We have data on this from actual polls of the Russian population from the early 1990s. Talking in very approximate figures for the working masses of the USSR, only 1/4 wanted a neoliberal system like the US, while a half wanted a system like Northern Europe had before the 1980s, a system that was already dying out in places like Sweden by 1990, but that's another story. And about 1/4 wanted to stay with the system they already had. Note in passing that polls among the bureaucrats had a much higher percentage that wanted a wide open, barbaric US-type neoliberal system, about 50%. Now, the second very different half of this first issue on the historical failure of the USSR that must not be mixed together with the first is, why did the USSR not succeed in building a socialism somewhat along the lines envisioned by Marx and Engels, as it has set itself the goal of doing when it won power in the insurrection of 1919? While I realize, of course, this is a strongly debated issue with a huge amount of literature written on it, and we've just heard a lot of good presentations on it, for this 15-minute talk, I will simply state my view, which of course is both shared by many people and debated by many other people. As has happened in many other revolutions, such as the archetypal French Revolution, the people with leadership power changed. In the USSR, after this change, the new leadership no longer held the goal of building a socialism somewhat similar to that envisioned by Marx and Engels, notwithstanding that it still claimed that it did. Restated in different words, the USSR failed to build a socialism anything like that envisioned by Marx and Engels, because those who came to hold power abandoned that as a goal of their overall social policy. The USSR quite clearly never returned to capitalism, but it ceased to attempt to build socialism in the sense of Marx and Engels. Adding just one more piece to that, I would say This abandonment of the goal of building socialism in the sense of Marx and Engels occurred by the time that a new leadership of the USSR, different from the leadership that had led the insurrection of 1917, had consolidated power by the very early 1930s. Well, as I said, I cannot even begin to talk about the volume of subtle issues that come up when considering the history of the USSR in relation to the project of building socialism. I will quickly speak to two common misunderstandings before moving to the second and final section of the talk concerning lessons to be drawn for building socialism in the future. For reasons of time, I will simply read these two notes concerning thinking about the history of the USSR and socialism. So note one on analyzing the history of the USSR in relation to building socialism. Building socialism out of transcending capitalism is necessarily a prolonged process. It will require decades and several generations of people, not just to create new institutions, but more important, to change the behavior and worldview of the people who are building it. But that also does not mean that any sustained post-capitalist process must inevitably result in a desirable socialism. And the second short note is that the world is not simply Momdzhyan or binary or black and white. To ask why the USSR failed to build the desired socialism is not to claim that nothing done in the USSR would be appropriate for a desired socialism. To the contrary, studying the history of the failure of the USSR experiment to build socialism must include recognizing and acknowledging what it did that would be appropriate for a desirable socialism, despite the failure of its project to build that socialism, as scientific method requires that we do for studying any failed experiment for anything. Okay, so I'll move to the second part.
17:36.
Where am I? Okay, now on to the second issue. As I said in my introduction, it would be touched on because it's half of the title of the conference. This is a point about the lessons to be learned from the history of the USSR for our continuing efforts today to build socialism. And while there's many lessons, for reasons of time, I will simply put out what I consider to be the most important lesson and then quickly make three comments on it to address some common misunderstandings. I will end this short presentation referring to another real-world experiment, which was also a failure, that's insufficiently studied by advocates of socialism, especially exactly because the process was part of a failure, but which nevertheless has many ideas and lessons that should be considered as we continue to fight for a better world. Okay, the most important lesson: socialism, in the sense of Marx and Engels, requires all social decisions to be collectively made and implemented by all society, called social self-governance or social self-determination, etc. That they be not just for the people, but necessarily also be by the people. Three considerations here. First, social self-governance or self-determination does not mean that all social decisions need to be made by everyone in society, as carried to extremes by socially important movements such as Occupy Wall Street in the United States, or to a much less absurd degree, the Indignados in Spain and many other groups. To the contrary, socialist self-governance rejects the hyper-individualistic concept of so-called direct democracy for all social decisions. I will make a very strong provocative claim. Direct democracy, as we know it, is in fact both anti-democratic and contrary to humanity's collective species nature. Second, this statement about the key lessons to be learned that was just made from the history of the USSR for building a future socialism continues to face the issue of what defines the word socialism. Asking this question concretely related to this talk, should the USSR from the 1930s onward, after it no longer pursued the goals of Marx and Engels, be called socialist? We want to argue in favor of a human-centered post-capitalist society, and we want to tell people we're fighting for socialism. But we do not want people to ignore us because they say, we have seen socialism in the USSR, and we don't want that. So there's this problem of what is socialism? Because of this, many times we use adjectives, maybe calling that bureaucratic socialism, while we want a desirable socialism, or maybe a genuine socialism. But the problem with that for promoting the transcendence of capitalism is very clear. A very big problem in the West is that the term state socialism has been widely adopted to refer to what the USSR had from the 1930s onward. And that term is counterposed to something like grassroots socialism or bottom-up socialism. But the implication is that these somehow avoid having a state, and that's nonsense. Socialism must have a state. The state, as it has been in history, the instrument for the ruling class to control society, will wither away, but the state will not wither away. A large society needs a socially and democratically controlled state, both to determine and carry out the social will. I'm going to go to the last slide in just a minute. The term widely used in the West of state socialism to describe a system like the old USSR system is nonsense. Any socialism will be state socialism, and the question is what sort of state it will be. And here's the final slide. Finally, this central lesson from the history of the USSR certainly does not mean that the existence and reproduction over time of a non-capitalist system of production indicates the existence of a process of building socialism. This was actually the third point on the last slide. One counterexample is exactly what this conference is talking about: the non-capitalist USSR for 60 years, from the beginning of the 1930s to 1991. Clearly, some people would argue, but this presenter would also say that another example, one that's existing today, is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, from its founding in 1948 until today, almost 75 years. It's non-capitalist, but it is not engaged in a process of building socialism, if by the word socialism, we mean anything even remotely similar to what Marx and Engels had in mind. And now this last slide in about 15 seconds. To end on this central issue for building a future socialism, to be learned from the history of the USSR, I will argue that the processes started in Venezuela around 2006 of building governing communal councils for people to collectively self-govern society, part of the Bolivarian revolution there, which also, like the USSR, failed in its goal to promote a process of building socialism, is something that radicals and socialists should study much more than they have. And so I'm going to put up this slide, which has one article from the well-known magazine Monthly Review from 2015 about the communal state in Venezuela, and three articles and three books that were written in 2016 on the same topic. And with that, I'll end.
Thank you, El. Just in time. The next, следующий докладчик.
And our next speaker
Следующий докладчик у нас Славин Борис Федорович.
Boris Slavin talk about historical and philosophical aspects of the decline of the USSR and the opportunities for its resurgence. Do we have you, Mr. Slavin? You have 15 minutes. I just want to say that I penned a book on this issue. I'd like to show them to you. Coming back, Marx, coming back. Before that, I wrote a book, Socialism and Russia, and my final book is my talks with Gorbachev, the unfinished novel, including about the socialism of the future, about his mistakes, and so on. So that's a prelude. So what are the historical and philosophical problems Today is the 20th of August. So 30 years ago, we had that coup. What was it all about? It was an attempt to make a step back, to backpedal back basically on the reforms, to make a U-turn. And at the end of the reforms, a trio emerged. And Russians love trios of everything. We had Mr. Kravchuk, the former leader and firebrand and ideologue of Marxism, and one of the members later on of the so-called Belaveja negotiations, Yeltsin, Shushkevich, Kravchuk. So that trio disbanded the Soviet Union. So when they asked Mr. Kravchuk, and I watched this report just yesterday on TV, he said, well, no one tried to protest. The Soviet Union just buried itself. It dug itself in. That's what he said, Mr. Kravchuk. So together with the leader of Belarus and Russia, they just disbanded the Soviet Union. That was one of the first items on their agenda. They wanted to agree on the fact that the Soviet Union ceases to exist from now on.
Кравчук, хотя и был идеологом в свое время марксизма, он, конечно, очень трудно себе представлял.
So Kravchuk didn't have a clear idea what history is. The Soviet Union didn't dig itself in. It was dug in by the policy makers that both policymakers that tried to push it forward, to push the country forward, and those who want to push it backwards. I mean, the coup members. So we're marking the 30th anniversary. They tried to remove Gorbachev. They tried to go back to the arrangement that they had before Gorbachev. What kind of an arrangement was it? Again, it was a kind of a socialist experiment. And Lenin was one of the founders of that socialist experiment. The very birth of the Soviet Union took place in 1922, so we'll be marking the 100th anniversary next year. That's a single state that united several national republics. And Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, just recently said that one of the ticking bombs laid down by Lenin was a mine that exploded when the Soviet Union collapsed. So that ticking bomb was in that agreement between the republics. So he wanted to show that the Bolsheviks, led by Lenin, didn't quite understand the essence of what a state is. They were revolutionaries. They destroyed everything what stood in their way. So if you read history this way, it's very dim, it's very unclear. So that's a new phenomenon, viewing history as politics. History is the politics in retrospect. That's what Putin suggests doing. He called the collapse of the Soviet Union a major geopolitical tragedy, a catastrophe that took place in late 20th century. So what's his stance? When the Soviet Union was set up, he said, all the historical preconditions were undermined. There was a view that all the national republics are similar, that they are part of one Slavic ethnic space, and they were supposed to be brought together. So the idea behind it was about autonomy. But that was a mistake he made.
О котором я говорю, план, так сказать, связанный с автономизацией, принадлежал
So this grand plan for autonomy was proposed not by Lenin, but by Stalin. And there was a hot debate between these two leaders, which was one of the triggers for the death of Lenin. Lenin had a different principle in mind. He wanted to respect the identity of the republics. And the single state was created that was able to defeat fascism, that demonstrated the unity of the people. But at the same time, there were other views on the Soviet Union. The Stalin, which proceeded from the premise that the agreement on the establishment of the Soviet Union was signed back in 1922, and he tried to update it. He wanted to subject all the republics to Russia, to the main republic. And that led to the ethnic crisis we had, nationalistic sentiment. And during World War II, a lot of ethnic groups were just evacuated. Germans in the Volga district here in Russia, and Crimean Tatars and other ethnic groups.
Well, the reason I'm discussing this is that the history of the Soviet Union contained two models of a socialist society, a model by Lenin and a model by Stalin. And of course, until about the mid-30s, Stalin was more or less adherent to the views of Lenin, but at least in words, but was following a different idea in his deeds. And Stalin said that we had the revolution in a backward country, and Marx and Engels said that the most advanced country would come closest to a revolution, but it was the opposite. During the First World War, the people revolted against the existing powers, and the people believed in the Bolsheviks. But what was offered to the people, and Stalin also debated this with Marx and with the Mensheviks, that Russia was not ready for a revolution, and that some people believe that there were no elements of socialism in Russia. But Stalin said we should not be dogmatic. Let us face the truth. We are a backward country, and yes, to build socialism, we need to really use the best from capitalism. And the definition of socialism, actually two almost mathematical formulas, as Lenin put it, that communism is a Soviet power plus electrification of the whole country. But there's another formula, that the Soviet power plus the Prussian order and railways plus American education plus many other progressive things would produce socialism. And that was his view. Well, we were backward compared to the advanced capitalist countries. And he was asking himself, why cannot we take that road to take the basis in capitalism? And Bolsheviks started to do that. And the idea was of, ensuring availability of power, electricity across the country, the famous plan of Goylerow. And also socialism to him was society where the fruit of labor would be the benefit of all. And in this sense, he was following the original idea of socialism from Pierre Leroux in France, the definition that was used by Marx and Engels in the manifesto of the Communist Party. But the basis was backward, and you had to do everything to catch up with capitalism, and that was put into Lenin's plan. It was not only technical backwardness, but also in terms of democracy. We needed to provide new democracy and ownership to people. Lenin actually thought about two things towards the end of his life, that we need to more or less transplant the best into Russia. And second, without which it was not possible to turn 80% of people, of peasants, into modern builders of socialism, was cooperation. And cooperation was voluntary to him. Cooperation was something that would create the conditions for socialism. And in 1923, in his last article, he mentioned that we are facing the immediate task of building socialism. It is not socialism yet, but it would be the foundations of socialism. Unfortunately, Stalin was formally following the way of Lenin, but he actually turned cooperation into the destruction of many people. And that destruction produced the products for other people. The cooperation to Stalin was a blow at the wealthy peasants and farmers, the kulaks, and also that cooperation did not produce the fast roots of socialism that could have been expected. I mean, even after a long while, we still see some problems in agriculture, and backwardness was the lagging behind the capitalist society that we were trying to catch up with and actually run ahead of them. But we needed for that some industrial basis. Lenin described how to do that. For example, Volkhovstroy to him was an example of building modern industry that was a power generating plant. Stalin was formally doing the same. Industrialization, well, Trotsky said that to ensure industrialization of the country, you need to build large power plants like Dneprogas. But Trotsky's critics said that, you know, it's like, you know, offering a peasant instead of a cow, like a violin. That violin is too sophisticated to be played by a peasant. Then the idea was catched up caught up by Stalin, but it was excessive industrialization. Stalin was trying to, you know, to industrialize the country within 4 years first and 3 years, and of course it kind of like put the economy of the country into imbalance. So these were the two models of economic development in Russia. And they had some history behind. Now, under Khrushchev, there was an idea to go back to Lenin's model. And you would think that, well, we had many tasks resolved under Khrushchev, for example, housing. Khrushchev did a lot to build very affordable housing to people. Now they are looked with contempt because those were very small apartments with very small kitchens and bathrooms, but at least those were not shared living, but separate housing for families. Maybe Khrushchev did not attain too many of the tasks that he had in mind, but he also thought that socialism should have some advanced science. And we saw the result of that, we had the first man in space from the Soviet Union, and socialism did that. So which means that we could do that. But unfortunately, the second commandment of Lenin, or last minute for you, Sergei. Well, the second commandment, if you like, from Lenin was that we needed to fight bureaucracy at all costs to build socialism. Unfortunately, that task was not met. Quite on the contrary, the Communist Party, after receiving good resources, was turning into a bureaucracy, dreaming to more or less keep their positions forever. And they wanted to turn their service privileges into their private privileges. And these processes explain why, in the end of the day, we had the collapse of socialism. All those destructive elements of Stalinist bureaucratic model of socialism led to the demise of socialism. Well, I'll take some more time probably during Q&A to provide more explanations of what I mean to say, but just one last point. Today, the task is to somehow reject all those negative things that were done by Stalin and assume Lenin's model to build the new future socialism, not the one that was proposed by Stalin, but the one that was dreamed of by Lenin, of course, based on the new technological advancements and the post-industrial state. Thank you. Thank you, Boris. I think the next speaker will be, who do we have on the schedule? Perhaps we can run a video from Professor Chen and Fu.
Кого вы сказали, не слышно фамилии?
Академик Китайской академии общественных наук.
Academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Mr. Chen and Fu. The topic of my today's presentation would be how to assess the Soviet socialism and its consequences. The Soviet Union was the first socialist country, and it created for humanity a way of socialist development, which was totally different from capitalism. It also led to the miracle of economic social development of the Soviet Union and produced a deep revolutionary impact on everyone. And here I would like to talk about three questions: how to assess the economic development of the Soviet model, and currently the public figures are now trying to fully negate the socialist experience and remove the fundamental values and constitutional privileges. But based on the many problems in economic and social development of the Soviet Union. However, we need to be objective to analyze the economic and social development of the Soviet Union. And although the Soviet Union had some mechanisms and political functions, facts prove that the Soviet Union really achieved large successes in its socialist development. Overall, it promoted fast and healthy development of the Soviet economy and the society, which led to the victory of the Soviet people in the Second World War and in the anti-fascist war and in the international contradictions with the US and the West. That's why it was of fundamental historical importance. The public opinion in the Western capitalist countries believe that the economic development of the Soviet Union was going slowly. However, the Soviet Union conducted industrialization of the country, and that actually went dozens of times faster than in the West. And the country received industries that were producing competitive products for the time. The Soviet Union GDP of the period of 1928 to 1975 grew faster than in the US. Secondly, a widely spread opinion suggests that the Soviet economy was already in stagnation before Gorbachev came to power. However, this runs counter to the reality. We can claim that Gorbachev and actually that the scale of economic decline under Gorbachev was not the same. And the Perestroika that was led by Gorbachev did not stimulate the potential development of the socialist system and led to negative economic results of the Soviet Union in 1991 and its collapse. Thirdly, according to the widespread opinion, the Soviet initiative to collectivize agriculture was wrong. It is also wrong. The achievements of communal agriculture are huge. The developments of the industry and the form of agriculture were one of the most important initiatives to overcome the difficulties of the Soviet system. In only 2 5-year plans, the Soviet Union was industrialized to a large degree, and a good economy was established. Fourth, the public opinion believes that the means for existence and inefficiency of the Soviet Union was important. Under the Stalinist model, the Soviet Union was actually one of the leading countries of the 40s, and it became the second country in the world in terms of its level of development, thanks to the achievements in economics, technologies, education, healthcare, sports, and other areas of life, including in defense. But for the German invasion, which led to big losses in the Soviet Union, the overall might of the Soviet Union would be the same or would be above that of the US. We can say that but for Gorbachev, the Soviet Union would have survived. Without the great role and the victory of the Socialist Soviet Union against fascism, it would have been impossible to fight fascism across the world, including the war against Japan. Fifth, the economic and political development of the Soviet Union was quite stable. We need to confirm that the society did not reach the level where resources could be well distributed by the centralized planning, and the system led to certain consequences in terms of the dynamic development of the economic structures. We also saw some evident shortcomings in the development of the politics and the rule of law. However, the serious mistake in the scale of purges there can be explained by the personality of Stalin. This was a singular mistake, and the Soviet economic and political system did not reproduce that mistake further on. This means that the movement and the fight to eradicate counter-revolution was can be explained by the political circumstances of the time. Sixth, the way of socialist construction in the Soviet Union was more or less the same, and the fundamental system of Soviet economy, policies, and culture was socialist in its nature and had different advantages, and both direct, visible, and invisible. But the specific institutional mechanism and model of development had some deficiencies that could have been reworked towards scientific socialism. To establish the true reasons for the pragmatic changes, we need to ask a question: what led to the fact that such an economically, technologically, and militarily powerful country as the Soviet Union collapsed without any external invasion or internal revolt? In the 30 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the world did a lot of studies of the reasons for the collapse of the Soviet Union, and there is enough literature on that. The most popular theories are the theory of inevitability of the traditional model, and the theory of the basis and the superstructure, the theory of the rejection by the CPSU and the alienation of the CPSU from the people, the theory of the arms race, and the theory of the failure of ethnic ethnic elites, but they are all unilateral and quite erroneous to this or that extent. In my view, the sharp changes and the collapse of the Soviet Union had both ideological and organizational reasons, including the wrong perception of the scientific socialism by the leaders of the Soviet Communist Party and Gorbachev. One of the reasons was the ideological and excessive denial by Khrushchev, Stalin, and of the various cultural aspects, and hence the tough ideological theory and the traditional system and mechanism of propaganda were not promptly removed. The second would be this, the organizational reason. The Soviet Communist Party was promoting more and more non-Marxist cadre to the high positions, and the serious deficiencies of the organizational system and mechanisms were difficult to be removed and efficiently managed. The third reason was the political and leadership role of the Soviet Communist Party, and that took the initiative of betraying the country, and the traditional political institutes and mechanisms were not able to contain such movements. Based on the highly centralized and tight traditional socialist system, the three fundamental reasons of the collapse of the Soviet Union were that the long-term ideological confusion was present, long-term failures of the organizational policy and the political betrayal of the leaders of Perestroika. So what was the state of the socialism after the collapse of the Soviet Union in the world? There are still a number of important scientists and academics that can objectively assess the way of socialism. The chief editor of the French journal Marx Today believes that the October Revolution and the subsequent socialist system were in line with the historical trends of the time. Sean Sayers, a British academic, believes that the revolution in Russia was of historical importance and illustrates the value of socialism. Helmut Peters, a German academic, believes that the practice of socialist construction of the Soviet Union, despite all its problems and deficiencies, has produced many advantages, and for a long time was one of the most powerful forces historically, and was a historical alternative to capitalism, and had a decisive influence on the history of the 20th century. Bellamy Foster John said that the collapse of the Soviet Union was not an end of history, but was a pause in the development of socialism after the 75 long years of its history, and the attempt to build a socialist society by breaking up with capitalism was, of course, positive. I believe that the collapse of the socialist countries, the USSR and the Eastern Europe, cannot testify that the scientific notion of socialism is wrong, and that the fundamental economic, political, and cultural systems of socialism are wrong in essence. There are turns and tendencies in the ways and paths of socialism. Last year, the French petit bourgeois thinker Piquet, in his book, said that in the history of the development of humanity, the values would be about economic systems and politics. That view is right, but it would not really negate the final determinism of the economic basis. The thing is that the values of the powers that be in each country were different, and the Soviet socialist model evolutionized into three separate systems and economic models. The model of the socialist economics in China, Vietnam, and other countries, nominal socialist economics based on planned economy in North Korea, and the model of monopolistic capitalism in Eastern Europe. Currently, the existing contradictions and crises of the national and global capitalist systems and different hegemonic practices of the neo-imperialism, such as, say, the US and NATO, should really stimulate the advanced intelligentsia, politicians and workers in various countries to take innovative and assume innovative Marxist values that should allow the national and global socialism to really finally come to its victory. The way to socialism is arduous and difficult, but it is the road to the brighter future. And all advanced people of the 21st century, especially communists of all countries, must have this theory in mind and the finality of the way to socialism. Thank you very much, dear comrades, friends, and academicians. We should thank academician Chen Fu for his presentation, and we have only one more person to present, Mr. Buzgalin, please. Well, his presentation is about the USSR is gone into the future. Well, thank you, Andrei. Thank you, colleagues. Perhaps I should really make you smile before I make my presentation. It's been almost 9 hours since we started our first day. I was asked several times why I have this suntan, and really it comes from the middle of Russia. But I kind of like here make a link between the red-faced people, the white-faced people, the black-faced people. So that's why I have such a strange face of Buzgalin in front of you. Well, it's but seriously speaking, it's the time of some breaks, and that's why I took my break in the province of Russia to have some suntan. Well, the last session actually provided us with good insights about the positions, the position of Mr. Slavin and the position of one of the lines of the Chinese academic thought, Professor Chen Fu. But let me take some perpendicular view instead of sharing with you a third view. I would rather accentuate some of the lessons that we need to learn for future and methodological aspects. So the methodological aspect number one, the collapse of the Soviet Union, first of all, is not a geopolitical process. This is the end, but provisional end of the movement towards socialism in this country, and it is the time of some reversal movement across the territory of the ex-Soviet Union and probably across the world. Geopolitical tragedies, well, say the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was it a geopolitical tragedy after the First World War? The end of the British Empire, was it a geopolitical tragedy to people? I did not mean too many people in the now independent republics of the former Soviet Union that would be nostalgic about the Roman Empire. But I do see that many people really want a new embodiment of the Soviet Union, including here in Russia, which means that the USSR was not an empire or a geopolitical formation. It was something else. It was huge and global and common, I would say, project of moving to a new society, a project which actually produced a new historical practice. Of course, it contained in itself many contradictions, but also it contained inside an impulse of moving to the future. So the second methodological aspect, there is a saying to criticize positivism is that you need to be looking for a lamp, not where you lost it, but not where it should be, but where you lost it. So we are trying to more or less judge the Soviet Union from the positions of our current bourgeois methodology, which uses some biased approaches. We are looking at the views of various politicians and the statistics of GDP, the correlation between the forms of ownership, but we do not pay too much attention to the essence of the new society that was being born in the Soviet Union. It was not simply a new economic system with certain GDP rates, growth rates, which actually could be comparable to the growth rates in the West, but it was a regime, a system which was coming close to bourgeois democracy. Perhaps there we may draw some parallels. And communism was being born, but here I would put a question mark. The Kingdom of Freedom was being born, and it was the kingdom of the needy. It was the kingdom of new man, which more or less was the concentration of all those global changes. So let us try to look for those traits and characteristics of communism in the USSR, not indeed the traits of communism, not of that transitional system that we had in the Soviet Union. And I can tell you right away that the key factor of the collapse of the Soviet Union was the fact that we actually stopped moving towards communism. When we were moving to communism, we were winning. We had a revolution which was a powerful leap towards communism. There were no really material grounds for such a revolution, but the revolution was a success. We actually were fighting a dozen of superpowers that attacked Soviet Russia, that attacked this country. And we also had to fight internal counter-revolution, but we won during the Civil War. Despite everything, despite any factors that were playing against us, we were destroyed by two wars, by the epidemics, the Spanish flu, we were destroyed by the hunger, and in this totally collapsed country, we were able to build a qualitatively new communal system in areas which were actually difficult to imagine. We created a new world, the world of education, and the system cannot be reproduced even today. We had a system of forming personality and of men. We created world-class culture. It was not really a Soviet culture, Russian culture. It is really a world-level culture that Ludmila Bulavka is talking so much about. We created one of the greatest academic sciences. We had a country of about 40% of GDP of the US to a level where most people actually lived a very good life. And in this space of communism, in this space of creativity, we actually won, I would say. And we won in terms of building of a new economy, which was a miracle. Most of us, most of academics and philosophers take a look at the Momdzhyan and Grzyeva debate. So we're always talking about productive forces and production production relations. But the capital of Marx actually provides for the two-way street there, and capitalism begins not with industrialization, but with productive forces and simple cooperation and coming to manufacturing. So we started off to move to communism from very simple cooperation and very simple manufacturing. We could have built capitalism on a pre-industrial basis, and the Netherlands actually provided an example of that. After a revolution and after some efforts, Italians also had the period of Renaissance to do that, and in Italy, they lost after 100 years or maybe several hundred years of great achievements, but also civil wars and inquisitions.
Но в весьма уродливом виде.
The Netherlands did win, but not in the best way. As for the UK, they spent 100 years to build a bourgeois system on a semi-industrial basis. But that was an ugly capitalism. Indeed, it developed much faster, but you had pirates, you had monarchy, you had disparity, you even had it embedded in your parliament with the upper chamber, with peers, and that huge empire. So capitalism lasted for 500 years. So the reason for the decline of the Soviet Union was exactly the same as the reasons for its birth. Following World War I, the world wanted to move forward. The colonies wanted that. They had even a more backward system than in the empire. Europe wanted that. The Reds almost won in Germany, in Hungary, in Spain, 1936, but fascism trampled them. And we've seen that in Latin America. Well, like if you take Cuba, they were able to win and keep it. Sometimes it's a mutated form, but that's an advanced mutation. But what was the foundation? Some say it's subjectivity, but I would say it's material factors. It's the masses that shape history. It's a fundamental provision of Marxism. Production relations might further drive production means. The historical creativity by the people, that's an objective law. And it's not just about determination that we see in old-fashioned textbooks. Take Kelly Cavalzon, Ferenc Töke. There are a lot of thinkers in the US and Western Europe. Lucien Asseve in France. They all said that it's the people. Take Vert Lukács, it's people who shape history, who forge the future. And so that's the outcome of social creativity. If you're not part of it, you cannot really be cognizant of it. It's the same as musing about the Impressionism paintings if you're nearsighted, for example, if you're short-sighted. You need to feel it, you need to live it, you need to go to the on strikes, you need to go to the protests, you need to be there, feel it with your hands. When Leo Gabriel spoke, you could feel that he's a seasoned one. Those who went through the protests in 1968, be it in the US or in Western Europe, they are a different generation that shaped them. They have a different worldview. Going back to where I started. Starting the birth of communism from Marxist position is only possible if you're part of this social creativity. And we study not facts or stats. We study the practice, social practice, interpreted in a subjective way. And that's one of the axioms of creative Marxism. And Marx and Engels, and to a large extent Lenin, promoted that vision. You need to make that responsible step forward. You need to take action. He promoted cultural revolution. He promoted the so-called subotniks, when people had to go out and do the cleaning up in the street. Yes, sometimes some people say you can't do it just with naked enthusiasm, with sheer enthusiasm. And you need some kind of material incentives. Yes, and sometimes people focus too much on material incentives. I would say that material incentives are just one of the subcomponents. Well, the Gorbachev era actually had some advantages, but we were bogged down in this conformist swamp since Brezhnev times. The Soviet person is a different one. He's a one-of-a-kind personality. Previously, we saw those petty bourgeois, and any merchant is a petty bourgeois. You buy it at a lower cost and you sell it at a higher price. These could be farmers. And these are also people who existed as part of a paternalist society that used bureaucracy to suppress people. And that conformist person was also a creator during the new economic policy, during the Civil War. Created not just economically or politically. A creator at parades of physical athletes. You have just 1 minute left. I'm sorry, Alexander. Sorry, I got carried away. So, social creativity, the energy of the masses, enable Russia to beat Germany, beat Nazi Germany. You had militia troops, those who led us had that energy, and they helped us to move forward. But unfortunately, it petered out, that energy petered out by the end of the Soviet Union. So here's the main lesson. We need to move to communism. That was going to be the birth of communism, and that's the kingdom of freedom, and culture is going to be part of it. Every person needs to work on the cultural front. New engineers, new nurses, they need to treat their patients in a respectful way. That's the most important lesson in the collapse of the Soviet Union that we often fail to see. And not by accident, because the proponents of the Stalinist model don't want communism. They want to get another paternalist society where they're going to rule and divide. They're going to have guaranteed jobs, guaranteed piece of bread. No initiative is needed from them. They could remain conformist, ceding power to bureaucracy, not realizing that at the end, everything will end like what we saw 30 years ago in 1991. Thank you. Well, interventions are over, and now our panelists can respond to the questions and remarks in the chat and the interventions of other speakers. So let's start in the same sequence.
Well, wait a minute. Would you like me to give a summary and comments, or do you want to wait till after all the
I'm
questions?
sorry, I think, David, it will be better if you take floor a little bit after discussion of the speakers. If you are not against, okay, because we have small polemic and then you will conclude as discussant. Great?
Please. Small polemic is a hope.
Андрей, просьба по порядку выступлений просто дать.
По порядку выступлений Эл Кэмпбелл у нас следующий.
So, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, well, like Leo, most of the chat is in Russian, and so my ability to respond to it is extremely limited. So I will respond a little bit to the one comment, which was in English, which was directed at the same issues that I brought up. It was actually fairly consistent with what I was saying. The person who signed it with a Russian name, so I can't read that as well. But in any case, the main lesson is that we did not learn communism well enough from the classics of Marxism and from Lenin. And I would agree with that. But the only thing I would add is it's not just a question of intelligence and ability to learn. I would say in addition to that, there was a very different motivation, as some of the other speakers pointed about. A bureaucracy developed which had a very different purpose, a different goal in its entire social policy than Lenin and the people that made the insurrection originally. So it's yes, they didn't learn from the classics, but it wasn't an accident. They chose to ignore the classics because they didn't have the same goals as Marx and Lenin. And the other thing I'll just say quickly is that it says, and now this is confirmed by many supporters of market socialism at this conference. And I'll just say, I'm again in agreement with the commentator. I consider in the West, what is the many models of market socialism are fundamentally capitalist models. Production is done for profit and capital accumulation with some redistribution, a sort of very advanced social democratic sort of capitalism. But the one caution, and then I'll stop, is that I would like to stress, as the Cubans very often stress, that the question of market socialism, which is definitely a form of capitalism as far as I'm concerned, is not the same as socialism with markets, because markets do not make capitalism. Circuits of capital make capitalism. Production being done in order to accumulate capital makes capitalism. And markets have existed. In the 20th century, it was an error. People got to thinking that markets defined capitalism, but I was just touring in England. There was medieval fairs in the 1000s, in the 1100s that were part of feudalism. Markets existed in the Roman, a slave production society, as part of the fundamental production of the society, not the luxuries on the edge. Markets existed in feudalism, in slave production. They've existed in every form. So the fundamental question of eliminating capitalism is eliminating production for profit, that is production for the accumulation of capital and the circuits of capital. And I believe that markets, if they're subordinated to a thoroughly socially planned economy, are not inconsistent with socialism.
Al, I'm sorry, it's Alexander. It was big polemic in Russian. Who betrayed revolution first, Stalin, Khrushchev, or Gorbachev?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Who was the first betrayer? Stalin, Khrushchev, or Gorbachev?
Oh, for me, it's simple. I mean, we just look at the timeline without even having to make any comments on Khrushchev or Gorbachev. I consider that Stalin already betrayed the revolution. So even without having to step into the minefield of what I think of Khrushchev and Gorbachev, I can say that I felt that Stalin had already betrayed the revolution.
Спасибо, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Андрей Иванович, рули дальше.
Andrei, over to you. Well, we have Mr. Slavin and you. Boris, any response to the remarks to the previous interventions? Boris, are you with us? Are you online?
Слышно меня? Ну все. Ну что могу, я вот
I hope you can hear me.
этого Кагарлицкого услышал от Бузгалина, что он перпендикулярно будет говорить по отношению к докладчикам. Но я этого перпендикуляра не увидел особенно.
Okay, so some of the previous speakers made fair points, saying that actually communism, the traces of communism, the first seeds of communism should be seen at the time of the birth of revolution. But revolutions could be different. We haven't seen revolutions in the most economically advanced country. Mr. Kagarlitsky once said that socialism will not rise in advanced Western countries. He said the socialism will first be born in the East and will move westward from the East. That's point number one. Point number two. I like Alexander's thesis on social creativity, but I would like to respond to our Chinese colleague. No, he puts too much focus on Stalin. He says Stalin was a lifeline. Stalin was the magic wand. That's not true. I think Al, the previous speaker, says that Stalin was the first who betrayed the revolution. Yes, if we are to emancipate, to free our people, then it was Stalin who betrayed the revolution, because he didn't respect the people, regardless of their class. So he thought the government was the most important entity. So those who rule are personalities, and the rest are just pawns in that game. And now a few points on Gorbachev. But I think the Gorbachev era was still in time spring. Khrushchev was Khrushchev's time was very often called the time when the spring was first felt in the air. Then Gorbachev's time is the spring itself. But it's a tragic character, it's a tragic figure. I mean, he didn't achieve what he wanted to. But social creativity emerged at that point. That's when people started to fight back against democracy. And the first goal by Gorbachev was to go back to Lenin, moving away from the Stalinist legacy. But ironically, Stalin cracked down on any reforms. He cracked down on routine, who supported him and then rose up against him. He cracked down on everyone, and all the Lenin loyal figures. They wanted to have a socialism with a human face.
Идеологии всей партии, хотя и академик в Китае. Я думаю, что Китай
So I don't think that our Chinese colleague represents the Chinese interpretation of socialism. I believe there are other people in socialism who would like to see more respect for people. I'm sorry? I think you're making a second intervention. I knew you would limit me. I need to give the floor to other speakers. It's just your way to stall, you know. Well, maybe no one else wants to say anything. Well, I have 2 minutes, Mr. Fadenfest. We have just 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. Okay, let me finish. I've always believed and will believe that this rebirth of socialism will take place in history. And those who've now learned the lessons and understand the mistakes, that can guarantee that there will be no such mistakes in the future, and we will see socialism blossoming just like that wonderful flower that we often talk about it. Leo Gabriel, over to you.
Leo Gabriel.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate Alexander Buzgalin for the courage to not only have a vision of the future, but to call it communism, which is nowadays, let's say, out of public discussion, and it is very necessary to introduce it. But if I recall rightly, communism has a very different, the vision of communism, the different structure than the nation state, which should be the previous step. And what happened in the Soviet Union and in all the other countries calling them socialist is all of a sudden state monopolized the political arena till the point that they were cutting out, as we heard various testimonies, the will of the people. And there is the question, what should we do to recuperate this idea, the original idea of communism? And if I may forward a tentative answer, according to my experience, there is now all over the world a call for new constitutions in order to give the nation state, if you can still call it, or the multicultural state, its real place where people can feel their participation. You have in Chile, you have this request in Colombia, now in Peru. We had it until the intervention of Russia about Syria also. We are talking about self-determination, not only a separate state in Palestine. That's to say, I think in order to get...
Leo, I'm sorry. Andrei is mild moderator. I'm strong. There is two more speakers.
Just finish the sentence. We have, in order to get to this stage, we have to start with new constitutions.
Can I say something?
У меня вопрос к переводчикам. Вы готовы еще минут 10 задержаться, чтобы все успели сказать то, что хотят? Можем, хорошо. Please.
Yes, please.
Yes. I have
Yes.
a point about Al's comments. I thought you were a bit negative about market socialism. I mean, many market socialists don't believe that market socialism is an end state, but rather they see market socialism as the first step towards socialism. The idea being that forms of socialism continue within the structure of socialist control. So it's the idea, which other speakers have also made, of the superstructure controlling the basis, so that moving forward in a country like the United States, it's somewhat over-optimistic to think you're going to have one step to actually jump into a socialist system, what you call socialism with markets. But it's much more realistic to consider the idea of forms of capitalism remaining within within the control of a socialist form of government. I mean, the analogy would be with Lenin's new economic policy, which was, again, it seems to me, a form of socialist control of capitalism.
Так, спасибо.
Fine, thank you. Next one.
David Fazelfest.
Well, my question first is, am I restricted now to the next 2 minutes before you end? Because otherwise, you know, there's not a whole lot to
Как
say.
минимум, you have minimum 5 minutes, David. You are discussing. You are not
Minimum
one of the
5 minutes.
participants.
Well,
5,
let me
7. I
make-
will abstain. I will
Okay.
not participate.
I have several observations. First, I want to thank everyone for very thoughtful comments. You know, if we go back to Marx from the very beginning, his enterprise, if you will, is to not judge, but simply unpack and understand what is capitalism. And it's the capitalism he experienced in England in the middle of the 19th or early part of the 19th century. And it is coming in the framework of, if you will, the revolutionary zeal at the end of the 18th century, making all sorts of promises about what will happen when we remove feudalism and what we will give everyone. And he reveals to us the tragedy of capitalism and all the things that it did. Now, listening to all the speakers, I'm going to sort of end with, or begin with the end, or the beginning of the end of Professor Buzgalin's comment, which is one on method. The first is that there is not a single socialism, a single capitalism, but that, you know, what's important, and I think, you know, Professor Gabriel got to this a little bit in his closing comments, is that each of these societies have historical contexts which determine a particular shape of how socialism can and will potentially develop. And so in some ways, one might say the lessons from the Soviet Union and its demise is both paramount and totally immaterial, because the Soviet Union emerged out of a specific historical context, had specific, you know, intellectual and material conditions facing it, and then it went through various stages of development. I tend to agree with Al and others who point out that Stalin, you know, diverted the intent of Marx, but it was a specific historical intent. You know, someone like Brenner has done studies of 7 or 8 different kinds of feudalism, depending on social conditions. We have many different Marxisms. Recent scholars in Japan have looked at how Marxism emerged and capitalism emerges in Japan, different than it emerges elsewhere. So it's important for us to discuss how we understand what socialism means in the context of the historical circumstances of each country dealing with that transition. The question of market socialism came up in a way that, again, maybe David Lang was trying to imply this, but, you know, what we have sort of how are how are societies' wealth produced? What do we, this is Marx, forces of production. What can it produce? How can it produce? And then a separate question is, how is that production and that surplus distributed? And so markets is a form of distribution. What makes it not capitalist is that who controls that distribution and how it's allocated matters. And with that comes, I think Professor Buzgalin's point, a very rich cultural dimension of what kind of society do we want to create. So my concern from listening to all the speakers is that there's a tendency towards homogeneity. One speaks of capitalism, one speaks of socialism, one speaks of the Soviet Union in some monolithic way. And I think we really do need to understand history as a process. Marx clearly understood history as a process. Each present is a function of the cumulative past, and each future is a function of the present. And we have to understand the circumstances and opportunities. And with that, we have to begin to understand why we had certain failures. One could make a case that when Stalin needed to deal with the aggression of fascism from the West, the aggression, the post-revolutionary period of invasion, American troops on Russian soil trying to undermine the revolution, certain circumstances drove certain outcomes. We can discuss those, but they're not monolithic. And what I would stress here is that all of these speakers have gone through great lengths at trying to understand the nature of what was socialism in the Soviet Union and why did that fail? And that's an important and instructive lesson, but it's also a lesson for how do we understand historical processes. And I think this, to credit Alexander Buzgalin, I think this is where he was going, that there is something other than simply, when he talked about methods, I'm reminded of Germany. When the wall broke in Germany, what became really painful clear to many people is that while the West was developing the Volkswagen, the East was trying to develop the Trabant, and it was a mistake. It was the wrong way to go. It wasn't really developing the social and cultural values in that society, but trying to compete with capitalism of the West. And I'm going to end there because I'm sure, one of the things that I can do is talk forever, and I'm sure that I've said what I need to say. I appreciate being part of this conference. I really think that people should be considering, what is the context in which we do these kinds of analyses. And I can't remember who said this, but yes, we are, when I look at this group of people, we are all people who were active and around and thinking in the 60s and in the early 70s. And we are, subjects of that history. And we are now talking about a Soviet Union, which I would say none of my students have any understanding even that it existed. And the failure ideologically is that we have allowed sort of the forces of reaction to define communism as the Soviet Union. And I think that is the mistake that that continues to haunt us. So if we're going to build a socialist future, we have to build it based on human values, as Buzgalin argues and others have argued, and we have to build it on what matters. And then we can examine why different societies have failed to promote those ideas. So I will thank all of you for your very informative and provocative comments. And I only wish, as I've said many times, that the real pleasure of a conference like this is to sit together in a coffee shop or over a beer and have arguments and have discussions. And so thank you very much for your indulgence and I will end my comments there. Thank you.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Ну, наконец, я могу предоставить слово своему...
Well, thank you. And finally, I can now give the floor to my friend Alexander Buzgalin for his final comments. Now, here I unmuted myself. Dear friends, I would not be responding to the criticisms and questions that we all heard. I would address you to the final plenary session that we're going to have on the 22nd of August around 5 p.m. Moscow time. So if foreign participants are going to join us, we will be thinking about how to provide you with interpretation. And there, at this final plenary session, I would probably described my attitudes and my positions. But today, all I want to say is that we need to really think, was there anything of communism in the Soviet Union? Not a different form of ownership, a plan, but was there anything communistic, if you like, in the Soviet Union? Communism as the way to remove the contradictions between the classes. And I can, of course, name some of those features of the economy, of public life, and of culture, but I would probably keep this until the 22nd. All other discussions, they can be kept until later. The important announcement is as follows. We're not, ending our conference. We will continue tomorrow with the Plekhanov House, with the participation of Russian-speaking foreign colleagues tomorrow. Unfortunately, the conference is more or less done by kind of like a voluntary effort. Simultaneous interpretation is costly for us, so we were able to afford it thanks to our colleagues from Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung for one day. But we will have people from Bulgaria, Hungary, and other countries tomorrow. On the 22nd, we are going to have two very interesting workshops, one led by Professor Veduta about modern technologies that can be used for new socialism, and the keynote workshop to continue our main discussion about the subjective and objective causes of the collapse of the Soviet Union, involving, by the way, that workshop would attract many young academics and scientists of 25 or 30 years old. Another important announcement for those who will not be able to work with us in the next 2 days. On the 12th and 13th of November, together with the Plekhanov House and other institutions, we're going to have an international conference devoted to the Soviet Union as a past and as a future. So please go to the website of Alternatives and to the Plekhanov House for detailed information, and we will be sending out invitations to that conference, or contact me directly for information. And also, let us also thank our interpreters for their effort the last 9 hours without any preliminary text that they received. So applause goes to you, our interpreters. Thank you very much. And indeed, thank you very much, dear friends. I was really happy to be with you. It was a very interesting, provocative, and fascinating event in YouTube. We're going to have both English language and Russian language versions of our first day of the conference, and hopefully that we're going to have more polemics and discussions later on. Thank you to the Plekhanov House, thank you to the library and to the Faculty of Philosophy of Moscow State, and to the team that is going to continue to work for 2 more days and then to produce the publications and results. So see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Plekhanov House venue in Zoom. Thank you. And by the way, can we go there physically to the Plekhanov House?